South Africans do their homework, they will get that right on that surface, and it'll be interesting to watch. Back to you, Pommy.
Ice, boys. That's what I say. Ice. Right. Here we go. They're on the park. It's day number 3. Thank you very much to Ian Bishop as well as to Mikey Holding. We'll hear more from them on commentary. The West Indies opening batsmen have walked out onto the park as well. And it's going to be a tough day, you expect, for them. Let's see how this pitch goes. Let's see how the South Africans bowl and how the West Indies bat on day 3. Welcome to all of you, wherever you may be watching this telecast from. It's South Africa against the West Indies, day number 3 of this first Sunfoil Test match. Rain yesterday wiped out the whole final session, but not before South Africa had got themselves into a really good position in the Test match. 552 for 5, 208 to Hashim Amla, 152 to AB de Villiers, and a century also on debut for Stian van Zyl, walking in at number 6 in the side because JP Duminy is injured. Craig Brathwaite is opening the batting for the West Indies. 15 test matches, a good average of 38.24, 650s and 200s, a best score of 212.
We're looking forward to this. Dale Steyn taking the new ball this morning on the surface. We're expecting some movement from a bowling point of view. A little bit overcast. Covers were on for a long time yesterday, so there should be some moisture in the surface. Devon Smith, be a challenge for him against the new ball, facing arguably the best fast bowler in the world.
Here we go, Kepler. This is it. This is business for the South Africans. They'll be fired up, that's for sure. They'll be looking forward to this. Right arm fast is the right description. And he has got a terrific record throughout his Test career. 17 to go to get to 400 Test wickets, but here he's had 42 wickets at just over 18 at Supersport Park. So magnificent stuff from Steyn, and he's going to be operating with 3 slips, a gully, also a short leg in position. They would have done their homework, and they'll be looking to bowl that 4th stump line. Steyn will bowl quickly. He'll be bowling short spells. There's 4 seamers, and he wants to do this because that's the orders from the captain. Good first up.
Spot on, Dale Steyn. Perfect length, very good line as well.
Just a little bit of movement away. In years gone by, last couple of years, at times we've seen Steyn operating at around 135 k's per hour and not getting too much quicker than that until perhaps late in the day. Today he'll try and click 140 pretty early. The track's good though, Kepler.
It is. It should be a good pitch to bowl on this morning. We saw a little bit of swing and seam earlier on in the Test match over the last couple of days. The West Indian bowlers didn't exploit it as well as they could have, and the South African pace attack is bound to do just that. The length is so important.
There's a couple of cracks there we need to keep an eye on as this Test match unfolds. We're hoping the weather's going to play its part today. Well, this is not going to be easy for Brathwaite and Devon Smith. It's good. That's what they need to do. Try and just share that pressure out in the middle. Now we know that Devon Smith got 180 in the warm-up game, so he'll be feeling pretty comfortable. However, the other problem is that apart from Samuels, who got a double 100, the rest of the top 6 only got 16 runs between them. So there's no form for a lot of the guys going into this innings against the most potent bowling attack in the world.
It's going to be a challenge, that's for sure. 551 for South Africa in that first innings. A convincing display with the bat.
Left and right-handed opening combination. Cries of catch it. He's skewed that away on the offside. Toe end from the bat. Morne Morkel's loping after it.
Pretty lucky. Devon Smith, this didn't go anywhere near where he meant it to go. very early on in his innings to try and take on the pull shot against the new ball when the ball skids on. He was very late on the shot. That could have gone anywhere. Be better just to have a bit of a look. Get used to the pace of the pitch, get used to the pace of the bowler before you take on an ambitious stroke like this.
Morning, Mikey.
Morning, Hazy. And certainly agreed with Keps there talking about getting accustomed to the pace of the pitch and what the bowler is actually doing. If you have a look at that pull shot again, or the attempt of the pull shot from Devon Smith, you'll see that the ball hit the toe of the bat. So although Dale Steyn is quick, as we have said before, Keps, you said it on day one, when you bang the ball in, it doesn't come off at the pace that you expect. He was through that shot before the ball arrived. It hit the toe of the bat.
Nicely played. Brathwaite right behind that one. Interesting stuff the first over, some movement and good areas. 2 for none. Now there's a look at the West Indies batting lineup. Smith is back in. Of course, Chris Gayle is not there. Darren Bravo is not there. And they're 2 big holes to fill. Smith is in. Brathwaite's there. Johnson batting at number 3. Samuels is a good player and in form with that double 100. Chanderpaul's a magnificent player. So they've got to rely on a couple of senior guys here, the West Indies. They've got their work cut out first up with Vernon Philander and Dale Steyn. He will be in the right area straight away.
Bowls well to left-handers. Vernon Philander's got the ability just to nip the ball away from the left-hander. Likes bowling to left-handers.
And you'll notice he has that seam that just wobbles a little bit and just does enough to both right-handers and left-handers. Good record here, 13 wickets at 20 apiece. Same field that Steyn was operating with. That's away.
Beautifully played as well. Good timing and placement.
Right, now we've got a bit of news this morning. You might have noticed already in that first over that AB de Villiers, after scoring his magnificent 150, has got the gloves on. This is why Quinton de Kock turned his ankle literally when they just started their warm-ups today. So he's on the sidelines at the moment. They don't think it's that bad. He's got ice on it, but AB de Villiers in the meantime has taken over the role. No rest for the wicket, AB de Villiers. The other one is Faf du Plessis. Faf's, what's happened there, Kepler? He's gone to hospital. What's the story?
Well, abdominal pain, so just wondering about possible appendicitis. We don't know, but he's not on the field either.
And we understand that Alan Donald has got the whites on. Interesting. There he is. Wearing Kyle Abbott's shirt.
Well, I'm just hoping, Mikey, that he doesn't get out there, because I don't know where they're going to hide him.
Well, with all the fast bowlers already in the team, they'll be fighting over fine leg.
I'd like to see him here around the boundary at fine leg.
I think that shirt's a little bit tighter than he would like these days, actually, Alan. Number 81, Kyle Abbott's shirt. Oh, that's a beauty. That's nicely bowled. Just nibbled away a fraction.
Well, that's why it's dangerous when you're a left-hander, Vernon Philander. If he gets the length right and he draws you forward and the ball just nips away off the seam, he can get that outside edge, and he makes you play all the time, so keeps you honest, particularly with the new ball.
What I'm looking forward to seeing a bit later on, Keps, is the pitch maps, and compare the pitch maps of the South African bowlers with the West Indian bowlers.
Vernon Philander likes that big time. Roundabout leg stump. Might have pitched just outside, perhaps. We have DRS in place for this series, so Hashimam is having a chat to Vernon. Vernon, of course, will say send it upstairs. He then has a check to AB. AB says go upstairs, so that's what they're doing.
I think this could be close. It could be pitched outside, possibly a little bit high. But it's a good shot.
I haven't seen Vernon Philander appeal and when it's turned down say, no, I don't think it's out. I've always seen him telling the captain, the wicketkeeper, everyone, send it upstairs, whether it's out or not. He's not as bad as Stuart Broad, but he's close. Where has this pitch? That's the important thing. If it has pitched in line, and then if it has pitched in line, with it doing that much, is it missing the stumps? It's going to be very, very close, I think.
Got to watch the umpire's call is not out. That's the original call, so this is going to be in play, I'm sure. No connection at all with the willow. And let's see if all of the ball pitches on the blue. Oh, it's tight. Umpire's call. There we go. So Billy Bowden giving it not out right at the start. That's a good call from Billy Bowden.
Well, that's actually a very good decision because it was close. We said it would be close. So good judgment.
Something that we talked about in the build-up today to this telecast is that yes, that fourth stump line is going to be important, but there's quite a few of these top order batsmen for the West Indies have been dismissed by the straighter deliveries. Vernon's up again, Mikey. He's up again.
This time he won't ask for it to be sent upstairs. It's 6 without loss. LBW shouts whenever Devon Smith gets hit, you have got to worry. Keith, our statistician, just reminded me that he has been out 25% of his dismissals via the LBW shout. That's a pretty high percentage as a batsman.
I think we all know, watching this West Indies batting lineup, that things can happen right at the start of their innings. All teams talk about that. Get one, you might get two. You get two, you got a chance to get three pretty quickly, and then you get the more solid players like Samuels and Chanderpaul, who will be arriving in the middle. But things can happen pretty smartly at the start. If the ball is in the right area, if the ball's moving around a little bit, the conditions are good, it's a bit overcast.
I suspect Vernon Philander will be the one, though, of the three that will be bowling, in my opinion, on the right length consistently. So far, I think Dale Steyn has been a little bit short. I haven't seen anyone even think about coming forward to him as yet. And on this pitch, playing off the back foot has not proved to be too difficult. But Vernon Philander, he'll bring them forward every now and again.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And also what he does, Vernon Philander, as I said earlier, he makes you play all the time. He doesn't waste many deliveries. He's got the ability to move the ball both ways. Not a great deal, but just enough.
There's a slight change in the field, actually, which I'll be interested to hear your comment, Mikey, after that shot from Devon Smith in the last over, the first over from Steyn. The short leg's now gone out, and he's gone to a forward square leg. I might have been tempted right at the start to keep that short leg in, but I'll be interested to hear what Mikey says.
I think they have taken the short leg out because they recognize the fact that Devon Smith is going to be playing the hook shot. It seems as if it's once it's short, he will be playing the hook shot. So they want to give themselves the opportunity of a missed timed pull, lobbing to mid wicket or lobbing to mid on. I would be keeping the forward short leg in though, because I would be encouraging Dale Steyn to pitch the ball up a bit further. Inside edge, onto the pad, onto the thigh pad. Forward short leg comes into play because he has that ability to bring the ball into the left-hander.
And what you can maybe do is keep your short leg in, take your mid on and put him behind square for the hook shot in particular, if you want him to hook, that is, or if you want him to create a seed of doubt in his mind. So that gives you a second option of a dismissal. If you have your short leg in, you have someone on the hook.
Keps, I wouldn't even bother to take out the mid-off. I would want him to keep that mid-off in so that he can say, okay, I have a bit of cover if I over-pitch on that off stump. The mid-off is there.
That's what they need to do. Have a good look at Dale Steyn. He hasn't cranked it up yet, by the way. Have a good look at him. Leave as many balls as you possibly can. See if there's any nibble out of the surface. There should be with a brand new Kookaburra, although as you said earlier, Mikey, the track looks pretty good.
Looks excellent. Looks like a very good pitch to me. I would not be afraid of going out there to bat. Not at age 60, of course, but earlier on in my career I wouldn't be afraid to go out there to bat on that.
What age?
6-0.
Good Lord. I thought you were about 43.
You can't stop the clock, Hazy. It's 7 without loss.
It's a good 60 though. If we look around some of our former teammates and you look at Mikey, it's a good 60.
Outstanding.
Just away from you. Yeah, centre.
So here's a look at the weather. A couple of black clouds yesterday, mostly sunny today. Friday, 27 degrees. It's pretty pleasant out there. There might be a shower later. Mostly sunny Saturday. That's good news. And sunny on Sunday, as I suppose it should be.
Yeah. West Indies need to bat well to get this game into Sunday.
Oh, let's come back. Now this is exactly what Vernon Philander does. Hits the seam consistently, and it goes both ways.
This is where Brathwaite's got to be careful. He's got to look to try and get forward. That front foot doesn't move too much, just drifting across the crease.
Now this is the 5th ball in the previous over where Vernon went up in a big way for the LBW shout. It was a very good call by Billy Bowden. And this is the one that Vernon quite liked, but he was the only one. Lengths spectacular, Mikey.
Yep, that's where you want to be. We have seen how easy it is playing off the back foot on this pitch. You want to be just a bit fuller. South Africa seamers this morning, they haven't bowled too many overs yet, just into the 4th over, but you can see that, as I said, I think some of those deliveries from Dale Steyn have been a bit too short. I would suspect most of those short deliveries are from him. Vernon Philander will be a lot more in that good length.
And that's both to left and right-handers. Righto, Kepler, what do you do? How do you play Vernon Philander in this sort of situation?
Well, what you've got to try and do is
Chip and drive.
chip and drive. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, you've got to try and play as late as you possibly can. Let the ball come to you. You've got to try and get forward whenever you can. But it's difficult. Your judgment has got to be impeccable when to leave, which deliveries to play at. Gets a bit easier after about 10 overs when the shine goes off the ball, but right now it's pretty tough.
The other thing about Vernon Philander is he rarely gives you anything to leave. Now Morne Morkel's going to give that, Dale Steyn's going to give that, so you can get used to what they're doing and the pace they're bowling, the bounce they're providing, but Vernon gives you nothing to leave normally. It's not bad. He's got a 10-wicket haul here. I think it was his 2nd test match. In fact, last year, when Australia played against Vernon Philander in particular, they looked to take him on wherever they possibly could. David Warner, and that just sort of put him off his game a little bit. Don't see that happening here. Beautiful stuff again from Vernon.
Oh, that's quality. Terrific delivery. That's a problem from a left-hander's perspective. Smith had to play at this one. Nipped away off the seam. It's a beautiful line and the length is absolutely perfect.
thought about the big shout again. Billy Bowden says not out. Good over again from Philander. 8 for no loss.
He's going to test them all. Very good to the left-handers, yes, and we can see he's giving Devon Smith quite a bit of trouble. But he'll test them all, Vernon Philander.
Just a reminder that the West Indies won the toss a couple of days ago and invited South Africa to bat, and they scored over 500,000. Umla 200, De Villiers 150. Centurion on debut for Stian van Zyl. Now they've got their work cut out. Good shot. That is a beautiful shot. That is so well played.
Excellent stroke. Good foot movement, got right behind this delivery. Brathwaite got on top of the bounce. He timed this beautifully.
Again, the length has made it easy for him. Going on to the back foot, has a lot of time to play that through the offside. Very quick outfield. Find the gap, and not too many people are going to be able to chase that ball and prevent it from going into the boundary.
He's moving nicely, Brathwaite. That's a good understanding too from his partner to get down the other end. He should be feeling pretty comfortable, Mikey. His 2014 has been outstanding, Brathwaite. 4 matches, 541 runs at an average of 90. A couple of hundreds and a couple of 50s.
He has been making runs all his life. From his parents strapped on his first pair of pads, or even before they strapped on pads on his legs, he has been making runs. He made a lot of runs as a kid, has come into the test arena, and he has continued to make runs. This is just his 5th game. His 5th game. 2 centuries and 2 half centuries already.
Nice shot as well. Easing into the covers by Devon Smith. Decided to come back quite smartly for the second.
Of course, people will point out to the fact that some of the runs that he has made is not against the best team in the world, but this is now an opportunity for him to show everyone that he can get runs against good bowlers.
Big day for Temba, by the way, in the squad and getting a chance to run around the park with the South African team.
Might get a game soon as well, the way things are unfolding.
Groupings are really good. Just the one boundary so far, that pulsing yellow delivery again. I'll just remind you that's to left and right-handers. So length at the good length at 41%, just a little bit shorter than that occasionally. Not too many bounces, just the one up until now. That's the pressure that the South African seamers can build.
A little bit down on pace, Dale Steyn, but we know him by now that a lot of the time he bowls within himself, and then suddenly at some point he senses an opportunity and he really cranks it up. Fastest delivery so far, 139, but he's been around that mid-130s mark. He did bowl in the final of the T20 competition, so he has had an outing in the middle since that Australian tour, so he hasn't come into the test match cold.
Spotted that, channel's perfect from Steyn. 15 for no loss. Dale Steyn's got that Audi performance tracker on his wrist. We'll give you some data about the work that he's doing in the first couple of hours, probably just after the lunch break. So it is that red watch, that's that Audi performance tracker. So we'll be getting all sorts of stuff. Mikey, how quickly he's running, how far he's been running, how many calories he's burnt.
Yeah, wake me up when you're through.
I put the calorie thing to a bit of a test this morning, Kepler. I was on the treadmill for a little bit, and I thought I'd give it a bit of a workout, and I burnt about 350 calories, and I thought, what's the point of that?
Was that in a different hotel to ours?
Okay, it was a dream.
You're doing so well in Dubai on one of our recent trips, but it's just all fallen by the wayside.
Yes, that's right. Good stuff from Temba.
This is what the guys in the dressing room, West Indies players of course, will be hoping to see. A nice steady start by the openers. It's so important to have openers that can settle the innings. Have the guys in the dressing room just relaxing a bit. At the moment, they are looking quite solid. Don't want to put the commentators' curse on them, but I'm not a very superstitious person, so I don't really worry about things like that. But so far, so good.
Definitely. Brathwaite in particular is getting behind the ball very well. Shot selection has been good. He's let the ball go outside off stump. He's looked composed at the crease.
It is the most unusual stance. Rarely these days do you see any of the batsmen with a bat on the ground. Not too many, in fact, the bat behind their toe, but the way that he holds the bat up, Brathwaite, it's very much like a baseballer, and his hands are a little bit apart as well. Look at that raise. There it is. Hands apart. But it all comes down pretty nicely. We lost some 38 overs yesterday due to the rain. Team down here at Supersport Park in the afternoon. And after the West Indies had spent 140 overs in the field, that might have helped them a little bit to get their feet up.
Well, the good thing about that technique is that he's very still at the crease. There's no exaggerated trigger movement. His head position is good. It is slightly unorthodox, the grip and the backlift.
One thing the South Africans would have noticed already is the fact that the blade is angled on Brathwaite when he brings it down, and if there's a little bit of extra pace available, maybe some extra zip off the track, and he's not totally behind it, which he has been, by the way, up until now, there might be a chance for the slippers. Allows that to go through. Very watchful from Brathwaite. 15 for no loss. So we had a 4 days play on day one, 91 overs, almost 50 on day two, half a dozen today, but the wickets column has been pretty barren up until now. South Africa will be hoping that changes. Of course, the West Indies will be hoping to stay the same. Alim Dar. Umpires have been involved already this morning. There's he of the crooked digit, Ranjan Madagali, match referee, and Paul Rifle, the television umpire. Morning, boys.
So Billy came into our area last night and he was keen to swap roles, for him to come into the commentary box and for one of us to go up there. Which one of the commentator's personality would be best suited to umpiring?
I wouldn't mind doing a bit of umpiring. As a matter of fact, I was thinking about doing some umpiring up until 1991 when television came to the Caribbean. If it hadn't been for TWI bringing television broadcast into the Caribbean, I would have done a bit of umpiring. The thing is, Keps, I went through my entire career and I just wondered how come umpires made so many mistakes. I want to find out if the job was that difficult.
Mikey, do you think you would have been a bowler's umpire or just a fair umpire?
Well, I would try to be a fair umpire. I don't think I would be giving out some of those shouts that I see these bowlers running up and shouting about.
You would have been a cranky umpire.
Very. I would want a red and a yellow card. That is for sure.
Always been ahead of your time, Mikey. This is good stuff from these two West Indies openers.
I wouldn't have put up with some of the things that I myself did when I was playing.
Like what? Anything come to mind, Mikey?
Nothing coming to mind immediately.
You sure?
Absolutely.
New Zealand?
That wasn't the only place. That was just the worst.
Two men back on the hook now. Stain. Television umpire Paul Rifle, of course, represented Australia. Always nice to get a former international player sitting in those sort of positions. Let's have a look at his numbers.
I'd have been worried getting hit on the front foot with pistol umpiring, I think. What do you reckon? Melbourne, Victoria, playing for the Vics.
Extra bounce hitting the splice of the bat. Now that's been a bit of a trait of this surface over the last couple of years. The bounce continues for some time. 15 for none.
First right hand.
We're almost 30 minutes into the day's play. Nicely done by Brathwaite, easing into the covers. Seems to be a very organised player. In fact, that's the way he plays. He's one of those guys who is deep in concentration. He's been leaving well. He's been getting right behind anything that's a little bit threatening. It's the last delivery from the previous over with a little bit of extra bounce that hit that splice. Philander likes it again, but again he's about the only one. It's going to end up going for 4-leg buys. Runs. My mistake.
It's good delivery. In the end, it was well negotiated by Devon Smith, although he had a little bit of luck and got the outside edge. He managed to keep it down. There's no third man in position, so bonus runs. From a batting point of view, when you're half beaten and you still get a boundary, it just helps a lot. Good delivery again, round and about that off stump. Had to play at it, moving across the left-hander.
Yeah, Vernon was saying to Billy Bowden he didn't hit that at all, but he actually did, and I didn't pick it up initially. Outside edge of the bat, and then bat onto the pad.
So that's the delivery we talked about. He hit his pad as well with the inside of the bat, but it clearly came off the outside edge. It was a good delivery around about that off stump again.
This will be encouraging for their teammates. It's been good work. Pretty intense stuff in the middle. Nicely played. Very well bowled by Vernon Philander again on the button. Oshamamla, of course, has the luxury of the four-seamer, so no out-and-out spinner selected for South Africa, whereas the West Indies went for Suleiman Ben, who extracted bounce out of the surface yesterday. So these spells will be pretty short. It won't be long before Morne Morkel, who's currently at mid-off, will be introduced, I'm sure. Carl Abbott will be pretty keen to get a bowl too after his last performance, Kepler.
Brilliant against Pakistan in a previous test match at this ground. He bowled beautifully.
7 for 29 on debut, and a couple in the second dig as well. That's the end of the 8th. 20 for no loss. Just an opportunity now after the first 30 minutes to have a quick look at the match summary as it stands. Plenty of runs for South Africa, 3 in particular. Roach, the best of the bowlers, but he's on the sidelines now with a damaged ankle, and the West Indies have started pretty well. Pretty solid stuff. The commentary box for the next half hour. It's good morning to Sean Pollock, Ian Bishop, and also HD Ackerman.
Nice punch through the covers. South Africans will be hoping for a little bit of success sooner rather than later. Get their tails up. It's always interesting when you're sitting in the change room and trying to work out what lines you want to bowl and how effective you're going to be once you do get onto the field. You envisage having some success. Well, it hasn't come so far for the South Africans. The West Indians have been good.
Decent length on the fuller side, good shot. I listened to A.B. de Villiers in his chat this morning prior to the start of play talking about South Africa needing to be just a bit fuller than normal on this surface, fuller than normal. Be interesting to see how the conglomeration of deliveries, how many hit the stumps. Just one. Right, so 63% of deliveries in the innings so far have been back of a good length. Only 33% in the good length area. I think A.B. de Villiers was hoping from his words, and we spoke about it over the previous days, about being more deliveries in that good length area with the new ball, given the movement. 3 deliveries only would have been hitting the stumps. Only 3 guys.
I think the grouping's been good, there's no doubt about that, and it's much more impressive than what we saw from the West Indies in their first 10 overs. But I agree with you, just that touch fuller, particularly on the surface with the new ball in hand. Trying to get the batsman to be driving down the ground. Anything misbehaves, maybe find the edge. I think of the 2, for me, Vernon's probably been the pick. He's had more deliveries that have created problems for these opening batsmen.
But you can see the idea. The ideas have been right. They're trying to get it up there. How many more referrals do you think he's going to want to? You want to go upstairs for virtually everything there, Paul? He fancies a referral.
He backs himself. This wasn't a bad one. I mean, it was umpire's call on where it pitched and umpire's call on where it made contact with the stumps. But he didn't get the nod of the head. He got the shake from Billy Bowden.
23 without loss.
It will be interesting to see how Morne Morkel goes, because he does struggle to bowl that fuller length. He just balloons up there when he tries. He doesn't seem to be able to get through his action when asked to bowl the ball up to the bat.
It'll be an interesting discussion, I think, throughout the day, because I have some thoughts on it. I'm sure Sean has his own thoughts on that. Brathwaite and Smith early goings, just 9 overs gone, but they've looked solid. Brathwaite has a great temperament. Very, very patient young man who started his test career as a teenager back in 2011 against Pakistan. Didn't go as well as he would have hoped. Got left out of the team, came back in, got left out, and came back in New Zealand on the West Indies last tour, and I think it was one test match, and got into the 40s and came home against New Zealand and got his first test match 100 at the Queen's Park Oval, and then a double 100 against Bangladesh that followed. It's been an outstanding year for him in test match cricket. This probably will be his biggest test. 4 test matches this year at average of 90.
But have a look at the bat. You don't often see bats like that these days, with all the cherries, as we used to talk about it as young kids. He's probably been using that bat since he made his test debut. Maybe it's just a favourite that he hasn't broken as yet. But in general, you don't see bats with that much red on them, do you, these days?
Well, he scored so many runs this year. Maybe it's just this year's bat, indicative of the form that he's been in.
Could be. I like the look of him. It's the first time I've really seen much of Brathwaite, and he looks like he's got time. He looks composed. His head's not moving at point of delivery, so he's given himself the best chance. There we go. It's an experienced bat.
A piece of sandpaper, or if it's got a cover on it, nail polish remover. That helps get rid of all those red marks. Good as new.
And it makes it a little bit pink, doesn't it? Once you've used the nail polish remover, you flicks it square and pick up another 2.
Purely aesthetics. What matters is the work that he does with his tools rather than the look of the tool.
How did your bats used to look, Bish?
Just the same.
Long net practices then.
Or you like the youngsters when you used to get that ball when you first got your new bat and make cherries on it, so it looked like it was a little bit more experienced, particularly around the middle of the bat.
All right, Mr. Test 100, show off. Very solid again from Brathwaite.
That's the length he seems comfortable with, that back of a length that you're alluding to, which Hawke showed. He plays back nicely. I think the South Africans will want to see how he goes when having to play forward, to get forward.
It reminds me a little bit of Marvin Atapatu. It was difficult to get him onto the front foot. Even if he bowled a fullish length, he still didn't get a huge stride forward and push hard at the delivery, waited for the ball to come to him.
Wide signalled.
The other member of the 4-pronged attack, Kyle Abbott, he might be more similar to Vernon Philander than Steyn and Morkel. He likes to get the ball well up to the bat and swing it, so maybe he might be effective. He's got fond memories of this ground, made his debut here, got 7 in an innings against Pakistan. There was some indifferent stroke play, to say the least.
Nice shot. Good balance in the stroke from Brathwaite. And he picks up a boundary to end the over. 30 without loss.
If your balance isn't quite good enough, this ball ends up slamming into your thigh pad. Oh, it's a little bit higher there, but that's beautifully worked away. Sensational balance and wristy work.
Now was going to say the line wasn't that bad. It was probably ending up on Will Stump, and he's executed the shot superbly. Timing, very good.
.30 without loss. Overcast conditions prevailed this morning. Kyle Abbott into the attack.
There it is, 7 for 29. Not a bad way to kickstart your international career.
I think you forget about Kyle Abbott, and you don't see him all that often, is how tall he is. I was chatting with him this morning, and you just remember that he's well over 6 foot. He's more along the likes of a Morne Morkel than Dale Steyn or Vernon Philander. So he extracts some good bounce out of pitches. He's normally very accurate.
Nice length, fullness of length was good there, and the line also quite decent. Drew Devon Smith into a shot. Gone for 4, back of a length. Well, I think it's going to go for 4. It's a slow outfield. No, it won't quite make it. Yes, it does.
Yeah, the length is dragged down by Kyle Abbott this time. Smith quickly onto it. Abbott will be walking back thinking to himself, I bowled the last delivery nice and full, I've got a play and miss. That one I've just dragged down a little bit shorter, and he's quickly onto it. So I need to sort my length out. I need to be consistent on a slightly fuller length.
Gone past Morne Morkel. He got hands on it and a good chunk of it. Still sped away for 4. Once again, good positioning by Smith.
Trying desperately to get the ball up to the bat in the right area. Over pitches. It still had to get put away. It was beautifully timed. That head over the ball. Placement perfect.
You get into the mind of Kyle Abbott. We talked about that delivery, that good delivery that beat the outside edge when it was a foolish length. And then he ended up dragging it short, and he would have had a discussion in his mind to say, listen, don't be too short. But unfortunately, erred too full and was driven down the ground. That one, much better.
It's an interesting surface. Supersport Park around South Africa is thought of as a surface that is quick. This one has appeared over the course of the 2 and a bit days that when it's short, it seems to just stick a little bit in the wicket, but when you hit that perfect length that we keep talking about, it skips on, it goes, it bounces. But to find that area regularly, that seems to have been the problem for the seamers.
Well bowled. Called on a lot of skill from Devon Smith to keep it out. 38 without loss.
Behind us.
We'll have another bowling change, double bowling change. The new ball bowlers, Philander and Steyn, out of the attack. And Morne Morkel now makes his entrance. tall man with nice long levers and good turn of pace. Let's see if he bowls his, what we term his natural length, as you said, or whether he tries to go fuller. Back of a length. And H.D. Ackerman talked about that natural length, and I think you have to be able to make adjustments to that length. For myself, I remember growing up in the Caribbean, because very few grounds you get the ball to actually swing a lot. It happens sometimes, but not a lot of grounds. And because a lot of us were tall, myself included, you depended on back of a length, and suddenly get to England to play a series and you found back of a length doesn't quite always work there. You have to go fuller. And from my own experience, it took me many games in my first visit there on tour and in county cricket to make that adjustment of length, which I found was necessary, absolutely vital to success. Oh, good carry, really good carry, pace and bounce.
So is it then harder now for bowlers who, when they tour, they virtually straight into international cricket? I mean, the West Indies had just the one warm-up game, and that was rain affected. To be able to find those lengths in a test match?
I think so. I think so. And I had to learn some harsh lessons on those initial visits that I talked about in England, for example. Lots of practice sessions. It does not come easy, because suddenly I found in moving from a length I was comfortable with Sean Pollock, in trying to just creep 3 feet further was so difficult, and to do it consistently.
Yeah, Bish, I had a very similar journey. We grew up obviously playing in Natal, and Malcolm Marshall prepared some decent surfaces for us, you know, good ones with the colour that grass should be, some green grass on it. And you know, I made my name for hitting people on the head and banging it in the back of a length, picking up a lot of wickets caught in the slip region. And then all of a sudden I made the step up to the international scene, and it was with a combination of an ankle injury that I had to make an adjustment to my action, because it was putting a lot of stress on that ankle. But I had to just open myself up a touch, which allowed me to get my natural length just a meter fuller. And I had to make that adjustment, otherwise I wouldn't have been successful around the world. England, you need to be fuller, even though there's more activity. I beat the bat a lot of times if I was too short, but when I got it on the fuller length, I managed to find the outside edge. And then more importantly was going to places like the subcontinent, whereas if you were a meter and a half short, it just sat up and they would punch you or pull you off the back foot.
Just to give you a little bit of insight, Bish, Kingsmead lost its name for a period of time and became affectionately known as the Lawn when Malcolm was there.
Well, that's why I smirked when Sean said prepared the pitch. I don't call just painting a line preparation. Preparation is actually rolling and cutting and rolling, not just painting a line across the outfield.
I think a little small roller was used at some stage. There was one opportunity where we had a 3-day game followed by a 1-day game, and when the opposition came to have a look, they went and looked at the 1-day strip before the 3-day strip. That's how green it was. End of the over. 38 without loss.
That last delivery to me was a lot fuller than what you see as a stock delivery from Moni Morkel. And that is what makes it difficult when a Morkel, an Ambrose, a Walsh, a McGrath's bowling to you, they're back of a length, and suddenly, I would guess as a batsman, you're late when it's a little bit fuller, because you're not expecting it and the trajectory is hard to pick up.
Well, when you see someone running into bowl at you who's of that height and letting the ball go from even higher, you're reluctant as a batsman to get forward. You're happy to hang around the back foot. So when the ball does get further up there, you end up thinking, well, here's a drive ball and we don't get many of those, and you end up just throwing your hands at it and there's no foot movement and the ball goes to slip.
quite critical of the West Indies and the way they went about their business. There's their first overs, there's the spread. As you can see, a lot of boundary balls there, and it's quite scattered. I mean, let's be totally honest. And it was easy for the South Africans. They got to 50 in no time. And we update that to what the South African teams are doing. You can see the grouping is good, and that's impressive. But invariably, they need to be just that meter off or so fuller. So a lot of balls being played off the back foot. That's another example. Yes, it's a decent length. But they're more comfortable at dealing with that length than maybe a meter just fuller up.
Well, they've done a great job, the two openers. 40 without loss. We're halfway through the 13th. Hashim Amla, if this lasts any longer, Hashim Amla will start to be thinking, oh, now there was some spin for Suleiman Ben. You know, do I have to go to the part-time of Dean Elgar, and will he be looking up at Robin Peterson sitting up in the stands? Well, actually, he's at mid-wicket.
But going to the point of each individual bowler, you've got people, Morne Morkel 6'6" or whatever he may be, and then someone like Adele Steyn might only be just under 5'10" or where he fits in. I think the key is for each bowler to work out on each surface what the right length is for his average delivery to end up at the top of off stump. That's why I'm not a big fan of putting down beacons on the surface. I'm saying put the stumps there and try and put a beacon on top of the stumps, and that's where you want to be getting your balls going through.
A little bit indeterminate from Smith, but he got it over the slip cordon for 4.
More the width than the length that led to the stroke.
Good stride into the delivery, 44 without loss.
But you perked my interest here now, Sean. Because I'm interested to know, when you talk about running up and hitting a beacon off the top of off stump. Now, let's say it's a Morne Morkel bowling, so we know how full that's got to be, number one. But what happens if he's bowling to a batsman that is very tall as well? Then surely that length is too full. Surely that would be half volleyish to someone who's a 6'3" batsman, a Matthew Hayden, for example.
I think the key is to have the ability to hit top of off at will and then adjust from that. So if there's a guy who's batting out of his crease and lunging at you, then it's easy to adjust it back. But we've seen with Morne Morkel, the challenge is when you hit a certain length to get it fuller, you don't want to be floating it up and making it half volleys. It's cut away, back of a length again, and this should go to the boundary.
Well, this was very well played by Brathwaite, because there is uncomfortable bounce, but he gets high up onto his toes and he gets on top of the ball. That's the key. All in control.
A good shot, very mature young man. Love the way he thinks. In fact, some time ago, he's such a constructive young man. He built a netting, his own personal cricket net with lights and stuff in his hometown, and practices assiduously there, Craig Brathwaite.
What I've enjoyed about him is his defensive stroke is a defensive stroke. It's just a dead bat. I'm keeping this one out. So often we see young batsmen push at the ball and the ball belts off to mid-off for no run, and it's considered a defensive stroke.
I think he's got the perfect technique for being an opening batsman. He's got that economy of movement. Although he sets his hands nice and early, they don't go further back a la Brian Lara and make it for a long distance to come back to make contact with the ball. It's very compact, and if it's slightly wide, then he goes hard at it. But if it's in a good area, his hands are almost in the area where he just has to drop the bat just a touch. There you can see it, the hands stay there. And then he he looks to play. There's no huge movement. It's very well balanced, compact, with the ability to attack if he can.
And with that man at leg gully, only 2 slips and a gully now, and the man at leg gully has been there at the beginning of the over. The odd short ball into the ribs is where Morkel will be looking to aim at times, so this is well played. Love his composure. So H.D. Ackerman, all those questions that you asked about length and changing of length, tall batsmen, short batsmen, flat pitch, bouncy pitch, and Sean Pollock and myself are concurring that you have to have that versatility as a bowler. Do you now have a greater appreciation of the thought processes, the great thought that goes into fast bowling as opposed to just brawn?
Well, that's what I always thought you had to have a strong leader who did that thinking for you, but no.
Round the wicket to Smith.
I'll be honest, I do have a great appreciation for the athleticism that's required to be a fast bowler. I mean, it is rigorous on the body. I do sometimes question, having captain at a very low level, the thought process behind some of the field placing sometimes that some bowlers, not all, some fast bowlers would like to have.
Likewise, some bowlers about their captains. 49 without loss.
Center.
49 without loss. Life's not quite a beach yet for the West Indies, but made a decent start. We talked about Craig Brathwaite, and Devon Smith is another interesting story, and he's average in the mid-20s coming into this test match. Made his debut way back in 2003, somewhere there, and has had a stop-start career. He hasn't really blossomed after 100 early in his test career, and he's gotten this opportunity here by dint of the fact that he's continued persevering after he was left out in 2011. In first-class cricket, he's continued off the inside edge, and to me that's a good thing. 50 comes up for the West Indies because he was the leading run scorer in the first-class competition before coming out here, and he continues to score runs and churn it out for the Windward Islands. And I suppose it's by dint of the fact that no other opening batsman has put up their hand in the Caribbean first-class cricket and said, well, Devon is 33, I'm younger, I want to get a success to come out. But I think his experience is invaluable to his first-class team, and he can only hope that, given another opportunity, that he can make the best of it here in South Africa.
First class career just under 40. I think that also you need to commend selectors on in that sometimes a player gets left out of a side and he has a feeling that he's gone to the back of the queue rather than just drop down a notch. In other words, he struggled for form doesn't make him a bad player now. You know, he just drops down a notch. Go and find your game again. Maybe you find something extra that helps you cope better at international level, and then we pick you again later on down the line.
Angle round the wicket when you can get the ball to angling and then maybe just hold or straighten from a nice fullish length. Keeps you guessing as to where your off stump is, Sean. It's a great skill that these guys have now.
Yeah, it's a good delivery, great presentation of the seam. Just creating a different angle, making the left-hander play at some deliveries that he might not have if he'd come over the wicket. Shimamla enjoyed that. Devon Smith appreciated the delivery. They've done a fantastic job to get a 50 partnership up front as a South African, and knowing the South African bowlers that take part day in and day out. I expected them to make inroads into the West Indian batting lineup, and I do think there was an advantage for the West Indies not having to come out last night, because if we'd had a short rainstorm, the covers had been on, and then the South Africans had come out knowing that there was just maybe 20 or so overs to bowl in the day, I think it could have been a real handful. But they've used it to their advantage, and I think they've been superb.
He's left the last two deliveries very good. Well, 50 without loss. Without loss. No real heavy cloud above. Change of commentary now. Not sure what Ashwell Prince is doing in this seam bowlers group alongside Pami Bangwa and Robin Jackman.
Offering up advice, I reckon, from backward point and gully. Sometimes cover.
Good morning, Tom. Good morning, Jackers. I'm enjoying the fight from the West Indies opening batsmen, and they'll be feeling a lot happier up there compared to their first hour as a bowling team. I think they'll be much happier with the start as a batting team.
In the air, in the gap, and gone for 4. Threw the bat at it. Brathwaite.
Morning, everybody. Well, it's all been a bit gentle, hasn't it, in a lot of ways? Haven't seen too much playing and missing. It's off the toe almost. Uses that bat a lot in practice. Hasn't seen a bit of sandpaper for a while. That's for sure. Have a look at the face of that bat. That went too quickly anyway. If that had been straight out of field, it would have taken some catching. But it's all a bit quiet. That's not what I think most people expected when they came to the ground this morning. They were looking forward to the ball flying through to the keeper. Playing and missing. Hasn't happened.
Oh, there you go. Better length, much better length. Kyle Abbott in the previous over showed what length to bowl. He is bowling to the lefty round the wicket. But also Morne Morkel, who generally is back of a length, needs to be fuller on here, and that's it. Ask him to come forward. Decision not made correctly there by Brathwaite, and he's fortunate that he doesn't drag that onto the stumps.
Absolutely. Top length, that last one from Morne Morkel. And I think the reason why we've not seen enough play in Mrs. Jackers has probably been too much on the shorter side.
100%. It's a drag the batsman forward length that you've got to be looking to bowl. Both of these two. Not easy, mind you. You've got a bloke who's about 3'4" one end and a guy who's about 6 foot the other. It's not so simple as a bowler to just adjust lengths, depending on who you're bowling at. Remember years and years ago, those of you old enough to remember a couple of guys who opened a batting for Sussex in England. One was Kenny Suttle, who was 5'3", I think. The other was Alan Oakman, Sussex in England. 6'7". It's a white guy. Even Oakley wouldn't have reached that one. And it was difficult bowling at them because they just messed your length up. One was left-handed, the other right-handed, just to add to it.
Yeah, it's just come out all wrong. I think he's looking short. I don't think he was, actually. I don't think he was looking for a bouncer there. It's just all gone wrong. Radar gone. That's it. That's it. That's where you want to be. It's not been consistent enough. Every now and again you see a delivery that's there, and it reminds everybody that, oh, there's still a little bit in this, and you know, if you're around these parts, you're going to get some purchase and you're going to cause trouble. Look at those feet from Brathwaite stuck together.
Absolutely not being consistent enough, but Mono looks like he's searching slightly for a fuller length, which is good to see. Because of his height and the height that he delivers the ball from, batsmen tend to look to go back to him for your first movement anyway.
That's it. 55 with that loss. It's an impressive start from the West Indies, 55 without loss. They've done it at a good rate as well. Just about 3.5, just under. And the change room would have been quite nervous as they walked out this morning. Some nerves will have settled. Similar sort of beginnings for the bowling sides, and that they haven't got what they expected, haven't got wickets early. And so it's a necessity for South Africa in this case that they get back to where they want to go. A run's not flowing in the same way that it happened when South Africa batted, but Hashim Amla would have expected, and Jack, as you were talking about it, generally those who came in today would have expected that 1 or 2 down in that first hour because of who it is who turns up and bowls for South Africa. So Brathwaite and Smith, very well done so far.
We've all come in with expecting a couple of wickets in the first hour this morning, Pom, but I think we have to give credit to these two opening batsmen. They've allowed the ball to come to them and played it late. Not a lot of fuss about the batting, not a lot of flaying of the bat. It's nice and controlled stuff from the West Indies so far. South Africa slightly on the shorter side. Maybe need to be a little bit fuller, but as you mentioned, not as many runs flowing off the bat because there's been a lot more dot balls.
That's nicely played. What a shot that is. It's short. He sets up for it. Devon Smith, and he gets 4.
He gives us a real clatter, doesn't he? It's not overly short, it's just short enough for the little fella to just rock back and tuck it away.
Doesn't have to be that short if you're our height, Jackers.
That's right. What I have noticed today, which I found a little bit strange, is on day one, before the game started, I was just watching the South African seamers loosen up. Nobody knew who was going to win the toss, etc. And the ball swung in the warm-ups. And I haven't seen the ball swing today. I haven't been absolutely behind the line the whole time, but it doesn't appear to have swung, which I find odd because the weather conditions are identical.
Some behind those last 2. After the one that wasn't meant to be a bouncer was pulled away, and Kyle Abbott saying, well, you're quite happy to play the hook shot. Play it when I actually mean it to be short. Here, take that on.
Absolutely, and he gets it, the last 2, he gets it past the batsman at a height which, if you go for it, there's no way you can control it above your head, above your shoulder high. The one he pulled in front of square, just about chest high, so he's well in control of that one.
Oh, well bowled. 59 without loss.
Yeah, the full one was due, wasn't it? And Devon Smith was a bit late coming forward. So it was a good piece of planned bowling. 552 for 5, declared Amler double. De Villiers 152, and the debutant for Sale 101. West Indies gone along very nicely.
It's Morning Walker. Morning Walker looking full. He'll get one. Brathwaite happy to get forward.
Very similar start to the South African innings. Both these opening batsmen, Brathwaite and Smith, getting into the 20s, looking sound. As we saw in the South African innings, though, things can change very quickly. Tom.
Yeah, so important for the openers, and generally you say you get into the 20s, get yourself a start. You don't want to give it away. You'd say that to any batsman as they walk out there, and they'll be thinking the same way. This, however, I reckon is more of a start than that of the South African openers when the pitch was still fresh and a few bad deliveries bowled, yes, but it was all very quick, and before they knew it, they'd put on 50. And you might have said both Alvaro Peterson and Dean Elgar weren't quite in yet. They were still trying to find their way. Watching Brathwaite and Smith, a little bit more measured. They've kind of settled. They're into the patterns in which the bowlers are going. Oh, watch it, up periscope. So they're in a better position. It's so important for them as you put the two sides together and you look at South Africa and say perhaps they can afford a bit more, a not so great start with the strong middle order. With the West Indies, them turning up here, what they don't want is a case where they do get a start and then give this South African bowling lineup a way back in.
Absolutely. Stifled appeal then. They've been very solid and sound this morning, these two. Also, day 2 and day 3 generally the better days for batting at Supersport Park. So that movement that South African openers would have faced on day 1 most of that would have been gone by now. The sun is out a little bit more, maybe a bit more sun today than on day 1, and this pitch is starting to become a very good pitch to bat on now, as we also saw in the latter part of the South African first innings.
Oh, hello. It started off as just one of those easy singles you run across, no trouble, but Dale Steyn had other ideas. And there was a bit of a slip, and oh, I tell you what, that would have been out as well. Look at this, slip at the wrong time, trying to change hands with the bat so he can slide it in, and in the end, he's very lucky, as Brathwaite, that the ball doesn't hit the stumps.
Still a lot of moisture in that grass next to the pitch. I wouldn't be running on that, but if I was him.
Definitely out if he'd hit. Bat was in, but he wasn't holding on to it. 61 without loss.
And it's drinks too.
stump, which he did, and just lost the bail. Then the ball hit the stump without the bail on it, and he's out. That. Don't know. I don't know. That run-out thing, guys, I want to discuss what the third umpire would have done if this had been the sequence. Bat hits the stumps, which it did. The bail comes off the one, bail comes off. Then the ball hits that stump without a bail on it, with the batsman still out of his crease. Out or not out. So we need a bit of a freeze frame and stuff.
Although remember the ball ahead of everything at this stage. In this instance.
Yeah, but we
just want to redo it the other way.
Yeah. Would common sense prevail or not? No, the letter of the law is it's got to dislodge a bail. The bail's already down. But the batsman.
Welcome back to Supersport Park on a lovely day. Few clouds overhead, but no sign of the weather that wiped out the final session yesterday. 61 without loss, the West Indies. They've batted well. Their openers, Brathwaite and Smith, have been good together. Steyn and Philander unable to make a breakthrough. Morkel and Abbott in operation now. This is what happened just before the drinks break. Dale Steyn hustling. It was supposed to be a simple single. In the end, Brathwaite slips, he drops his bat, the ball misses the stump, and he's lucky that happens. His bat comes after and whacks the stump as well. And in the end, he's in. He's still batting. But oh, could have been different. Could have been a lot different.
Got a question for all you budding umpires out there. Let's just reverse the sequence slightly and imagine that the dropped bat dislodges the bail before the ball gets there. Then the ball hits a stump, a bailless stump, and the batsman's still out of his crease. Imagine that happening. No bail on the stump because the batsman has dislodged the bail. Then the ball hits the stump. Let's say it knocks it out of the ground, just to add to it. The other bail doesn't come off. Out or not out?
Tough one. He'd be saying out. I can tell you that. I'll throw another one at you, Jackers, actually. Imagine all of that goes on and the bat comes out the hand. The ball goes towards the stumps and hits the bat, which redirects it away from the stumps.
That's obstructing the field. It is.
So you'd say out?
Yeah.
Obstructing the field doesn't have to be a deliberate act?
No. I don't reckon. I reckon if the ball hits that bat now and ricochets away from the line of hitting the stumps, I reckon that's obstructing the field.
I'm not going to get involved in this one, James.
Sensible. Shot. He'll pick up one. Ooh, that looks close as well. Just decides at the end there. Devon Smith to slow down, doesn't get through the crease. Perhaps he was over already. Let's have a look.
I reckon it's close, this one, Tom. Well safe. Well safe.
I thought you weren't going to get involved in this.
I now understand why. It says something about Dale Steyn's urgency and attitude at the moment. Things haven't quite gone according to plan, and he's not bowling. Normally he can effect a difference, something in the game. with ball in hand, but he's standing at mid-wicket, he's standing at mid-on, and he's at these batsmen. It's a couple of deliveries in a row, and he's had a go. He wants this breakthrough, and the reason, main reason, apart from you always want to win, of course, is when they're in the field, he's the leader.
They have an intensity, definitely. Those fielders out there will have an intensity. They'll be a little bit disappointed, as we mentioned, that they haven't picked up a wicket yet. And they'll be looking, as you do, for something inspirational from someone. As we saw Dale Steyn attack the ball on those two occasions. He's snuffing, he's looking for a run out. And, you know, in the field, the guys around point, in the gully, in the slips, that somebody will be looking for a sharpish chance to turn the momentum into South Africa's favour. I've really been impressed with these two opening batsmen. We've mentioned how calm they've been. Brathwaite impresses me. He looks very compact, waits for the ball to come to him, plays late. You look at his face, you look at his body language, he looks like somebody who's calm and in control. He's facing some of the world's best bowlers. He doesn't look flustered. He looks very calm and in control. And on the other hand, you have an experienced player who's been in and out of the team, also seems to have settled back nicely into the team.
62 without loss. .62 without loss, the West Indies. South Africa out in the field, and Faf du Plessis, issue with his tummy, stomach pains, went to the hospital today, and as you can see, not on the field. Hope he's all right. As Mikey Holding said at the start, many of us, many people get tummy pains. You don't necessarily go off to the hospital, so must be something quite serious. That's who's on the field. Can't tell you who he is, we'll have to find that out, but he's wearing Riley Rousseau's shirt.
Is that an indication of who's next in line?
Not at all. Well, I don't know, I suppose. It doesn't have a number on it. You just caught a glimpse of A.B. de Villiers, gloves on and behind the stumps. That's because Quinton de Kock went over his ankle and so is off the field. And Sean Pollock had a chat to Brendan Jackson, who is the team physio, said that we're going to take precaution and we're hoping to get him out onto the park sometime today, but better to err on the side of caution. Yeah, it was painful, you can tell. Just have a look at him. Shot. It's gone square for 4. A square drive from Devon Smith.
Yeah, I'm interested to see just what length this was. I don't know whether he's hit this a little bit on the rise or whether it is a half volley. No, he's hit it on the up. Super shot. Also indicative of how nicely this pitch is playing right now.
Not many better places to bat in South Africa, Jackers, on day 2 and day 3. It's a belting place to bat.
We understand it's a viral infection. Faf du Plessis has. There's a doc in the background. Doc Musaji. Been busy, I guess, this morning. Physios and medical team. Beautiful shot. Bit fuller from Morne Morkel, and Brathwaite onto it. Straight down the ground for 4. Really is a good shot. Nearly just bounced on him, and it's come off the edge, but he's managed to keep that down. Brathwaite, 71 without loss.
There's one bounce to the fielder. Can't get too close there in the gully. Can't get over the state of the blade of that bat. Look at it.
A good job, very good job. 71 without loss. And that's the highest partnership for any wicket against South Africa in the first innings in 2014. An indication of how good the South African bowling attack has been and how well they've gone. So you look at Brathwaite, you look at Smith and the way they've played, gotta say, very well done.
I think they've certainly applied themselves very well this morning. As we look at Brathwaite's first-class career stats and his Test career stats, very good averages those for a young guy. And I spoke to Ian Bishop of Air in the morning yesterday, and Ian Bishop said to me that of all the young West Indian batsmen, that he is somebody who can bat for very long times, and he has done in the past, as we see his best score of 212. Very good career record, and he mentioned to me that he might be limited as far as his stroke play is concerned compared to other West Indian type of batsmen. But I feel as an opening batsman, you probably don't want to have too many shots.
It probably helps him, especially if he figures it out quite early. As a 22-year-old seems to have figured out that you've got to stay within your limitations. Don't try and become Viv Richards, you're not going to be. Just stay Craig Brathwaite, work within what you have, and if you can have numbers like that as you start up, then it's a good thing, and he could improve too.
Can't agree with you more there, Pom.
Then again, nobody can be Sir Viv.
Well, I think the important thing to learn as a young player, whether it be bowling or batting, is that, you know, you have to go with and trust and stick with what your game and what your strengths are. And sometimes it's difficult for young batsmen or bowlers. They look at who the best in the world is and #1 bowler or batsman, and they want to be like that person, and it doesn't necessarily sit with their set of skills. And so you have to, in Test cricket, find a way that works for yourself, and I think he's finding it in nice and early in his career.
Quite happy to test Devon Smith with that short one. First ball he faced, decided he was going to go on the hook to Dale Steyn, so it's not a surprise that Kyle Abbott has had a go a few times.
He's going to have to drop his hands when he's playing them, when he's getting out of the way of them. A few times we've seen a bit of a periscope sticking out at the top.
Yeah, the choice of bowling bounces, there's not much point in bowling bounces somebody who ducks underneath every single one and does it well or just sways out of the way. But if he's shown a tendency to have a hook, it's always worth it.
Maiden, 7-1 without loss.
Glad you have changed. You feel confident with your skills? Whatever.
Peter Matthews follows this West Indian team and teams of old, I must add. Always there, you'll see him and you'll recognize him. If you don't know him, you'll see the hat. It'll be some sort of hat, different all the time. It's a pretty impressive one, this one. And he'll be very happy with proceedings, along with many in the Caribbean who've woken up to watch. Here's Vernon Philander. Change of voice. Mikey Holding, Mike Hazeman, and H.D. Akin.
Thanks, Pom. Yeah, Peter Matthews, nice to see him here. Always travels long distances to go and watch the West Indies. Bit of a mad hatter himself, actually, Peter. Good guy. Speaking of good, I think this has been terrific stuff from these two opening batsmen for the West Indies. Deep in concentration, making the South African bowlers bowl to them. It's exactly what the visitors need.
It's all very well saying, oh, well, the pitch is flattened out. But the application shown is what's been really impressive.
And little things like that. From the moment they started batting this morning, they've rotated the strike whenever they could. They haven't really been forced down to one end only. They've shared the pressure out there in the middle, so it's been really good stuff. And of course, with this combination, it forces a change of the line from the bowlers.
That pressure's going to continue though, Hazy, because every time they turn and have a look up at the scoreboard, the deficit is a big one, and scoreboard pressure plays a significant part in the game, so someone has to bat long.
Vernon Philander likes that one. AB de Villiers has done the work behind. Vernon Philander's already signalling he wants to go upstairs, which is not going to surprise anybody.
Well, he has agreed with Vernon. He will go upstairs again. This is the second referral now for South Africa. They'll be hoping they get this one right. They don't want to be losing both referrals this quickly in the innings.
Okay. So Paul Rifle's in the game now as a television umpire. We've got to see if there's any connection whatsoever with glove or bats. That's okay with a no ball. There was a bit behind the line. This will give us an idea as to what the story is. Let's have a look and a bit of a listen. I don't see any bat there. It's really good work from AB de Villiers. Certainly connection perhaps with a thigh. Just off the thigh as far as I'm concerned, Mikey.
Yeah, he had a bit of leg there on the way through the trousers. That's about it. Maybe de Villiers didn't look all that convinced. He started to put his hand up when he saw that Vernon Philander was going up. I think the captain and the wicketkeeper need to learn to overrule Vernon sometimes. just as those have learned to overrule Stuart Broad in England.
He was about to say there's a few of them around the world.
So there's the little spike, as I think it's going past the thigh, just hitting the back thigh. Or maybe not. Let's have a look at the top. I don't think there's any bat involved there. I think that's at the back thigh, and I don't really know what's being shown by that real-time snicko. It's past the bat at that stage, as there's a bit of a noise, unless it would be a sharper spike as well, I think, if there was a bat involved. So the spike is after the ball's past the bat. We definitely saw some movement of the pants of the batsman. This is going to be an interesting call from Billy Bowden. We'll have to wait and see what Phil Rifle has assessed there, because that didn't look as though it was totally... Wow, it's now been given out. Certainly we saw some movement off the thigh. I didn't see any movement off the bat, Mikey.
And the snicker did not show any deviation of the line when the ball was passing the bat. The deviation of the line was when the ball had already passed the bat. I'm not too sure what the third umpire has seen there. That is why I said earlier on I was trying to be an umpire when I retired from cricket. The job ain't that hard. Well, Devon Smith won't be very pleased with that, but the umpire says he's out, so he has to go. It's 35 to him, 72 for 1.
Yeah, well, I'd like to create some debate amongst the three of us here, guys, but I can't because I'm in agreement with you. I'm a little bit perplexed by the change of decision. I thought Billy Bowden had made a good one.
Yeah, I'm with you. We got 3 red lights up here.
If you're looking at a television screen and getting all that information and still getting it wrong, something must be wrong with what you're seeing.
Right, Leon Johnson has arrived in the middle now. I think that change room will be a little bit stunned by that decision, and I think they've got good reason to be so. We're going to look closely at it. There was certainly some movement off the back thigh. The ball certainly made some connection with his pants.
Look when you see the line that's Snicker is illustrating that it has touched something. The ball has gone past the bat a long time ago. When the ball is by the bat, there is nothing on the line. I've seen some bad decisions given by umpires in the middle, and that can happen because you're seeing it live. But when you're getting a replay and when you're getting a screen to look at and you're getting even Snicker telling you everything and you still make a mistake, that's unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. Sorry.
Clearly flicking the pocket.
There's the gap between the edge and the ball.
Right, so now Johnson's arrived. Brathwaite's playing nicely. We've in agreement up here anyway. I don't know what you're thinking as viewers, that Smith is unlucky for 35. 22 overs are gone now, 73 for 1.
Starting close. Coming through. Yeah. Coming over.
So really hard work done by the two opening batsmen. They've now been separated as Marlon Samuels with the pads on at the back. Bit of experience to come in next, he and then Shivnarine Chanderpaul. Kyle Abbott continues. So we're going to have a look at that again in real time. There will be a noise. Just listen to this noise. He was very keen, as he always is, Vernon Philander. I'm not sure A.B. de Villiers was totally confident. Small consultation, and we're sent upstairs by Billy Belden to pull rifle. Excitement again there from the South Africans.
It's a good thing he was sent back. I think Leon Johnson thought that he was going to be getting to the other end quite comfortably. Not out. Or we can only say hopefully not out.
Well, the one thing that the West Indies batsman must be aware of is that Robin Peterson can throw the ball equally as well with either hand. So if it goes to his right-hand side, not to think, well, that's his weaker side, we'll scamper through for one, because he throws very well with that on as well.
And the other thing, yes, the wicket has been decided. The other thing is South Africans will be lifting now. They'll know they haven't got that much time to go before the lunch break, so they'll be buzzing around all over the place, as they normally do. They'll also know that these two batsmen, the opening batsmen, ran well together, except for maybe that one little stumble. But now it's a new pair, and they'll be hot on trying to separate these two with a mix-up in the running between the wickets. Just another comment actually on that dismissal. The real-time snicker which we're using, and we don't have the hotspot camera at the moment in this series, the real-time snicker that we're using, if there was connection with the willow, and we did definitely see visual connection with the pocket on the back leg, there would have been 2 spikes on that real-time snicker.
Easy. I won't bother to comment again on that dismissal. It was just totally ridiculous.
Let's have another look at Snicko.
Back over. Can we go?
End of the over, 73 for 1.
It was a good opening partnership. You might say it didn't deserve to be broken, but it has been. Devon Smith, now there's Newman Johnson. Brathwaite's played well. Some big players to come, Samuels and Chanderpaul.
Right, 42 minutes to go now before lunch on day 3. Really has been quite intense stuff this morning. Thankfully, we've had a little bit of sunshine as well, which has been good. Let's hope that continues for the remainder of the day.
have a look at when you see the first spike on. Have a look. The ball is by the bat. No, nothing. No spike on the. There you see the first spike. What does that mean?
It's good fielding. Good work by Alvaro Peterson.
Brathwaite doesn't want to be just fending at those balls outside the off stump. He has been leaving them quite well. That was a pretty half-hearted effort. If you're going to hit the ball, hit it. If you're going to just try and push at the ball, there's no point.
So, Mikey, let's just get into that snicko a little bit. And yes, we can see the two spikes as it goes past into that bat leg. But you're right, there's nothing there. There's something there. Now, that's past the bat in my view. And the spike should be a lot sharper. That can be the spike of his boot, if you like, shuffling by the stump mic at the bottom of the stumps. All sorts of noises can be picked up through the stump mics. It's the real-time snicko. The real-time snicko is supposed to be exactly in time with the ball hitting the bat. That's why it's called real-time.
Now, I think this is a good indication. Now, the umpire's not privy to this, but there's light, certainly, between ball and inside edge. We have that view on our telestrator.
So I think, in essence, what we're all saying up here, and I don't know if you're agreeing with us at home, is that the spikes on the real-time snicko are not happening at the time the ball goes past the bat.
And that should be the definitive thing that you're looking for. If when the ball is by the bat, there is no spike on snicko, it obviously means the ball has not hit the bat. The spike comes after the ball has passed the bat. And it's a microphone, it's picking up a noise. It could be any noise. And that's what you're talking about. You cannot just fend at those balls outside the off stump. He goes. Good catch by Hashamamla. It's a different slips cordon these days. It used to be the likes of Smith and Cullis. It's a different group of guys in the grabbers, and that's a sharp catch.
It is a sharp catch, but he takes it so nonchalantly. I mean, it's low and to his right ankle. Got it.
So it's the end of a pretty good innings. He'll be disappointed, Brathwaite, with that. He's gone for 34. They've lost another one quickly now. 73 for 2.
How often does that happen? Maybe an error in the first dismissal, and then a partnership that looked solid, it looked untroubled, and then suddenly they both gone. Two new men now at the wicket in South Africa, from a position where there would have been a little bit of concern whether Amla was going to have to turn to spin. Is not the case anymore, because the breakthroughs have been made.
One to go.
Okay, so Marlon Samuels has now arrived in the middle. 53 test matches, an average of just a shade under 35 is a little bit low, I guess, for a man of that ability. Got 500s, best of 260, and he's got some serious work to do now for, what do we got, 37 minutes before the lunch break on day 3.
This is Craig Brathwaite again, dismissal. I made mention of the fact that he was just pushing at those balls earlier on. He was a bit fortunate earlier that the ball fell short of second slip. It was a thicker edge, so the bat took more pace off the ball. Going to second slip, it fell short, but a thinner edge now has carried to first slip.
We mentioned earlier today also that occasionally he plays with that angled blade, which might have also attributed to his downfall. 73 for 2.
big work for Marlon Samuels to do as well. Yes, he's been in form as far as one-day cricket is concerned, international one-day cricket, and got some runs in the warm-up game. But the Test match arena hasn't been kind to Marlon Samuels. And there is a lot of responsibility on his shoulders.
Chanderpaul next. Blackwood. Chanderpaul was a magnificent player. Now, if you're perhaps watching this telecast and you haven't seen him bat before, it's a very unique style. He's worked for over 150 Test matches. It's something that he's worked out brilliantly for himself. And he is certainly someone who's performed outstandingly for the West Indies over the years. Right, Dale Steyn now, back into the attack. 5 overs first up, didn't bowl particularly quickly, which surprised me a little bit. Let's see if he can crank it up a little bit more with a couple of wickets now back in the pavilion. Wicket made in that last one from Vernon Philander. Let's look at his Audi performance tracker. Average speed at 132 k's per hour. That's pretty much where he is. Distance covered just under 5 k's. Maximum speed run 25 k's per hour. Heart rate's been a little bit high, 144 beats per minute. That's probably because he wants to send everything upstairs to get looked at. Maximum heart rate, wow, 185. Quick look at Dale Steyn now with his Audi performance tracker. Almost 5 kilometres, 180 beats per minute for his maximum heart rate. Maximum speed run of 27 kilometres per hour. All these details now, Mikey, it's quite extraordinary. Keith Lane's done some sterling work, Mikey. If you were wearing that Audi performance tracker, wonder what the readings would have been, because you bowled 12,680 balls in tests and a run up of 25 metres. That means you ran 317 kilometres.
I don't mind doing that over 12 years. Have some people run 317 kilometres in a couple of years.
And the car breaks down.
Oh, those marathon runners, they do a lot of miles. Well, the West Indies innings is sort of mirroring the South African innings at the very beginning. You know, South Africa got off to a good start, much quicker than the West Indies, of course, but they got into the 50s without losing a wicket. Then they lost 3 quick wickets. West Indies got into the 70s before losing a wicket, and now they have lost 2 quick ones. Can they find a partnership though in the middle order that can give them a substantial total?
Whipped away off the hip.
Well, he's off the mark. Not the most convincing of strokes, but he'll tell you that he had enough control of that shot. There is a man in that direction, but it was well wide of him.
Just an opportunity for me to remind our viewers on Supersport what we're going to be chatting to and about at lunchtime. We've got a class act, a fast bowler of enormous talent. Operation at the moment, Dale Steyn, during the lunch break today. Oh, that's in the air. Oh, and it's dropped just a little bit short. Didn't know too much about that one, Johnson.
Well, we see this often from Dale Steyn. He's at the first session of the Test match. He runs in and bowls around 130. Now he starts to crank it up. 75 for 2.
Let's have a look and see if there's any willow. I think it's certainly a big connection on the shoulder, the human shoulder, that is.
Does that matter?
Philander again. So just to complete what I was saying about lunchtime, Michael Holding in Bishop and Kepler Wessels are going to be joining me out in the middle. We're going to be talking about some of the great West Indies fast bowlers of the past. Likes of Andy Roberts, Joel Garner, Mikey, of course. Malcolm Marshall, Courtney Walsh, Curtly Ambrose, who's here. Kepler's going to be telling us about how difficult it was to play against those boys when they were charging in.
Philander was always the one that the feeling was he would be the most threatening of the South African attack, and the reason being is because of the length that he bowls. At the surface here at Supersport Park, there's been an indication that you needed to be fullish of length, that there was just enough movement, and when you were short, it just sat in the wicket slightly and was easy pickings. And he's the one that has the success so far.
And of course, he's not trying to bowl as fast as, say, Morne Morkel or Dale Steyn, so he can bowl these long spells. This is now his 8th over. 2 maidens as well.
This is quite interesting, the way that Marlon Samuels is playing him at the moment. He's looking at playing for the back foot as often as possible. Now, Vernon Philander, I'm sure right now we're thinking, okay, let me try and get one a little bit straighter here, because his instinct is to really try and get back and let the ball go through to the keeper. The length that Vernon Philander bowls, most batsmen are thinking about rocking onto that front foot rather than the back foot.
There's just a little bit of nip there, isn't there? That one just left Samuels.
You hit that seam, the ball will do something. Perhaps after about 50 overs, that bit of movement will cease, but at the moment, still a bit of a seam there, just into the over number 26.
I know he's a good player, but I don't think he should be playing back to that. That's really full.
Just came back a fraction. Good stuff from Vernon Philander. He's keeping it certainly very tight. 75 for 2. Things have changed a little bit in the last half an hour. Lost a couple of wickets to the West Indies. Here's just look at some recent dismissals in test matches for Marlon Samuels, and just to explain what Vernon Philander was trying to do. Certainly, yes, that 4th stump line is always going to be a test when a batsman first arrives, but you'll notice there's 4 there on the stumps. So that's what he would have been thinking about, trying to get a little bit straighter, particularly the fact that Marlon is looking to play a little bit from the crease, a little bit on the back foot rather than getting forward. So they would have done their homework. So the blokes in the commentary box to take it through to lunch. Kepler Wessels, Sean Pollock and Ian Bishop.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, you're spot on with the assessment of Marlon Samuels. We'll come back to that. Leon Johnson staying round the wicket. Yeah, Marlon has had problems in his last 6 test matches since the India tour last year into New Zealand, and then 1 test against New Zealand in the Caribbean, where he's tended to hang back early in his innings, and he found that particularly the New Zealanders pitched the ball up at him. Southey and Bolton, these guys bowl the fullest length consistently in international cricket in the modern game. Marlon found himself struggling and then out of a test team after the first test in the Caribbean this year. Now, if he gets through that initial period, he starts getting a stride in and becoming more confident. But it's about getting through that initial period, and the guys are definitely going to pitch the ball up at him a lot with subtle changes.
Good opportunity as well from a South African bowling point of view, with the 2 wickets falling and this little spell before lunch with 2 new batsmen at the crease.
Bit of a flirt outside the off stump from Leon Johnson. Your thoughts, Sean, now that you've had the opportunity to sit and watch for over an hour, maybe hour and a half of the bowling?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's been bad. I think the groupings have been good, and we were stressing maybe the point that maybe they could have been a little bit fuller due to the fact that we talked about Samuels, for example. The West Indian batsmen don't get a huge stride forward, so try and bring them out of their crease, try and get them to play from that front foot, and if the ball nips around, you can find the edge, or if it nips back, it can clatter into the stumps. Dale Steyn's decided that they're going to challenge Johnson with a bit of chin music. They might have seen something, I don't know Johnson very well, but maybe in the past he's been out with a few short pitch deliveries. We didn't see much short bowling from the West Indians because the batsmen who were in were cashing in on anything that was banged in short, but you will see Dale Steyn. He likes to be aggressive, likes to push the batsman back and then mix it up with some fuller deliveries.
I agree with Sean's assessment on the bowling. I don't think it's been bad. I think we've got to give credit as well to the way that Brathwaite and Devon Smith applied themselves this morning. I think they came out and had a good plan. They prepared to get stuck in, and shot selection wasn't bad. It was an important partnership. Pity that neither of them was able to go on and convert the starts that they had, but still, they did a good job first thing this morning. Pace from Dale Steyn, definitely better now. Starting to just crank it up a fraction.
See Dale Steyn pushing the limit there where his front foot's landing, which tends to suggest he's running in just a touch harder, trying to generate some good speed.
$75 for 2.
Come on, brave man. The brave one. I stood there for 10 years. Stood there for 10 years. You know?
$75 for 2. West Indies had a good opening stand, a comfortable opening stand between Smith And the Brathwaite, Vernon Philander, has picked up those 2 wickets.
So Samuel's off the mark. I suppose we've got to remember as well, there's been a period of inactivity from the South African bowling unit since coming back from that one-day international tour to New Zealand and to Australia. Dale Steyn played a little bit. He played 1 game in the final of the Ram Slam a week ago. So they'll need a bit of time to get back into it. I think the bowling will get better as the series progresses.
Yeah, Captain, we were actually discussing it off air. Myself and Bish, talking about the fact that they've come back from a one-day and T20 tournaments means your length in general is just that metre shorter, because the batsmen looking to get on the front foot in one-day cricket and be aggressive and maybe pop you over your head every once in a while, as is the modern game. You get grooved into bowling that back of a length rather than that slightly fuller test length.
The other effect that I found was that when you play so much limited overs cricket, everything's happening quickly, and when you come into a test match you need to be more patient as well, and patience is another element that you need to get yourself into that groove and not try to make something happen. And I think that was also a little bit of an ingredient in what I saw earlier.
Yeah, I used to find I love going from test matches to one days, because you've grooved, you've bowled a lot of overs under your belt, and the batsmen now all of a sudden from that same length are looking to come at you, whereas I had to be impatient as a test bowler. I didn't like to give anything away. They often would leave me, and you'd send a lot of balls through to the keeper and feel like you weren't being too effective. And then all of a sudden you just bowl the same deliveries in one-day cricket and they come in at you and they're finding the edge, particularly up front with the new ball. So I did like to personally go from test bowling into a one-day format. It was a little bit more difficult coming the other way.
Leon Johnson made his test debut against Bangladesh earlier this year as an opening batsman on that occasion, which he only did a couple of times in 1 or 2 varieties. Now he's back down to number 3, where he plays the majority of his first-class cricket. And it's an interesting first-class career for me for Johnson. He's been around for quite a while. I think he's only got 2 first-class hundreds. In 55 matches. He's rattled up quite a few 50s, but the conversion rate is something that he needs to get better at, and I don't know. It's a similar pattern with a lot of batsmen back in the Caribbean. I'm not sure what the reason is or how to get it better, but that conversion rate certainly needs altering.
Rish, what are the surfaces like in the Caribbean at this moment in time? I know when I first went there, they were a little bit quicker, and then as we went on tours after that, they tended to slow down, and spinners used to play a huge part in the domestic game. Currently,
they're very slow. That's one of the issues. I like the new professional league that has been formed. Now, there are arguments about its passage there, but I like the concept. The pitches are another aspect that have gotten too slow. If anything, the spinners have come into their own even more, up in the top of those bowling averages every year for Lord knows how long. Spinners are up there, up there, up there. So if you're trying to develop batting techniques, the surfaces need to be a little bit more conducive to stroke play, to judgment, to consistency, and to encourage pace as well, as Mikey Oling said this morning. Surfaces must not encourage mediocrity. 76 for 2. So what we're finding is shown that the batsmen back in the Caribbean, a lot of the guys at the last round of first-class cricket since the initial West Indies team came here, only one guy of all the batsmen in 3 rounds averaged above 35 with a bat. Of those left back in the Caribbean, Narsingh Deonarayan is the only batsman available in first-class cricket in the Caribbean who is not here, who averages actively more than 35.
So will he be coming as the replacement?
It's a good conversation you bring up. Do you just go for the next guy high up in the aggregate? He's played a few test matches before. He's been around nursing, and he hasn't quite done as well as he would like. But he has 2 first-class hundreds this year. He's right up there. I'm not sure who else is close to him, if any. Or do you, in my mind, say, okay, we've tried that guy. I know Smith is here as well, in different same category. Do you go to nursing just based on those statistics, or do you identify a younger guy who doesn't have the volume of runs, but you look at him and you say, come back to that? Good delivery, sharp. Or do you say, look at a young guy whose technique you're thinking in 3 years' time or 4 years' time, we feel that this young guy is going to develop into something that we can get a long-term value out of, even though right now his statistics aren't good. So that's the tough decision for the selection panel.
Well, for me, I mean, I don't know the personnel involved, but I would say don't bring a youngster to South Africa to face the #1 bowling unit in the world when he's a debutant. Rather wait and let him make his debut back home where he can be comfortable with surroundings. He knows the conditions, and he gives it a period where he can maybe just settle himself in and then build a foundation for the future. I think this is a big challenge. So I would say, for me, bring someone who's got a little bit more experience.
Bish, I would say as well that in years gone by, some of the West Indian players on the fringes of breaking into the West Indian side used to go and spend quite a bit of time in county cricket as a finishing school. Now that, for different reasons, doesn't really happen anymore, so that would be a disadvantage as well, I would think, because a lot of those players went there, refined their skills, got into the West Indian side and had brilliant careers.
I'll also just throw a name out there. I've come across a person called Dwayne Bravo, who's not the worst in the world. Can bowl a few overs as well, maybe. Throw him into the equation.
Nice shot from Johnson, very controlled. Does it get to the boundary? Touch and go? No, fielder gets there. Yeah, and on Kepler's point, yes, historically that is what has happened in terms of assisting some of the development. It's not the whole picture, but it's part of what has happened. But I think we have to become more self-sufficient now. We can't just say, well, that era has gone and all hope is lost. So we now, with our professional league in the Caribbean, have to get the right coaches, have to get the right pitches, have to get guys preparing professionally. Bring our own level of professionalism to our domestic setups and be self-sufficient. Don't depend on outside influence. He's done that a couple of times, Johnson.
Good to see he's keen to get back for the second. Other batsmen might just have settled for one and watched the next few deliveries be bowled from the non-striker's end. He's coping all right. This is difficult. It's Dale Steyn. He's the #1 bowler in the world. This gets a little bit big on him, but he manages to maneuver the ball over the short leg. Rolls the wrist, so not badly played. Punched it nasty off the back foot, didn't he, the delivery before. He had a lot of short deliveries that had gone over his head, but when he got one that he could get a hold of, he played a nice shot, so he's grown in confidence.
Dale Steyn's front foot very close to that front line, so he's testing the umpire. Sean Pollock referred to that before, that last delivery as well. Very, very close.
Played that well, played that more confidently. A square leg had been instituted, but it wasn't a lob this time. It was a full-blooded pull.
Yeah, very good. That's from Johnson. He would have expected a short delivery, but he still have to deal with it. Look how he's done. He's rolled the wrists. He's got it behind square. There's the field that Bishop was referring to. He'll take a lot of confidence from this. He needs to just watch the ball, though, this next delivery. Don't try and second-guess what Dale Steyn's going to do. We've got one more ball left in the over. Don't try and get too smart. Just watch ball, play ball.
Man at square leg is now right back on the boundary. Now he's punched this one beautifully through cover. I don't think he timed it perfectly.
Well, it's good batting. The pull shot followed by a convincing shot off the back foot. 29 gone, 88 for 2.
Winning. Yeah. Got it. Willie, how many down? One. Yellow.
There we have a look at Dale Stein's speeds from the Audi speed stick. And you can see he's cranked it up. When he gets that new ball in his hand, often he just looks for a little bit of control. He knows that there's plenty going to happen. The ball's going to shape for him. Once it pitches, it's probably going to nip around. But now this spell has been about, okay, well, let's up the ante just a touch. Let's get out a little bit quicker, a few short deliveries. And then you can see a faster average. And his fastest delivery is 4 kilometers an hour quicker. Great ability to shift through the gears, as Dale Steyn.
2 legs. Yeah, 2 legs.
It's worked again once again. Bish now talking about surfaces. Oh, that's calamity for the Proteas. Dale Steyn throws it. It clears David de Villiers, who had made his way to the stumps, but there was no one backing up. De Villiers could do nothing. It was well over his head, and unfortunately that means 5 goes against the figures of Morne Morkel. There we see it. It's well over. Robin Peterson tries to make ground, but doesn't get anywhere near it, and there it goes. So 5 runs to the West Indies.
That is such a bonus from a batting point of view, particularly early on in your innings. So untidy. Hashimamba wouldn't be happy with that at all.
Going back to the pitches, Bish. The best one I played was in Montserrat. That is the volcanic island, isn't it? Just making sure I'm getting my facts straight here. I think we played, I don't think it was a President's 11. Robin Peterson decides to hold on to that one, because if he let it go and went to the boundary, might have a Morne Morkel in his ear again. I think it was a Prime Minister's 11 or a Board 11. And it was one of those old-fashioned West Indian surfaces where you got there, it was like a sheen to it. You could almost see your reflection. And it wasn't the biggest ground, and the keeper was almost 3/4 of the way back to the boundary, but it was beautiful. Carry, pace, bounce.
And I take it you got wickets there. That's why it was such a good
I played
pitch.
as a batsman. I actually played as a batsman. I don't think I did. I don't think we had to get many. It was just the pitch, you know. It's not nothing to do with my performance. It was just nice to see it. Pinged off. It's like Malcolm used to talk about some of the surfaces they used to come across. Another one in Barbados was the practice ground. It was called the police ground, I think. We practiced there on a couple of occasions. Tino Best, it was the first time I came across him as a youngster, coming as a net bowler, charging in at all the South African batsmen, peppering them with short deliveries.
Was that just a general strategy for the net bowlers to try and hit the touring side? Because we had that every time, especially when the net's on the outfield, a little bit dodgy, and then they just like charging. Was that a common strategy? Was it planned?
If it was above my level. That would have been a management issue. Nice shot from Johnson. He's looking in good shape and good balance and very positive, as has been the case with the 2 guys before him.
Yeah, difficult to control the length sometimes for Morne Morkel when you go after a drive to try and keep it down, and it doesn't matter this time because there's no one in the covers. So he's definitely finding his feet. He had a beautiful punch off the back foot in the previous over that got him going, and then executed a good pull shot against Dale Steyn, and then he got the bonus of those 5 runs through an overthrow. And he feels like he's almost hit a purple patch. The feet don't really get across, but there's no need for it. Bats comes through in a good direction, executes, goes over the top, and he's quickly to 22.
Oh, that's ill-directed and might run away for 4. Leg bye is being signalled by the umpire, Billy Bowden.
So I've got a bowling question for you two. Morne Morkel. When we talk about, as 100 comes up for the West Indies, good effort by them this morning. They've looked pretty sound. We talk about his length all the time. So under certain circumstances, that back of the length that he bowls, that we always talk about, is very effective. But on other surfaces or different conditions, he needs to pitch the ball up. And when he tries to pitch the ball up, it's not happening. Why?
Let lunch, we'll speak to Morne and get back to you, Kepler, if that's all right. Edged and over the slip cordon. Another boundary to end the over. Expensive over for South Africa, 18 from it. And the score moves to 106 for 2.
Probably rushed that shot a little bit, but it's the advantage of the tall bowler suddenly pitching one up.
There's the session. The 2 wickets have helped South Africa, but has been quite expensive. 106 runs from the 30 overs. Yeah, Kepler, your point is you need to be grooved in being able to hit the top of off stump. And I think when he bowls in the nets to the fellow bowler, batsman in his team, he probably is hitting that back of a length and maybe his front foot just slightly over the line. I personally would get him for 3 weeks just to hit the top of off, make a device that fits onto the top of off that I've shown Bish, which is a bit of a cushion. Just make sure he hits that and do 3 weeks of no batsman involved. So it's like if you're changing a golf swing. I'm into golf now, so I'm always making that analogy that way. But if you're trying to groove something, you need to do it for a period of time. And you can't just go back into a game after one net session. You need to do it for like 3 weeks, and you'll feel like you can hit that length consistently without having to think.
So then that device that you're putting on top of off stump will force him to bowl a slightly fuller length if he wants to hit that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because he'll have to work out what length he has to hit in order to hit the top of off.
And I fully endorse Sean. We spoke about that on air in an earlier stint, and we also spoke about it off air. And when you start trying to do something new as a batsman or as a bowler, it feels difficult. It feels strange. It's like because the free hit came in, bowlers started pulling their front foot back as a measure of safety, maybe another 6 inches to a foot behind the crease. And the first time you do that, you think, I'm bowling about 3 yards behind. But you do it for a week and a half, and suddenly it feels normal after that. And that is the simple adjustment I think Morne Morkel needs to practice and work at with his length. Great length. That is where the South African bowlers have records at the moment. This early in his innings is staying back.
Yeah, no foot movement, and the ball shapes away beautifully from Dale Steyn as well. Full in length. There we can see it nowhere near the pitch of it, just pushes his bat at it, and his feet move after the ball's already gone past the bat. Feet in the toilet, it's referred to as every once in a while, and that's the small bowl. Doesn't get out of the small bowl. There we see it. In fact, his front foot ends up moving backwards as he's looking to make contact. Another example, Bish, is trying to go wider on the crease. When as a bowler, they say to you, well, just bowl from wider on the crease or closer to the stumps. It's like you try and you think, oh, that one must have been like almost on off stump, and they show you the replay and you're still a half a metre away. But probably for the batsman, it would be something similar to if you've taken guard as leg stump all your career, and now they want you to go and bat on middle stump or middle and off. It'll be very unusual. But he offers so much, and the height, the pace. You just want him to be more effective more often, I think.
Well, what it will do for Morne Morkel is it will improve his strike rate if he assesses conditions quickly and adapts his length to the conditions that he faces on any given day. It will really up his strike rate. Sometimes he gets frustrated, looks at Dale Steyn the other end, he's knocking people over. Vernon Philander does the same. He comes in, bowls well, bowls economically, but the wickets are just not coming.
without harbouring the point, and we don't want his parents and wife to be on him about commentators on your case. The funny thing is, if you bowl back of a length, it takes away LBW and bowled, unless the guy drags it on. So all you're relying on is getting caught behind. So it takes away some of your modes of dismissal, and it just makes sense that you want to give yourself the best chance.
Full of length again, and Marlon Samuel still trapped in the crease for the moment. 108 for 2. But I think a lot of what happens on commentary, and people don't know your personality and your character because they don't know you, but they're hearing what you're saying. And I think too much of it, I suppose, with some justification at times, is taken as criticism. But I think it sometimes, I can speak to the two guys next to me, whenever we speak, it's analyzing, assessing, and actually as a player, we might be able to shed some light on something and saying, well, this is the mistake he's making, but if he conquers this, he can get better and be a better player. So it's not criticism for being critical's sake.
Yeah, I think it also goes down to the fact that once your career is finished, you end up regrouping and looking back at what you achieved and what you could have achieved and the lessons you learned, and thinking, for myself, I mean, I used to think maidens were, you know, such a catchword for me. How many maidens can I bowl? How many can I group together? I probably, if I went back, I would look to be a little bit fuller and maybe get driven every once in a while through the covers in order to try and pick up a few more wickets myself. So, yeah, it's a valid point. As players, you self-assess and you always want to try and improve. And I mean, if I walk into a hotel, I think, how could this hotel be better? Or if we work onto a golf course, how would they improve the standard of the golf course? It's not just a mindset that I've got towards certain bowlers. You're looking at what a change could make a positive impact, and I just feel it would help Morne Morkel get more wickets. He must be being frustrated at beating the bat all the time and not picking up or getting the rewards he should be getting.
One.
Nicely played again by Johnson. So he's going well. He's on 27 now with 36 deliveries and 3 boundaries. He's looked nice and solid at number 3.
Yeah, 12:30, so lunch. This will be the last over of first session of the day.
West Indies will be happy with the way they've batted, with the way they've applied themselves this morning. So that's the length that Morne Morkel likes to bowl. It was well played by Marlon Samuels. He kept his eye on the ball and he dropped his gloves. So that is good technique.
And therefore, from Samuel's point of view, from a batting perspective, I know bowling to a guy like that, what he would do if he continues just dropping his hands and leaving it is force me to bowl fuller, take me out of my comfort zone. If I didn't want to bowl fuller, I'd be forced to, because he's leaving the ball so very well. Gets one right up onto Midland leg and turns it away for 1. So an interesting morning, the West Indies. I like all that I saw of the West Indies batting so far. Devon Smith, some consternation as to whether it was a correct decision to give him out. Craig Brathwaite, so promising signs with Johnson here as well, but they've got to make a good fist of it. Ouch.
You'd be grateful that it's lunch soon. You can go and get a nice ice pack on that area to make sure it doesn't bruise too badly. And the first thing he'll remember in the morning will be this delivery. As he wakes up and rolls over in the bed, that'll be sore.
Not pleasant. Just around where that floating rib is. Bowlers love this one.
Kepler Vessels wouldn't have flinched. Bowlers show no sign of pain.
Just eye contact.
I don't know about that. He might have gone to hospital. I mean, I had a game I played against him where he flinched. No, he was a tough man, was Kepler. In fact, I broke his finger and he carried on batting. So that'll be lunch. Billy Bowden flicks the bails off and the players will head for the dressing rooms. South Africa will be happy at the fact that they've picked up 2 wickets, but I think the West Indies would be the ones who would be happier after the session. 110 on the board, the openers played well. The experience of Marlon Samuel still at the crease. Vernon Philander, he was key for South Africa, picked up the 2 wickets. As he always does, he tends to bowl beautiful length and was very effective once again.
110 in the session for the West Indies, lost a couple of wickets. I think given that coming into this tour, you would have thought maybe the batting would be the thing they need to get right. They'll take a lot of positives out of the session. Would have been hoping for it better on the wicket side, but 100 for 2, 110 for 2 is not bad against the #1 team in the world playing at home. Leon Johnson not out on 27, Samuels on 6. First to go was Devon Smith. Somewhat controversially, I suppose, from some points of view, given out caught behind. 35, he looked good, shaped well against the pace, and Craig Brathwaite made 34 as well before he nicked one outside the line of the off stump. A good one. First wicket, partnership of 72 was good. It was solid against the new ball, would always have been a test, and an ongoing of 37 between Johnson and Samuels.
Now, the bowling was decent. There was some good grouping. Unfortunately, I think the South Africans would probably feel they could have been a touch fuller. Vernon Philander, the man who had success, 2 wickets for 19. He bowled a nice full length and played his part for the captain, Hashim Amla. Dale Steyn was aggressive at times. Kyle Abbott bowled with some control. And Morne Morkel had a few of the people jumping in the crease, but only the 2 wickets and 110 on the board.
So this is the position of the match. South Africa declared yesterday just before the rains came at 552 for 5. Amla 208, De Villiers 152 and Van Sale 101. West Indies 110 for 2 in response, and they're still trailing by 442 runs. So it's a good cricket surface. The match is keenly contested. We'll take a break and come back with more.
To sort it.
Thank you.
It took ages to sort it, and they came back down and made him change his decision to out. But remember, we don't have hotspot.
On what evidence?
On Snicker.
Welcome back, everybody, to Supersport Park. That's a look at the surface that these two teams, South Africa and West Indies, are competing on. It's lunchtime, and there are a few pitch gazers, but also they're attracted by a few of our team who are out there. I can see Ian Bishop and Mikey Holding out there. Kepler Wessels is there as well, along with Mike Hazeman. They'll be talking about great West Indian fast bowlers, which will be an interesting topic. You can get involved as well on social media, on WeChat, Supersport TV, on Twitter, at Supersport TV, and on Facebook, Supersport. So send us your questions. We'll have a look to see what you think. Perhaps send us your opinions as well, and we can see what you think about the fast bowlers of old, as it were. You can add the new ones in as well. A couple of gentlemen alongside. Before we get to that, we're going to have a look at what's gone on in the session just gone by. Robin Jackman and Ashwell Prince are those two gentlemen. Jackers, your impressions, first of all, on that opening partnership by the West Indies.
Yeah, they played very well, both of them. And I think everybody, as we said, I think the three of us were working the same half hour when I mentioned that everyone who came into the ground this morning, including us, I guess, were looking to see the new ball swing a little bit and fly through to the keeper. Play and miss. There was an early shout here for Philander, but unsuccessful when they went upstairs. And the pitch didn't seem to have a great deal in it, and it played nicely, as Ash has been saying all along. Best days to bat here, day 2 and 3, and it certainly looks that way.
Absolutely. They'll be slightly disappointed though, both of them, getting out in the 30s. Nice start. Obviously a combination, I would also say, with South Africa not quite hitting their length that they would have liked this morning, and Vernon Philander in his second spell hitting a much better length and therefore picking up a couple of wickets.
With all that having gone by, where are we, Jackers? What do you reckon?
We're at Supersport Park.
That's
Friday
nice,
afternoon. I don't think this is done and dusted by a long way yet. And either way, I think the pitch is looking particularly handy to bat on right now. This four-pronged pace attack hasn't looked as threatening as perhaps they thought it might be when they picked it, hoping obviously to win the toss. I think South Africa might regret not having a change of pace and having a spinner. But this side, this bowling side, can walk out there after lunch and get 2 more quickly, and the West Indies will be in some trouble then. They might struggle to get, 250. So it's a game of cricket. It can go either way. But right now, they played well. They've also scored at a decent rate. I know it was a longer session than normal. It was extra half hour, but they've got over 100 in the session. They've looked comfortable.
The similarities in terms of the way that South Africa started and got a partnership together at the top, and then the way that the West Indies started as well, a partnership at the top, but then the two batsmen getting out. You say disappointed. How will it affect those that must come next in terms of starting all over again and having to do the hard yards once again as the West Indies?
Well, every new batsman come to the crease with his own sort of confidence levels and his own securities or positivity about his game. So, and you're coming up against the best bowling attack in the world, or seam bowling attack in the world. So when you get to the crease, and if for some of them it will be the first time against South African bowling attack, they'll have to take the time and settle themselves in, calm their nerves, etc., which the first two did very well. Therefore, for me, they'll be disappointed. Also, with the South African two opening batsmen, they got off to nice starts, but assisted by the West Indies giving them some easier boundaries to get away with, whereas these two actually grafted nicely, got themselves in, and they actually should feel more disappointed because they were both in for a while, probably an hour, over an hour, hour and a half at the crease, and then both getting out. So the other guys getting in, they will have to come and face this best bowling attack in the world and get to a level where they can start feeling comfortable to get runs. But obviously we also still have the likes of Chanderpaul to come in. He's seen and done it all before.
Yeah, strength in that middle order, certainly. Okay, for an assessment of the bowling, interesting from Sean Pollock, who took the new ball himself for many years and highest wicket taker in Test match cricket for South Africa. He's at the Samsung touchscreen. Polly, what have you got?
Pom, you always hear us talking about length. What length should the bowlers be bowling on certain surfaces and to different batsmen? But at the end of the day, it always goes down to a very simple game plan. Every bowler wants to try and hit the top of off stump. So let's have a look at analysis. We've had 4 South Africans operating today, and we're going to have a look at their deliveries that they've bowled, and we're going to show you, one of them is going to show you where the perfect length for him is to, in order to end up on the top of off stump. Kyle Abbott, here's his pitch map that he's pitched so far to the left-handers in this innings. He bowled a couple from over the wicket, and you'll see there, it comes in, that's where it pitches to end up at the top of off stump. So if we work out that that's his ideal length, he's actually bowled a good percentage of his deliveries full enough in order to bring the batsman onto the front foot. So in general, you would say with 38% in good, further forward than that one that went on to hit off stump, he's been pretty good. He's mixed it up with a few short deliveries. Unfortunately for him, it hasn't worked out. Those have gone for boundaries. We go to Morne Morkel. He's the next example. We've got a bit of a technical glitch here. Let's see if we press play, whether it changes anything. Okay, let's go back. Let's have a look. Click on him again. It's flashing. It's got a stalling. There we go. Okay, it's working out a little bit better. The one that's supposed to be pulsating is that one on the full length. You can see Morne Morkel in general to the right hand is he's been a little bit too short. So unfortunately for him, the length hasn't been full enough to drag them full. There's been nothing in the full department. Hasn't picked up a wicket. Vernon Philander, let's hope for this one works okay. Nice and full. He's been the guy who's brought about the most success. He had the one wicket of the left-hander. But in general, because he's a shorter chap, he can be a little bit shorter than the other guys. He can maybe hit around 6.5, 7 meters, and his deliveries will still end up on the top of off. He's bowled 31 deliveries, percentage of the deliveries have been fuller, and that's why he's been the one who's been asking the most questions. If you've seen him, he's been in and around there. There's been appeals every once in a while. He's been up, It's been, things have been happening for him. He's had a few LBW shouts, even one that was reviewed and gone upstairs. Dale Steyn to left-handers. We're going to have a look at him coming round the wicket. And you're going to see his delivery, because also being a short man, if he perches it around 6 meters, those balls go on to hit the top of off stump. He's at 32%. A lot of these ones to the short deliveries have been to the new batsman who's come to the crease, where he's trying to pepper him with a few short deliveries. But in general, his length's been pretty good. So the key of it is that with the different height of the bowlers, you've got Morne Morkel 6'6", Vernon Philander maybe only 5'9". The perfect length for them, or where they're going to hit off stump, is different. And they have to adapt to each surface they come across and each batsman they play against. I think Vernon, out of all 4, has done it the best. We can expect them maybe to be a touch short because they've come out of one-day cricket where you want to be back of a length. But in general, they're starting to feel their way into this test match. And I think after lunch, we'll get a better performance from them and maybe a slightly fuller length.
Yeah, thanks, Sean. And I was actually, as he was going along there, I was thinking one-day cricket, and that's what they've been playing, isn't it? And the adjustment thereof. And Jackers, I'll speak to you about this and get your thoughts when they say get fuller. You think you are getting fuller, and they're saying get even fuller, and it feels like you're just going to be putting it too far in front. A difficult adjustment to make.
Yeah, it's a mindset, isn't it? In limited overs cricket, obviously you want to get wickets, but if you don't get any wickets, don't get scored off. And if you work, so your mindset is I mustn't be scored off. If you bowl a maiden, you walk away like a superhero. You know, in Test cricket, or the longer form of the game, your job is actually to get people out, and that's not quite so simple. When you haven't played an awful lot, I mean, they haven't even played any first-class cricket, these guys, so they haven't had any decent bowling spells. The longest bowling spell any of them bowled recently is probably 4 or 5 overs, max, sometimes only 3. And that's not an easy way just to walk out of the nets and walk out there and get the length right straight away. That's why I thought Polly was very wise in what he said at the end there, that he expects that after lunch, a little bit of analysis, a chat with Alan Donald, that they'll come out and they're feeling their way into this test match. So it could be very different this afternoon.
Ash, is that what we're talking about when we say rust, or at least a part of what we're talking about when we say guys might be rusty in a certain format?
Absolutely. I mean, as a batsman, from a batsman's point of view, I don't think I could ever go into a test match without playing a first-class match before a test match. That is a personal preference. Other guys would probably prefer rest if they had been playing other forms of cricket. But as a batsman, I would like to at least play one first-class match, hopefully get 2 innings in the match, and I would feel more comfortable and prepared, you know, in terms of your concentration, getting back to your disciplines of when to play at balls and when to leave balls, and, you know, play straighter and play later. Game plan that you would use more in
longer format of the game rather than shorter 20-20 or 50-over formats.
Okay, well, that's what's happened in the first session. We'll talk about what's to come in session number 2, how either side are going to look to try and move this game forward. A lot of cricket to be played, is what Robin Jackman said. It is a batsman's game, but today we're talking great fast bowlers, and yes, they're exciting to watch. They were, certainly those from the West Indies. A few gentlemen downstairs. I'm not going to call anyone a wise man again, as I did before. Hazy, take it away.
Thanks, Pom. It's quite simple. The first thing you think about when you think about the West Indies teams of yesteryear, the brilliance that they brought, the excellence they brought to the international game, is you think about those fast bowlers. I've got one great fast bowler alongside me, Michael Holding, Ian Bishop, who was certainly being lined up and talked about as joining that bunch, but of course he suffered some back fractures, 3 in fact, throughout his career, so unfortunately didn't fulfill his potential due to injury. And Kepler Wessels also, who spent his entire career, I think, just fighting him off. That was the bottom line. But before we get to Kepler, he's going to give us some demonstrations, and we're also going to look at some videos of these guys in action. I want to go to Mikey just to set the scene as to how it all came about that suddenly the West Indies had this fearsome foursome.
First of all, people have got to remember the tour of 1975-76 when the West Indies went down there and got hammered. We got beaten 5-1. I don't think the 5-1 was a true reflection of the difference in the two teams, but the fast bowlers that Australia had hammered us and beat us properly. We then went back to the West Indies and played against India in the Caribbean. We went to Trinidad, and when we went to Trinidad, and those days even before that year, everyone said when you go to Trinidad you pick your spinners. So Clive picked 3 spinners. We declared against India, gave them over 400 and odd runs to win, and then knocked it off quite comfortably with the 3 spinners. And I think after that test match, Lloydie decided, listen, the spinners didn't do it in Trinidad where they say spinners should do it. We have some fast bowlers. We'll use the fast bowlers under all circumstances. These guys are good enough to get the job done, and from then on he looked to find the fast bowlers. It didn't come to fruition properly until after World Series cricket, when we went back into traditional cricket in 1979-80. But even when we went to England in 76, there were a lot of fast bowlers there. We had a couple of spinners in the squad as well, but they didn't really play much. And from there on we picked as many fast bowlers as we could possibly find. And the 4-prong pace attack that we initially started with, that got the job done. And of course we had a lot of great fast bowlers who came through afterwards.
And just give me the names of the 4 yourself, of course.
The original 4 were Andy Roberts, who was the leader of the pack, myself, Colin Croft and Joel Garner. A lot of people have forgotten a little bit about Colin Croft because he left the scene a little bit early, but he was a part of the original 4.
Not too many smiles in that bunch, that's for sure.
No, and especially from Andy Roberts. He never smiled at anyone.
Exactly. Besh, now, obviously you were watching all this develop, obviously, and this must have been very exciting for you as someone who wanted to bowl quickly and, of course, did bowl quickly for the West Indies.
Absolutely. I remember more from the start of the 80s. I was a little bit too young to appreciate World Series cricket and stuff. And when I was a teenager coming through, I think 14, 15, I started off as a batsman. They used to call me Jeff Boycott in school.
Opening batsman.
I didn't realize how bad that was until I got older. Anyway, and the West Indies were #1 in the world. Great fast bowling, great batsmen. And it wasn't until I started suddenly getting a little bit taller that I started bowling off spin first and then a little medium pace. And I remember going into the Queen's Park Savannah with my mates, trying to run in like Michael Holding, gather like Joel Garner, and follow through like Colin Croft. So we combined everything. And then as I got older, I started to formulate my own action, but based on little bits and pieces of these great fast bowlers.
We're going to look at some stats in a sec. Before we get to that, before we get to that, actually no, let's have a look at it now. And Besh, just take us through some of these names. I mean, there's what a list of great fast bowlers.
Well, I mean, Courtney Walsh, obviously, I played with a lot, and he captained me. He started off with Mikey as a very young man in Australia. Curtly Ambrose, who I bowled the new ball with. To me, he was the best of the two, and that's not a lot to separate them. I just thought he was more accurate. Malcolm Marshall, I stood under his feet the first time I got into the West Indies team, and to me the most complete fast bowler that I had the pleasure of operating with. And of course Lance Gibbs, Mikey's time, not mine.
And he was a spinner.
But to get 300 wickets as a spinner, I thought that was a phenomenal effort. At one time, the world record holder.
Something to do with the blokes the other end as well, maybe. I know Lance was extremely talented, but gee, you know.
No, don't let him hear you saying that. All his own work. The other guys benefited from him.
Kepler, let's just move on to you. and talk about how difficult it was with you facing the guys that Mikey and Ian are in.
Well, from a
referring to.
batting point of view, that was a challenge as a batsman for our era. You wanted to succeed against the West Indies, which is very difficult. It was an examination of your technique, of how brave you were, and how hard you could concentrate and work for your runs.
In which order?
Well, I think you couldn't really separate that order. You had to be brave because you had to accept that if you're going to bat for 4 hours, you're going to get hit. So you had to have the attitude, I'd rather get hit than get out. If you didn't have that attitude, you're going to have a problem. Technically, you had to find a way. No one had the perfect technique, but you had to find a way that worked. And I also think that you had to play with an attacking mindset. If you just try to play the survival game, put your body on the line, you bat well for an hour and a half, you get a really good run, you're out for 15. Because fields were so attacking, if you had an attacking mindset and you try to use every scoring opportunity in your area that you could maximise, then that helped.
Okay, now, the other thing, there was no respite. I mean, once you saw these guys off and you batted for an hour or maybe 2 hours or 3 hours or 4, there was no respite. You blokes kept coming all the time.
Well, very occasionally there was a Roger Harper or maybe a fourth bowler who's a spinner, but generally 4 of the big boys. Yeah.
Who was the toughest for you?
Well, they're all tough, they're all brilliant, and that's what made them so good, because they had a varied attack. They all brought something different to the table. The one that got me out the most, probably Joel Garner.
Okay, we've got some footage of Joel. Just talk us through this and just talk through how difficult it is.
Well, different if you're left-handed to a right-hander. From a right-hander's point of view, he just angled it in and then got the one to straighten, which was tough. From a left-hander's point of view, he was always going across you. And when he took the new ball, he bowled very quickly at times as well. So you had to leave well. He didn't give you much to hit at all. And you generally, as I said, be able to cover your off-stump and try and play from there and utilise the odd scoring opportunity that you got.
And that extra bounce.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. Can I just say that I faced one ball from Joel Garner in my career. He was retiring, one ball at the end of the match, Haseman, and I stood there. And as he released the ball, I swear to whoever that he would reach out and drop the ball in front of me. He is the hugest man that I've ever come across.
Yeah. Massive, 6'9". Yeah. Kepler, just take up your stance very briefly. Let's have a quick look at, and just give us a demonstration or two as to what you would look to do right at the start of an innings against the West Indies.
Well, from a left-hander's point of view, you used to try and get onto off stump, and if it was short, drop my gloves. That was very important, and try and watch the ball all the way. So if it was going across me, it was quite easy to leave. If you got any width, then try and use the cut shot, because that was a one scoring opportunity. The difficult part was if it was in that area and it came into that zone, because then it's very difficult to get your body or your gloves out the way. Sometimes you just had to take it. But generally my game plan was to try and leave. If I got anything to cut, to try and cut there. Unlikely event that anything was pitched up, there was hardly any fielders in front there. Try and knock it down straight, and then later on in the innings, when the ball got a bit older, maybe get brave and take on the odd hook shot.
So you played against all these guys we're going to be looking at today. You obviously played for them at Sussex, played against them at Sussex. You also played against them at World Series, played against them in Australia and also South Africa. Yeah, so I mean, for me, it was an honour to play against all of them. It was a real test of what you could bring to the party as a batsman, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. Terrific.
What he has forgotten to tell you though, or maybe he's purposely leaving it out, is that big right leg of his that he used to push down the wicket with a reinforced right pad.
That's what my knee's gone, mate.
Ian, I want to talk to you now about Michael Holding. I know as you were growing up, this is one guy you watched very closely.
Yeah, and look, I had the benefit as well. Mikey has been a mentor to me, not only from my playing days, but also when I got into the media. A lot of it is because of Mikey and just the smoothness of Mikey's action. And my one regret is that when I started watching cricket, he had already started to cut his run down, and I got very little of the long, elegant, flowing run that he had. And very, very quiet, and the smoothness of the action, and a very high action at that. I remember, unfortunately, a lot of the 1983 World Cup as well. But Mikey was just great, fluency, and one of the great benefits I had was he got me to play under him or with him at Derbyshire County Cricket Club. My first stint in county cricket, Mikey was the reason I went to Derbyshire, and I served with him for a season, and that taught me a lot about professionalism. So he has been a great mentor to me. And just briefly, Mikey, just tell us a bit about Bish, because some of the viewers won't know how good Bish was, and if it wasn't for injury.
Well, the first time I saw Ian Bishop bowl was in Jamaica. He was bowling for Trinidad. I wasn't playing in the game, and I saw this young man running in from the George Headley stand in. Slight gradient, and he just kept on striding over that slight gradient as if it was nothing. There was nothing there. And when he released the ball, I sat down and I said to myself, hell, that is quick. but not just quick. He got the ball to move away from the right-hander naturally, without even thinking about it. That was his natural delivery. Unfortunately, then started to get some back problems later on in his career. But Mike, I don't know if you got the statistics there, but Bish is one of the quickest men to 100 test wickets.
That's correct, yes.
And then he started having his problems. You know, a lot of batsmen will be very happy that Ian Bishop got those problems in his career, because if he did not, he would have hurt a lot of people, not just physically, but mentally. Because it's not just about hitting people and hurting them physically. Mentally, you can scar people with your pace and the ability that you have to bowl. And look at him, look how big that man is.
Yep.
It wouldn't have taken too much for him to bowl for a very long time and to bowl as quickly as he did, because he was fit, he was strong.
I wasn't always this big.
But Bish,
you're always that tall, though.
3 fractures at the back, 3 separate occasions, spaced out.
Yeah, 2 separate. One in, I think, 1991, and then one in 92, 93. And again, Mikey worked with me through some of those issues after 1992, 93. And in trying to copy a lot of his action growing up, I found myself sort of mixing it a little bit. And I think the workload in combination with a slightly mixed action contributed a little bit to those stress factors.
Okay. Yeah, he mixed my action with Crafty, and it didn't quite work.
I think we've got a question upstairs. Palm, I think you want to ask a question?
2-pronged question. First, and it's to Mikey and Bish. First of all, you guys coming through the system, and Bish talking about seeing you, Mikey. Perhaps you, and I've chatted to you before, not seeing too many people coming through the ranks, as it were, as you were growing up. What about what's happened as time has gone along with others being developed as well? That's the first part of the question to do with cricket. And number 2, I'm very interested in your hairstyles of back then. I would like to know about those and whether Bish was copying you as he came onto the scene as well.
Well, Bish said he was copying me to a certain degree. He was just copying the run-up. And I would advise any young man, yes, you want to copy a few things that you see that you think may work properly, but at the same time, you have got to develop your own action, as he did later on. As far as young fast bowlers are concerned now, Pammy, I don't think as many people are playing cricket in the Caribbean now as they played years gone by. There are a lot of other activities now, so it's not a matter that the fast bowlers aren't around, but perhaps they're just not playing cricket. If you look back to 1988, Curtly Ambrose made his debut in 1988 for the West Indies. Curtly Ambrose did not play a lot of cricket before 1988. Curtly Ambrose was playing basketball. Someone saw him, 6'7" or something like that, and said, well, you should be a fast bowler. But Curtly Ambrose decided, yes, I'll be a fast bowler, because he saw the success of the West Indian fast bowlers. No one in the Caribbean now is looking at the success of the current West Indian fast bowlers and saying to themselves, I want to be part of that. And that is the problem. It's like monkey see, monkey do. If you see something that is being successful, you want to try and copy it, you want to try and emulate it. That's not happening at the moment. And plus, added to the fact that not as many people are playing cricket.
Kepler, I want to ask you about Malcolm Marshall, considered an absolute diamond.
Yeah. When he first started playing, he was very quick. He ran in quickly, he had a skiddy action, and he was all aggression, and that fitted very well into that experienced bowling lineup. Later on, he became more skillful, started to swing the ball, started to bowl a lot differently, but he was just a world-class act.
I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, what were your views of Malcolm when you saw him?
Malcolm, just the acceleration of the run as I saw him before I joined the West Indies cricket team, the open-chested action and the quick arm was something, that was another aspect later on that was part of my development as well, because I could bowl off a short run in the nets and just with a quick arm get the ball down there. And of course, later on when I started playing with Malcolm, Malcolm taught me a lot about angles. Standing at mid-off and he was bowling, he would say, go to your left or go to your right for this ball. And almost automatically the ball will be hit straight to you. Fantastic cricket brain.
We can't go much further without talking about Courtney Walsh as well. I mean, Courtney's been special for a long, long time.
A very long time, and that was the thing about Courtney Walsh. That was Courtney Walsh's strength. He could bowl for long spells. As we know, his career went a very long time, and he was not a medium pacer. He bowled quickly, but at the same time, he did a lot of training. Courtney Walsh was from a young man at Melbourne, because we both are members of Melbourne Cricket Club in Jamaica. He worked hard at his fitness, worked hard at his core strength, and of course his legs that has to carry you in when you're running in. And he had a lot of ability. Courtney Walsh bowled pretty wide on the crease, but he could get the ball still to straighten from that wide angle that he delivered from. And Courtney Walsh, as we have seen his record, so many wickets over so many years. Fantastic bowler.
And Kepley had a guy at the other end as well, who's here with the West Indies now, Kirtley, who also provided some issues.
Well, absolutely. I mean, he was always a handful, and he just became such an experienced bowler, always good at summing up the batsman, and really, at times, led the attack.
Okay, well, I think we've got a question upstairs from Robin Jackman now. Fox, what do you got for us?
Yeah, I just want to point out the 4 names that nobody's mentioned yet, and that's Sylvester Clarke, Wayne Daniel, Patrick Patterson and Ezra Mosley. They weren't exactly medium pace, and they couldn't get in the team, and they played in and around that period of time. Certainly Clarkey did, and I played a lot with him at Surrey. But the question I've got is to Michael Holding, why did he try to mentally hurt me as often as he did?
Well, Jackers, you weren't the only one that was mentally scarred. There were a few. And you have the excuse, Jackers, that you were a bowler. So you didn't really have to worry too much about that. It's a batsman who have to be worried about being mentally scarred because it's their job to get runs.
Final question from you guys. Is there any chance that we might see an era like you guys are involved in back again with the West Indies? Is there a chance?
I would think there is a chance. One thing that I made mention of in another article that someone did with me yesterday is that the West Indies Cricket Board have started something that I think can help West Indies cricket, in that they have started these franchises in the Caribbean and started to pay cricketers at international level so that someone can now concentrate a little bit more on their cricketing career. What I think they also need to do, though, Mike, they need to develop at the lower levels. You can't all of a sudden pay someone and think that he's going to be a good cricketer. It's not just about paying someone, it's about a matter of development. And until that development process is put in place where you can develop cricketers right through to first class level, paying them alone won't work.
Okay, Mikey, thanks so much for your views. Bish as well, thank you. And Kepler, thanks for your thoughts about facing these guys and fighting them off in a little quick demonstration. Okay, let's go back upstairs to Pommy.
Thanks, guys. Jack, as you made your debut against them, quickly before we get into this second session.
Yeah, on a Greenland in Barbados. Michael bowled the fastest over I think I've ever seen at Geoffrey Boycott. And he also bowled quite a quick over at me in Jamaica in the final test of that series. And I managed to get a glove on it just in front of my face. And somebody yelled out, "Catch it." It was actually me. And it went to second slip. And a guy called Everton Mattis put it down. Oh. And I realised that I didn't used to bat with a grill. I batted with, I never hooked. I just did that and it hit me on the head, so it was fine. So I called for a helmet with a grill because I saw the ball so late. I came out, the helmet was about 2 sizes too small, and I ended up sort of squeezing it onto my face. The very next ball was exactly the same, and it hit me. Fortunately, it went up in the air, and Desi Haynes caught me at short leg. And that was the end of it. End of the tour. Out of here. Wife and kids at home. Don't do anything stupid.
Yeah. And you haven't forgotten.
No.
Yeah, they were fantastic. Many of your tweets coming in, but as usual, running out of time because we could go on talking about them for a long, long time. Download the DSTV Now app. You know why? You can get on the internet, and from wherever you are, you can record on your DSTV catch-up, on your Explorer. Fantastic. It is, and I know if you haven't got it, you can be telling someone to get you a Christmas present. Second session is coming up. South Africa, West Indies, interestingly poised with West Indies having started well. Let's see how it goes.
Welcome back to Supersport Park for the start of the second session on day 3. It's the first of 3 test matches between South Africa and the West Indies. The first here at Supersport Park, the second in Port Elizabeth on Boxing Day, and the third and final one on the 2nd of January in Cape Town. And we've got a little bit of sunshine trying to break through, which is good news. This time yesterday, it was starting to build up considerably, and we lost some 38 overs in the day yesterday, so that put a bit of a dampener on things in more ways than one. There's a look back at the match summary at this stage. South Africa being asked to bat first by the West Indies, and I might just add there, South Africa also were going to bowl first, but South Africa took full advantage of an attack which wasn't great first up. Made 552 for 5, declared Amla brilliant, AB as well, and the debutant Van Sail. And the West Indies now 110 for 2, and they were going quite nicely at 72 for none. Then they lost 2 wickets for the addition of just a single run. But here come the men who are in charge of the destiny of the West Indies at the moment. There's Marlon Samuels closest to the camera. He's on 6, he's been there for some 42 minutes. And Johnson, number 3 batsman, 27, not out at this stage. So a stand of 37 between these two. South African bowlers, I think, would have been quite buoyed by the way things finished in the first session of day 3. Yes, perhaps a little bit of good fortune with 1 dismissal. Brathwaite will be disappointed with the way he went for 34. But this is going to be crucial, that's for sure. They're going to want wickets, the South Africans. They've got their tails up a little bit now. Samuels hasn't been completely convincing in his short time he's been at the crease. So this is going to be intense. It's going to be nice to watch, because we've got very good conditions for cricket at the moment. Alongside me, Robin Jackman and Ashwell Prince. Ashwell, what are your views on today so far?
Good afternoon, gents. West Indies, a nice solid start to their innings, batting wise. Both opening batsmen getting into the 30s, nice start, and then both getting out in the 30s, which means now it's a rebuilding phase for the West Indies. But like you just mentioned a few minutes ago, Mike, the sun is coming out, and always nice when the sun's out to bat at Centurion at Supersport Park. Marlon Samuels, one of the key batsmen in the West Indies lineup, shortly followed by Chanderpaul to come in soon. So in these next 2 partnerships is a big period for the West Indies.
Absolutely. Darren Bravo would have been there at the moment, but of course he's not here on this tour. Chris Gale is injured, so he played in the domestic T20 competition, but knew he wouldn't stand, his back wouldn't stand the rigours of test match cricket. So Cole Abbott's about to start proceedings. Robin Jackman's here. Robin, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I just think that the South African bowlers will have sat down at lunchtime and they'll be talking about getting the ball just that little bit fuller, probably another metre. Let's get these guys onto the front foot. They both look to hang back, especially Marlon Samuels. He's not a big lunger forward, so there's every chance you could catch either of these two with their feet sort of together and not fully forward. So yeah, a little bit fuller, I expect.
Abbott to start. It's interesting, this technique from Marlon Samuels. He looks to hang back first.
When you're facing those bowlers that was mentioned at lunchtime that we just had a look at, it's probably not a bad idea to be sort of hanging on the back foot, because the ball from their height, when it bounces, you can play them off the back foot. But Marlon Samuels facing people like Dale Steyn, Vernon Philander, Abbott himself, shorter guys, when they pitch it up, you have to look to be going forward more.
Abbott's got 2 slips and a gully. That was, I think that's where they're going to look to bowl to Marlon Samuels. They won't mind that shot at all. It was on the back foot, it was a full shot, and it was dragged away from around about middle and off. So that'll be the change of strategy, I'm sure, to Samuels. Yeah, those bowlers we were discussing at lunchtime with Michael Holding and Ian Bishop and Kepler Bessels. Ones that Ashwell just referred to: Andy Roberts, Michael Holding, Joel Garner, Malcolm Marshall, Courtney Walsh, Curtly Ambrose. I can see you ducking and weaving in the commentary box there, Jackers.
Yeah, it wasn't fun. And the other thing you've got to remember is that after they'd bowled a bouncer at you, you didn't get told that's your first of the over and then that's your second. You could bowl as many as you liked. So you could get 6. In fact, you did. Which in itself made it very difficult to score. That was the toughest part of playing the West Indies in that particular series that I was on. Was the ball whistling around everybody's ears. Not everybody's a great hooker and puller, so you know, even the top order batsmen, most of them didn't like to take on the short ball, so you couldn't score, and so you could never score quick enough as a team to have a hope of having enough time left in the match to get 20 wickets and win it yourself.
Did you show them how to hook and pull and cut?
I used to dive as low onto the ground as I could get.
So again, it's a left and right-handed batting combination for the West Indies, so the South African bowlers need to change their line. Temba Bavuma has had an opportunity to run around the park today due to the fact that Faf du Plessis has gone back to the hotel. He went to the hospital this morning with some stomach issues. They were concerned, I think, about appendicitis. Had some scans done. He's going to go back again tomorrow for some scans. Word from the change room, quite simply though, Ashwell, as you would know, is they just think he's getting soft.
Never really a word to be associated with the South African outfit.
Good shot, nicely played. He's no great pace, we know that, Kyle Abbott, and on this sort of track, which is now very good for batting, that was a fine shot from Johnson.
He's played a few nice shots here, Johnson. Few pull shots even before lunchtime, and he's started to time it nicely, and he's also eased himself into the 30s now. It's a big period for them as they're rebuilding this innings at the moment. They'll be looking for somebody to go on and play a big innings. 3 guys having gotten a start, they'll be looking for someone to kick on.
Yeah, that's right, a couple gone already who got to 30. One of them, we think, unluckily, he was dismissed. 117 for 2.
Zal jullie dan afkruisen, alsjeblieft?
Tangible stats, please, Keith. The guy to come in next is playing in his 159th test, Shimryan Chandapal, 11,684 runs at an average of 53, 30 hundreds. And he's just found a way for a long, long time, and he's been extremely successful. And he only needs 229 runs to go past Brian Lara's total as West Indies' top run scorer in tests. So well he's played over the years. Vernon Philander caused some troubles earlier today. And he will again now if he continues with his impeccable line and length.
Back onto Chandapal, who's next in. Mike, the one guy in the South African team who's probably very similar to Chandapal is Hashim Amla in that they love batting, and they love batting for long periods of time. Chandapal, you probably come out here walking into the middle with a bat that looks like he's been using it for 5 years.
He probably will. A bit of a yawn in the change room there. It's an interesting style. If you haven't seen Chandapal bat before, it's an interesting style. I've always affectionately, and I must stress, affectionately referred to him as a crab when he bats. Sort of moves sideways pretty much. Wonderful player. And gutsy.
Yeah, it's interesting that we discuss him because he's one of the few West Indian batsmen who doesn't get bored. And I'm just thinking of how South Africa's strategy should be this afternoon if they don't get early breakthroughs and that sort of thing, and that's to bowl as many dot balls as they possibly can, because habitually the boys from the Caribbean like to play shots. They don't like to be stifled. They don't like to not score. And so 2 or 3 or 4 consecutive maidens can bring about a wicket. Other than bowling at Chandapal, he'll play you all afternoon without scoring, and it won't bother him one bit.
And numbers are good against South Africa as well. Average over 50. I think we've got a real opportunity here. Maybe once Vernon gets a little bit warmer, a real opportunity here to watch closely how Vernon Philander is going to go about his task to try and dismiss Marlon Samuels. He's going to bowl full. He at times is going to bowl straight. There's not going to be a great deal of seam left now on this surface, and the ball almost at 34 overs old. There might be the odd little bit of nibble. He'll be looking to get Marlon Samuels LBW when something just comes back a little bit. He also might be looking to get him caught in the covers if he looks to drive in a lazy fashion.
Again, that last delivery quite full. And, you know, if you're looking to get forward and you are being positive in getting onto the front foot, you should be getting more of a bat onto that and getting it through the covers. And we just see Marlon not quite pushing out far enough forward with his front foot.
Have a look after Ashwell. Look at that front leg now and that balance.
Just has a little spring in his step as if to sort of balance himself to stop himself from falling over.
It's almost to say that's perhaps where I should have been. End of the over, 117 for 2. We'll watch that closely. Morkel going at over 5. It didn't bowl with the pace, I think, that we normally see Morkel bowl with today in the 7 overs. Something to do with the fact he's just got married, maybe, Robin? Got him! Lazy drive. Good stuff from Kyle Abbott. He'll be delighted with that. It's exactly what they wanted to get straight after the break.
Well, you talked about getting caught in the covers, but you were referring to Marlon Samuel, who tends to sort of, as we just discussed, doesn't get far enough out with the left foot, but the left-hander, it's the lead foot is the right foot. Exactly the same thing has happened here. Get that foot down quickly. He's okay there. Tight though. There, you see that right foot hasn't gone right out there. The back foot's just a little bit bent. And Robin Peterson on the field as a substitute takes a catch.
Straight after the break, they would have wanted to strike. They've done that now. And Leon Johnson goes for a hard-earned 31. West Indies, 117 for 3. Cheekbone glare, those things. So Kyle Abbott is on the board with a wicket, and it's Shivryan Chandapur, the man we were talking about, who has arrived at the crease now with those ridiculous numbers. They are just spectacular, really. Best of 203 not out against South Africa and Georgetown. He will be extremely patient. Shivryan Chandapur, one of his great strengths when he first arrives is that he makes the bowlers bowl to him. He will leave as often as he possibly can. He has got a bat with lots of red marks all over it, Ashwell. How's that stance?
Abbott goes upstairs first up to Chandapur about his bat. You see the wicket of Johnson just driving that one into the covers. Another soft dismissal, and yet again another batsman getting into the 30s and getting out, and West Indies management will be very disappointed at the moment with 3 batsmen into 30s and out.
A couple of soft ones, the last one too. The last couple, I should say. Short ball first up is interesting. And another one. Interesting, this stance, Ash. I'd like to get your views about this. It's there's a lot of trigger movements, but when he shapes up, it's almost as if he's facing the square leg umpire, expecting the square leg umpire to bowl to him.
It is, and we all have our different ways, but as was mentioned before on day 1 or day 2 in commentary, I think by Sean Pollock, is that in actual fact when the bowler is about to let go of the ball, his head is in the right position and his front foot is in the right position and is facing the bowler. So he starts, you would probably call it in a slightly weird or unorthodox, not slightly, very unorthodox fashion. But the key thing is the point of delivery and where his right foot ends up before he takes. And we see his right foot comes across and into position. So actually as the bowler is about to let go, he gets into what we would say is the right position.
So I think that all of you have been told the cricket is a side-on game. You can forget about that for the moment. He's found a way. Just to explain why that short ball was there first up, here's a look at some dismissals of Shivraj Chandapur against Seam in recent tests. You can see that there's a couple on the 4th and 5th stump line. There's one on off stump. But look at those 3 pulsing deliveries, bouncer height. That's just to get him thinking a little bit, try and unsettle him just a fraction.
It looks too much as if quite a few of those have been bowled from round the wicket, so we might expect 1 or 2 of the South Africans to adopt that a little bit later on.
That's the end of the over, and it's a good one from Kyle Abbott, a wicket maiden, 117 for 3.
The other thing that is really irritating for bowlers about Shivraj Chandapur is he plays the play and miss leave. It looks as if he's playing at it, but he's nowhere near it. As you can see, he's just pulled the bat inside it. Drive your crackers.
Right, this is going to be enjoyable. It really is, because you've got Vernon Philander working hard at a various executionist, if you like. Brilliant from Vernon Philander. It's outside the line of our stump. Vernon Philander wants to go up again. It's again upstairs, and that's again not going to surprise anybody. He was coming down the pitch towards Hashim Amla, signalling, go upstairs, go upstairs. I think it's well outside the line myself.
That's what it looked like, wasn't it? First take outside the line, they've gone up. So they might lose one here, I think.
It's going to be interesting though, because if your front foot's not coming out, it'd be hard to get outside the line. So Vernon was confident as always. He's always following through, and he's onto it.
Let's have a look. First of all, we'll tick that box. That's fine. If they lose this review, South Africa, they've got none left. It is the plan we were talking about before. Trap you on the crease. Outside the line. Again, it's Paul Rifle, the television umpire, looking at this. Boy, is he going all over the place. There's the conversation between Vernon Philander first. Hashim Amla looked to A.B. de Villiers as well. So there was a bit of a consultation out there. Keeper and bowler both said to Hashim, let's go and have a look. But I'm not sure they've got this right. It's a massive part of the game these days. It really is. Let's just make sure there's no connection with the willow. There's not. We need to get to Hawkeye to see where this ball... He's playing a shot. We need to get to Hawkeye to see where this ball is. See if it was going to be anywhere near the stumps. Remember, it's given not out initially. That's the umpire's call. That's exactly where it's going to stay. So South Africa have now lost their reviews. Got to be said, that's not great use of the reviews today from South Africa.
Well, I think Vernon should probably and possibly give himself and the captain and the wicketkeeper a bit more time to consider those. And him coming through and appealing so confidently almost is putting pressure on the captain to go for it.
I think Vernon should not make any comment personally.
You've been saying though, Mike, that he'll be looking for that missile with Marlon Samuels, and again with that appeal he's just again not quite where he should be with his feet, and he's just hanging back a touch, and luckily for him the ball just doesn't nip back enough onto the line of the stumps and stays outside of the line. Again we see him overbalancing and trying to keep his balance because that front foot's not quite coming out at the moment,
and that's not going to change. That's how Marlon Samuels plays, and that's how Vernon Philander bowls. So this is going to be a terrific little tussle.
That was not a play and miss leave. That was a play and miss.
the difference we see now as well with the different bowling attacks. West Indies getting South Africa 3 down at 57. South Africa getting them 3 down, fair enough, on 117. But the quality of bowling that we're seeing and the questions being asked, you're expecting a lot more questions being asked than what we saw when the West Indies had them in the similar situation.
Also going to look forward to the tussle between Vernon Philander and Shivnarine Chanderpaul, because Chanderpaul thrives on being able to leave the ball, let it go through to the keeper, and he won't get anything to leave from Vernon.
It's going to be a patience game against Chanderpaul, and it's going to take a good nut to get him out, which it normally does.
Patience career by Chanderpaul. Got away that. No one down at third man. There's plenty of guys in positions who can catch. That's a boundary for Marlon Samuels, which will make him feel a little bit better.
These are just the deliveries you've got to try and avoid. A little bit too wide, a little bit too short. Allows him just to slap at it. No matter where it goes, it's going to go for 4 unless he nicks it. Some part of a decent part of the blade on it, it's bound to go for a boundary. So it's just a slight lapse in concentration, this time from the bowler.
Bit of extra bounce that time, hitting the gloves a little bit harder. End of the over, 121 for 3.
Hustle, boys!
Just 4 bowlers used, and it's probably going to pretty much stay like that.
Top and tail, Steyn and Morkel, the guys that haven't got on the wickets column at this stage. Carl Abbott's about to start his 10th over. Economy rates tidy, very tidy for the top 3. 3 slips in the gully for Carl Abbott now to Shivnarine Chanderpaul. Spotted that. That is beautifully bowled.
Completely different length, wasn't it?
And he's a hard worker, a real hard worker, Carl Abbott. He'll plug away and he can bowl lots of overs. Outstanding delivery there, leaving Chanderpaul going across him.
It's quite interesting watching that ball go down as well. The South Africans, as they do with 4 seamers, it'll be even more apparent, I think. They really do work hard to try and get this ball reverse swinging. We saw the West Indies try and do that earlier in the Test match. It didn't really work. So that's something that's in the back of their mind. You'll see Carl Abbott then just throwing it to someone in the slips. A couple of guys that are in charge of shining the right side and making sure that the things are working with the reverse, so it does start to go a little bit later. Steyn, just got to go back to March, Australia, Port Elizabeth, to remember how effective Steyn was with that reversing. He's got it now, and he's had a bit of a look at it. talking about Faf du Plessis going back to the hotel and going for scans again tomorrow, we understand, on that issue with his stomach. We haven't heard anything further about Quinton de Kock at this stage. He's been icing that ankle flat out for the moment he turned it this morning while doing some shuttle runs. There we go. There's Faf on his way. Nice shot. Typical shot from Ryan van der Poel. Off the mark with a confident drive down the ground for a couple.
That's what he does well, van der Poel, and that's what the top players do well. They make the ball a ball to them. That one nicely pitched up. Not a big stride forward, but he waits for the ball to come right close to him under his eyes and just leans over the top of it, punches it down the ground for a couple.
No fuss whatsoever. You can see just under his eyes he's got those strips, those black strips. Black strips under the eyes. I'll explain the reason for those shortly. I haven't seen too many cricketers wear them, but I know that in the States, NFL footballers, a lot of the NFL footballers wear black on their the cheekbones just to stop the glare off the cheekbones. That's the idea of that. What about you, Jackers? Were those high cheekbones of yours? Did you ever used to wear those?
Nah. Don't think they'd invented them then.
For those fast bowlers operating in those days, you didn't need to invite them with any more targets, did you, Jackers?
100%. 100%. The cat badge was enough.
He's a bit undecided there, Ryan van der Poel. Certainly shuffled across a long way. You can actually see the leg stump. That's how far across he got.
You were mentioning before that the South African team might be trying to get the ball to reverse swing, and Kyle Abbott at the moment looks predominantly like he's looking to go across, but if it does start to reverse, he does have the skill to bring it back. So if there is going to be a hint of reverse swing, he'll be wanting to drag van der Poel across the crease and hope to nip one back if he can get it to go.
It's probably just a little bit early at the moment, but yes, Abbott and Steyn are the good exponents. Beautifully bowled again as that outstanding channel. Probing stuff from Abbott. 124 for 3.
That's good over this. Two genuine playing misses in it. Pushed down the ground from another full delivery. That's just jagged away off the seam. Beautifully bowled.
So this is the first of 3 test matches. It's a short series. The first test match in that situation is always very important. So let's have a look at the last ball of that last over. This is quite interesting because this ball now is 37 overs old. Have a look at this one just go away a fraction off the seam. There we go. Seam position's very good. It's gone away enough to go past the outside edge. Kyle Abbott's probably thinking it's gone away too much. But it's good evidence there of still some seam movement with the seam beautifully placed. That's that lazy drive I was talking about, Jackers. That's the one.
No feet. That's the problem. Playing the ball way in front of his body and leaving his left leg behind.
And as it happens, normally that when somebody is probing away at you, you find it difficult to find a single to get to the other end because Vernon is just honing in, pushing way in front of his body again, as you mentioned, Jackers.
And again overbalancing to where he probably should have been. Playing very much from the crease at the moment. Marlon Samuels. Nice little illustration. Most movements against Vernon Philander first up would be looking to get forward. This is a mix against Steyn as well. South Africans have done their homework and have stopped any fluency which Samuels is known for once he gets going. Good stuff again from Philander. It's a real little battle going on here at the moment. We had a look at some mountain maps earlier in this telecast. The West Indies bowlers. Kemar Roaches wasn't bad. Cottrell was pretty flat. Jerome Taylor was pretty flat. Philander is brilliant. More deliveries in one spot, the higher the mountain is. And that is very impressive from Vernon Philander. That's why he's asking so many questions to Marlon Samuels at the moment. Really good stuff from Vernon Philander. That's a maiden, 124 for 3. We are not quite halfway through this test match at Supersport Park. We've got another test match, the second one in Port Elizabeth on Boxing Day, and the third and final in the series in Cape Town at Newlands starting on the 2nd of Jan. Kyle Abbott continuing his tussle with Shivnarine Chanderpaul. Diving in vain, gets Chanderpaul down the other end, which is an area where he likes to be at the start of an innings. Never likes to be rushed and never is rushed. Time for Robin, Ashwell, myself to take a breather in the commentary box now for the next half hour or so. It's going to be Pommy Mbangwa, Sean Pollock, and also Michael Holding.
Thank you, Hazy. Interesting battle going on between the two better West Indian batsmen, inside edge, fortunate, and of course these South African bowlers. I think no one can argue with the fact that Samuels and Chanderpaul are the two most accomplished of the West Indian batsmen. Well, those available at any rate playing. And it's going to be a tough battle. The sort of delivery that, as a batsman, you would certainly look and think to yourself, this is a scoring opportunity. It's short, it's wide of off stump. Still a little bit tight at the moment though, Marlon Samuels, not quite as fluid as we're accustomed to seeing him.
Coming onto this tour and having done decently to start off with a double 100, you want to make sure that he doesn't waste that form, as it were. He's one of the senior batsmen in the West Indies side, 4 away from 3,000. So important also, having watched young opener Brathwaite play decently, and Devon Smith coming back into the side, a replacement for Chris Gale. Done some decent work, and so I want to make sure they build on it. There's that warm-up match against South African a South African invitation 11, 508. Samuels with 203 and Devon Smith with 174. Looks it'll be hard work on this surface. Probably the way it should be in terms of getting wickets in test matches.
Yeah, it's called test cricket for a reason. There we see the session, 6.5 overs for just 15 runs and the 1 wicket. There's been a better effort from the South Africans too. There's been less free balls on offer. The lengths have been good. They've turned to the most consistent bowlers in Abbott and Philander to start after the lunch break.
Nice shot for none. 1 off that over. 125 for 3. Morne Morkel. And for 36 from the 7 overs he bowled. More expensive than he'd like to be. 204 wickets in his 60 test matches. Hasn't quite got it together. Generally always bowls a good pace. But hasn't quite found the right length. Was full sometimes, short others, and yeah, a little bit all over the place. Searching.
It might be good now. I know the game plan seemed to be when Chanderpaul came to the crease that they're going to dish up a few short deliveries. There, the bat turns in his hand. So you might see some short pitch bowling from Morne Morkel. He's a difficult customer to deal with at the best of times, and shipping around Chanderpaul. Over 40 now.
Oh! It's gone to the boundary. Gully interested, diving to the right, but couldn't get there.
Some good fortune. That is the situation, and that you certainly need that on this surface against these bowlers.
When you look at Chanderpaul's technique, he tends to stand square to the bowler as he's running in to deliver the ball. But in general, he does get side on by the time the ball's delivered. This time he was squared up, found the outside edge. Morne Morkel thought he was in business. Have a look there, and then the disappointment. It's got past the gully.
Gents, how about another man in that slip cordon? How about the man at square leg? I know it's going to be a 7-2 field, a lopsided field, but one would think someone that has played 60 test matches could cope with a field like that, a 7-2 field. West Indies still 423 runs behind. Make sure every opportunity that comes your way is taken.
It's looking likely as well from the first couple of deliveries that Morne Morkel bowled, and he generally likes to do this round the wicket to left-handers, and when he gets it right, just sometimes straightens it from back of a length. Chanderpaul's happy to play. That one keeps going with the angle, but coming in and then just straightening makes it very difficult.
Good take by de Villiers. I've got a question for you boys. Does this count, this match count as A.V. de Villiers being a batsman wicketkeeper, or is he just a batsman in this game? There's lots of talk over the years of whether he should or shouldn't be with the gloves, but he came into this match probably having done absolutely no work with the gloves whatsoever, besides maybe some of the one-day practices, and got his 150 and still thought he was going to be doing no work with the gloves, and Quentin de Kock went over his ankle, and there he sits with the gloves in hand.
Well, you'll describe him as what he's actually done in the game. He has batted and he has kept wickets. So he has played this test match, well, so far at any rate, as a wicket-keeper batsman.
Just checking, just checking.
I suppose that will go down on the statistics to show that he does better when he keeps wickets.
That's my point, is he got 150, not thinking about keeping it all.
.130 for 3. .20 runs this session so far. The 1 wicket. Johnson just caught a cover, driving of Kyle Abbott. Oh, it's through the gap. Through backward point or a wide gully. It was aerial for some time and shouts of catch it. But it's 4 runs.
It's frustrating to bowl to a person like Shiv Chandimal because his technique is so different to what you come up against day in and day out. It takes some adjusting. And there we see it, he's open as he plays that shot, guards it behind square, opens the face, but it's a boundary. It's good bowling by Abbott, nice and full. You can see Chandimal's not looking to get forward, he's looking to stay inside the crease, so he's trying to draw him out that crease, and he'll be frustrated when for 4. Once again, as that delivery reflects, he won't worry too much about it.
Nicely punched down the ground by Chandimal. Gets off strike as well, gets 3. Loves to bat. Just bat and bat and bat.
And you think it's impossible for him, the way he stands, to play the ball straight down the ground, but when you decide to get it nice and full, he just leans forward and punches it nicely. It's been an effective technique. He was there before I started playing Test cricket, and he's lost it a lot longer. I think it's been, what is it, almost been 20 years, has it?
There was so much talk about Chandimal retiring a few years ago, somewhere around 4 or 5 years ago. Not from him, of course. Chandimal will never want to retire. They'll have to shoot him to get him out of that crease.
Yes, unorthodox technique, of course. Ross Pothita.
He made his debut in 93-94. So it's heading towards 21 years. 158 games. We've seen a lot of bowlers come and go.
He certainly has, and he's served West Indies cricket well. He's been a consistent performer on style, as we see with the way that he goes. But the one thing that's been constant or consistent is that he's churned out runs onto 11,700. .137 for 3.
I think even when they retired him from one-day international cricket, and again, he didn't quit, they quit him, he could still have played a few more years in the ODIs. I'll never forget that ODI he played in Trinidad when I think he hit the last 2 balls for either 10 or 12 runs to win that ODI.
The leading run scorers in test matches for the West Indies. Brian Lara at the top. 130 test matches. Average of 53.18. And that's where Shivnaran Chandapal is as well. 53.18 as an average. He's played a few more test matches. Surviv just below 121 test matches for 8,500, averaging 50 as well. Hero, absolute hero, Surviv Richards. I tell you, there'll be many, certainly my era, I know that, I would have watched him and just thought, what a superstar. You wanted to watch the TV when he walked out to bat, just the way he walked out, the gum. Then to proceed to flay everybody to all parts. It was brilliant.
Also look at Lara. I mean, how many runs he's got in those test matches he played. I suppose if you put 375 and 400 together in 2 innings, it's always going to get you at the top of the pile. It is amazing to see the averages the same. And a lot of those performances from Lara and Chandapal, not so obviously Viv Richards with the performances they had, is in sides that were battling, weren't exactly winning, which makes it even more difficult. You're under pressure. Your team has to perform. You have to get in there and dig deep and produce some runs. Be an interesting book, wouldn't it? Shiv coming in when he started and probably at the end of the West Indies being a really good competitive team to where they've gone to now. It would be interesting to see his take on it.
I wouldn't want to be the one sitting down with him to write it. Shiv is not really one that is too forthcoming with conversation. Unless you're a good friend, he ain't going to be telling you a lot. Shiv just concentrates on getting his runs. That is Shivnarayan Chandapal. His job is to get runs for the West Indies, and that's all he's interested in. Sometimes you look at him and he looks almost as if he's just going through the motions. But I can tell you, when Shiv isn't getting runs, it hurts. It pains, because if you're around him, he doesn't have to say anything. All you've got to do is look in his face and you will see that it pains.
I would love to do a coaching session with Shiv and see what his thoughts are when he has a look at a young batsman and he says, okay, with your technique, let's try maybe standing a bit more open. Or it's always interesting when guys got someone like a Lasit Malinga. Now, how would he go as a bowling coach? You know, what did he bring to the party with regards to what he feels is a good technique?
Remember Jeff Thompson as a bowling coach for Zimbabwe in England, and we asked him if he could just bowl normally, and he could. He could run up and not sling it round the back, just present it in front and bowl a normal delivery. 137 for 3. Those umbrellas are coming in handy, I can tell you. It's a bit warm today. It's warmed up certainly from the start of the day. Lovely day. Rather it were hot than it were cold. And some good cricket going on out in the middle. Lovely watching ground this here at Supersport Park. Lots of grass, banks all the way around the playing area. And it's now Dale Steyn running in.
If I could just make one comment about coaching. I've never done a coaching course. I have no certificate behind my name. But I think the best coaches are those who can coach between the ears. Not necessarily those who can coach technique. Technique is important, yes, and you want to help a kid or any cricketer or any sportsman to have the basics right. But after getting the basics right, or as close to what is comfortably right, you have got to then be able to coach that person between the ears so that they think the game. There's no point having the talent and you don't think the game. I hear people talk about Sir Alex Ferguson, for instance, different sport, but I don't think Sir Alex Ferguson would go out there and tell David Beckham how to kick a ball. Or you would tell all those great footballers on that Manchester United team anything about skill or anything about how to trap a ball. It's all about between the ears and how to get the best out of them when they get out onto that park.
Two straight and whooped, and they'll get back for two. Mark, yeah, I agree with you. My philosophy on coaching is to be a facilitator, to make them understand totally about their game, first of all. So they have to have a good grasp of why they're doing certain stuff. And if there is maybe some technical advice which can enhance that performance, then you try and do that. And on the second end of the scale is to try and make them their own coach. Because at the end of the day, when you get out to the middle, Dale Steyn's battling with rhythm. He can't say, well, will you just hold things for 10 minutes? I want to have a word with Alan Donald and see if we can sort my technical issues out, and then I can come back and start to bowl again. You have to learn to adapt on your feet.
Nicely bowled. Yeah, you do have to work it out essentially for yourself. And in terms of coaching and learning from others, many a time it is players you play with who are your best coaches, because you can share situations or information about situations which they can fully relate to, and they weren't 100 yards away when it happened. And I reckon, yeah, that's why I say the best coaches are probably the guys who are alongside, who you play with in the teams.
Your other point, which is valid, I'll touch on just after Dale Steyn's bowled this delivery. Two straight and a whoop through mid-wicket. That'll go away for a boundary, I think. The outfield's still pretty quick, even though we've had some rain overnight. And that brings Marlon Samuels to 3,000 test runs. My point, Mikey, too, is as we watch this delivery, just slid a little bit too straight. Samuel still no big foot movement, but tucks it in beautifully through mid-wicket. There's no one who's going to track that one down. I think coaches are and have more of an impact to the young kids, so aged 19 through to 24. And then when you get to the end of your career, it's just about managing that person, just keeping him happy, making sure everything's ticking over nice. So your role does change as the player gets older. 143 for 3.
It's well done that by Marlon Samuels. Average 34, nearly 35. Probably wants that to go up, wants it to be in the mid-40s. Mid-40s from now. I'm trying to think, how old is Marlon Samuels? He'll be 30? Will he be 30 already? He'll be nearly 30, certainly.
I think so. The years fly quickly.
taken some years off him. He's 33 years old. Marlon Samuels is average. You want to be in the mid-40s. Then he'll be given a whole lot of help to that man there, Shivnarine Chanderpaul, who averages 50.
At 40.
Correct. Because it will take that long from here till then.
I want to get back to the point you made earlier on, Pommy, about people you play with and the people that you play with can help you, because that is how I grew up as a young man. I played with older guys at my club, Melbourne Cricket Club, and they were the ones who would help the youngsters along the way. When I got into the West Indies team, I had senior fast bowlers there. Van Burn Holder, Keith Boyce, Andy Roberts was a couple of years before me, but Boyce and Holder were there a long time before me. And that's where you learn. You sit and talk to those guys. When you're on the field with them, they can always come across and add some advice and that sort of a thing. Modern day cricketers, and I'm not just talking about the last 10 years, I find in the last 25 years or so, too many cricketers rely on what the coach is telling them all the time, even when it comes to their physical fitness. Oh, the coach has given me this program. And if the coach doesn't give me a program, I sit down at home on my backside. You have got to look after your own self in every regard. Your training, your development as a cricketer. And you have some very experienced players around you at all levels. When you get into a test team, you're not all youngsters. There are experienced guys there that can help you along the way.
I think another point, Mike, is cricket is so situational. You know, it's all about being in a certain situation. You can't prepare for that here in South Africa, that you're going to go to India and you're going to get onto a Bunsen burner and you're going to have some guy turning it at the footholes. What's your options? You know, you can't, no matter how much talking goes on here in South Africa, you can't prepare yourself for that. And it is a frustration, I think, for past players, is that you want to be able to pass that on, but it's only once the person gets in the situation that you can help them.
Yeah, and it's only once they're in the situation it actually occurs to you some of the time. And so, yeah, bringing it all back round to it, concurring with you, Mike, is that those that are there when that situation arises can point it out, and they can say, you know what, in this situation, think perhaps about this and this and this. You might have a different idea yourself. You might try something else, and if it doesn't work, there are others around you that you can fall back on, as it were.
It's a good delivery from Morne Morkel. Shivnarine Chanderpaul is now in. Finds himself on 15 from 31 deliveries. And when he gets into this mindset, he's very selective about what he goes after. That delivery was quite tight on the off stump. The length was really good. But he just left it alone, let it go through to the keeper. He's done it thousands of times at this level.
.143 for 3.
Heavy mates, so no one knows.
Cooling down.
We've got the beach, we've got the water. Why would the Pretoria people go down to the coast, Mikey, when they've got it all here at Supersport Park?
Super shot. Overpitched. Not a great deal in the way of foot movement, but the bat coming through straight from Marlon Samuels. 4 runs.
Yeah, even though there isn't much foot movement, it's so nice on the eye when those hands work beautifully and they hit it through the line and you place it perfectly. Yeah, we see, in fact, the left foot goes back as he makes contact. Good caressing of the cricket bat on the cricket ball, and through the covers it goes, appreciated by his partner.
Marlon Samuels is trying to tell himself that he's to come forward. He's naturally a back foot player, Marlon Samuels, and that is why with that 4 you saw that left leg coming forward, but that was just him consciously pushing it forward. Naturally then it came back when it played that drive, and that's not something you see batsmen do, driving through the offside, through extra cover with their weight on their back foot. There it goes, but it just brings it back and plays it smoothly through the offside. He's trying to tell himself to come forward. He is very good off the back foot though. He's very comfortable playing back.
Still something for the bowlers to work with. That last one from Dale Steyn was a goodie. Just shaped away, and once it pitched, it had a bit of extra bounce to it. And you see it shapes away, it takes off, carries through comfortably to A.B. de Villiers.
Gone fine. Lots of work for Morne Morkel. Does well. Missing his line that time, Dale Steyn, and not happy with himself.
You see that happening sometimes though. As we saw, the previous delivery went away quite nicely from the right-hander. Marlon Samuels saw the line, left it alone, so Dale Steyn decided, I'll try it a bit straighter and see if it can have the same shape. So often though, when you bowl it a bit straighter, it doesn't have that same shape, and the batsman capitalizes on the onside.
$149 for 3. The West Indies, good partnership of 32 from 66 between Samuels and Chanderpaul. It's drinks time.
Back here at Supersport Park, West Indies have lost 3 wickets. Controversially, Smith was the first to go on review. Some debate as to whether there was bat on it first before it brushed the trouser, but it went in favor of the bowler. And again, Vernon Philander got the outside edge of Craig Brathwaite. Good delivery, drawing him forward down that corridor. And then Alan Johnson caught in the cover area just after the resumption for lunch. West Indies have battled, a couple of guys getting starts, and 2 elder statesmen, Samuels and Chandapol, at the crease. 149 for 3. Partnership is 32 of 66 deliveries. Samuels has taken his time to dig himself in. He's on 25 from 61. Still 403 runs behind. Hello to H.D. Ackerman and Ashwell Prince.
Good afternoon, Bish. H.D. They'll be wanting to extend this partnership, the West Indies, with their 2 most experienced players at the crease at the moment. Chandapur will be in no rush at all.
Mone Morkel. Played by Chandapur, he should get a couple of runs.
I don't want to underestimate that opening stand of the West Indies. Bearing in mind we're into the 46th over at the moment from the South Africans. They don't have a frontline spinner to their disposal, so the seamers have already done some work. And the 2 senior statesmen in Samuels and Chandapur have made their way to the crease. Brathwaite and Devon Smith putting on 72.
Just short of slip.
He's got that ability, Mone Morkel, from around the wicket, just to angle the ball in and then to leave the batsman ever so slightly the left-hander. And on that occasion, just dropping short of third slip.
It's amazing, every time the ball has been full of a good length, it's proved problems. Both Chandapur and Marlon Samuels are not big on getting a long way forward. Just half an appeal from A.B. de Villiers and completed by Mone Morkel.
Yeah, I think A.B. de Villiers behind the stumps was indicating height would have been the issue, and on that occasion it looked as though it would have been one of the ingredients. Oh, well fielded, brilliantly fielded. Robin Peterson, the substitute fielder.
Top piece of fielding by Robin Peterson. On that occasion we also saw Dale Steyn nearly affect a run out earlier, so the fielders are out there looking to create something, to create an opportunity to break this partnership at the moment with Chandapur and Marlon Samuel.
It's an interesting field placing now. Left of screen, man is dropping down towards third man. Does he go all the way?
Yes, the 12th man, Temba Bavuma, down at third man. I think we must understand that that's probably a catching position. It's not a negative move from Hashim Amla. Morkel's decision to come around the wicket is an indication that maybe Marlon Samuels is going to get some short pitch stuff at him with the fine leg in place, a man at deep square leg, and a third man.
that angle of approach from around the wicket, HD, I definitely think he's going to try and attack him with the short stuff. You see Robin Peterson have just moved across to the leg side, in behind, just behind square, not quite sure. Tactics is definitely going to be short. Alan Samuels gets over the top of that one and pulls it away in front of square. I was mentioning Robin Peterson moving into a short leg position, or backward of short leg, and they'll be going short. 156 for 3. West Indies after 46 overs.
Samuels, we would very much like to do some telestrating here with regard to the field.
Yeah, it costs a lot of money. Staying 11 for 41. World's #1 bowler hasn't managed to make a breakthrough just yet. Good thing about Samuels and Chanderpaul, historically Chanderpaul will dig in, he will get his 100 and kick on, won't give it away. And Samuels, a couple of ODI 100s in India weeks ago, a month or two ago, and of course that double 100 in the warm-up game, so showing the inclination that when he gets through that tough period, and he had a really tough period, not getting forward and being beaten and playing and missing. A good bounce, but he's shown in the past that if he can get through that period, that he can score big. And with the sun out now, what happens is it burns off the green grass on this surface, color of the surface starts to change, becomes whiter, and really good for batting if you apply yourself. Still something in it occasionally for the seam bowlers though, and the cracks might open up later on.
I mentioned that length earlier, Bish, and that when it's been up there, it's been difficult. And you only have to look at the South African innings, is that there were very few balls hit down the ground, and that might be an indication that it's a tough surface to play the front foot drive with.
I think you spot on, HD. Sean Pollock mentioned right at the toss on day one that it might be a difficult pitch to drive on.
Sweet. It's a pretty searching length. Good carry and pace on it too.
You've spoken about Samuels, about how he's had to endure a difficult period, and Chanderpaul's had to work hard as well. Understanding that if you're going to put together a big innings, 100, 150, your innings will ebb and flow. There will be periods where you'll score freely and batting will seem easy, and then suddenly someone comes on and bowls a good spell. It's to understand as a batsman that this is a period that belongs to the bowler. I need to tighten up, I need to leave well. I'll get through for a 1. And that's what separates the good players from the great players, the understanding of when it's my turn to score and when it's his turn as such for the bowling unit.
And when you're up against the #1 bowling attack in the world, they will have talked about the consistency of bowling in the right area, not so much searching for a wicket-taking delivery or a ball that pitches leg and hits off type of delivery, but they will understand the importance of being able to create that pressure that eventually, by getting more balls in the right place, that eventually you'll get that outside edge or make the batsman make a mistake.
He stays back, and I think this is the second or third time he's played that shot with excellent effect. 161 for 3.
It's full enough. It's full enough from Dale Steyn, which Marlon Samuels doesn't need to get a big stride in. He just needs to wait long enough to hit it under his eyes, and well, that's sweet timing.
Interesting chat by the commentators just gone before us, Michael Holding, talking about what goes on between batsmen or bowlers or any sportsman's mind and how important that is. In an interesting conversation or interview with Marlon Samuels in the lead up to this match, he mentioned him in his mind always feeling confident no matter what game he goes into. In fact, the words he uses, I always feel in form between the ears. And we've seen him about half an hour or so, 45 minutes ago, struggling to get to the balls that were pitched up to him, struggling to get out there. Vernon bowling a good spell and pressurizing him and building that pressure. But in his mind, he feels in form, even though his front foot's not coming out. So tells me that he's prepared to work through that period of the pressure, and he knows that he's going to come out the other end.
Yeah, but that is something, it's almost old school in many ways, respecting a good period and then accelerating. Because the modern player and looking at Marlon Samuels' weight and forcing the bowlers to come to him, and I often say that's what I want to see from my young batsmen back in the Caribbean. I want to be able to see them, and I mentioned the averages of the remaining batsmen back home in the West Indies in the first class competition. I think I was talking to you, Ashwell, a lot of it being in the 20s, and only 2 or 3 over 30, and only 2 over 35 outside of the real test players. And I want to get them to understand as they look at this broadcast, those that are watching, it's not always going to go your way as a batsman where you come in slam bam wham and it's my pace all the time. You have to respect a good period of bowling. Maybe the weather conditions may change, it may get a little cloudy, the ball starts to do a little bit, it starts to reverse swing, a bowler gets into rhythm. Okay, bro, it's your time now for the next 30-35 minutes or so. But I guarantee you, as Marlon Samuels, I'm sure is thinking, if I get through that, you're going to pay. And that's the ebb and flow that H.D. Ackerman talked about, and no doubt Shivnarine Chandapal knows how to do that too.
And if you're going to score 100 in a first-class match or a test match, HD, it's going to take the best part of 4 hours.
Yeah, Bish, and I don't think that it's unique to the West Indies. You know, I think it's happening. It certainly happens in South Africa as well, and it might be because of the advent of T20 cricket that batsmen feel that their innings, their run rate or their strike rate should accelerate throughout, and then the mistake happens, and you have averages of 25 and 35. But the abilities of the Hashim Amlas, the Michael Clarks of the world, the A.B. de Villiers, how they can adjust the way they play depending on the format. And Hashim Amla batted for a very long time to get what he ended up with.
I don't think it's a T20 issue in total, and I'm not defending that aspect of the game. I'm saying that, Ashwell and HD, because the struggle batting-wise in the Caribbean amongst the first-class guys, who I think will get better with the new professional league, I'll say that again, I like that innovation, predated T20 cricket. And there are a lot of guys now who are still averaging 25 that I know personally, and some lovely young guys who don't play a lot of T20 cricket and they're still only averaging 25. So I think it's being a little bit, not that you're being myopic, but I think to look only at T20 cricket as an issue is short-sighted. Golden round the wicket, and Moni Moklus forced Samuels to chop on.
Different angle Marlon Samuels, expecting that one to come across his body, and just too close to his body to run down to third man or to cut back with a point, too close to his body to play that shot. Different angle from Morne Morkel, and he strikes, and big partnership being broken by the South African big fast bowler.
A different game plan. There was a definite change from the South Africans, with Morkel changing that angle, changing the field placing, and it's worked. It needed something different. They were getting in, and it's led to the wicket of Samuels for 33, 162 for 4. Captain and bowler working together to find a way to make a breakthrough. Yep, doff your hat, well done. Change in field placing, change in angle of attack, and Morne Morkel's new spell has certainly been a lot better. His first one, he struggled.
So the new batsman at the moment, Blackwood, as we look at his test career, early stages of his test career, 4 matches, 5 innings, a healthy average, but of course early stages. You feel confident that he's got a couple of 50s under his belt, and it's a big opportunity for him. He joins Shivnaran Chanderpaul with loads and loads of experience at the crease, and he'll be looking to build another partnership. And somebody in this West Indies top order needs to get a big score now. As always, it always seems to fall on the shoulders of Shivnaran Chanderpaul.
Well, we were expounding the virtues of the fluctuations of batting, and the same thing applies to bowling. The same principles apply to bowling. Change of angle, looking to do something different after your plan A has not worked for quite some time. He's gone round the wicket, it's too close to Marlon. Marlon expected more room on this. And you have to know when to bowl an investigative spell as a bowler, when you're patient and you just plug away and dry up the runs, and then when to switch gears into a more attacking mode. Brings results.
The body language upon the dismissal certainly indicated to me that Samuels felt, I've made a mistake. We can talk that maybe he was outthought, but he was definitely trying to hang in there, wasn't he? And he just made an error. It was too close to try and get the ball to third man. Inside edge was found, and Morkel, he had his man.
Are we talking a mental error, HD, or just a technical error? As I would think, with the angle and the ball sort of angling towards the slip corner in any case, you probably shouldn't be looking to third man.
Well, I certainly think that the field changes were in the back of his mind. I certainly feel that when you have a man at fine leg, no problem, he's always there, deep square leg, then a man around the corner, well, not around the corner, just in front of square on the leg side. A little bit of seam movement back in. Well, it's quite considerable. It doesn't really show it until Hawkeye does. That he's looking to get that a third man, and maybe if it goes along its original path, there is enough width for it to get there.
That's what I was asking you off here. We were just talking about that off here. Did it move back enough with a natural eye? You couldn't discern if there was significant straightening or not. And I just thought, when I saw the replay, as it touched down, I thought, should be enough room on this. And then by the time it reached Marlon thought there should be room on it as well. But it's that great ability with that laid-off wrist of Morne Morkel sometimes to be able to come around the wicket and get it to straighten to left-handers, and now to a right-hander on that occasion.
know I'm preventing him from having any run-scoring options, Ash, but you know, I still think that looking to get the ball to third man in a test match when there are catches in place is a really risky stroke. But he was certainly undone by more movement than he expected.
And having tried something different now as Hashim Amla and his unit, Ashwell, they tried to dry it up for a while, then they change the plan. Now with Blackwood in is when Hashim will say, guys, let's shift in now to a greater attacking momentum to try to create more opportunities now that a new batsman is in. So seizing the moment of the game in cricket is quite critical.
Absolutely, and there's, in my career, not been anybody better than Dale Steyn to expose that. When he sniffs something, he's definitely going to go for it. West Indies 162 for 49 overs.
The Audi performance tracker. This is from lunch until afternoon drinks. Maximum heart rate picking up a little bit, getting late in the day. 4 kilometers covered. You're going to cover a lot more over the summer, Morne.
Especially if you don't have a spinner in the lineup. He'll be feeling a lot better, Morne, though, after getting the wicket. His first spell, probably not where he would have liked it to be, but what often happens with Morne is that because of his bounce and his pace, he sometimes gets a thick outside edge and it inevitably runs away for 4, and that happens 3 or 4 times, and your figures look a lot worse than what you're actually bowling at times. And but after that wicket and striking, breaking up big partnership, he'll be feeling a lot better now.
I'm surprised there isn't a short leg here for Blackwood. One of the shortest men out of the 2 teams facing the tallest man of the 2 teams. Well, one of the tallest. I think Suleiman Ben might pip Morne here. And so we're getting a helmet. HD Ackerman spotted it first. Helmet now coming on, so that means a short leg will go into place, and I think that is absolutely the right move, whether it pays off or not. New batsman, full attack mode.
And particularly because the angle that Morkel gets, I mean, most of his deliveries hit the wicket and nip back into the right-hander, which would bring short leg into play, inside edge onto the thigh pad, and up she goes.
Looks like he's not going to go into an... Is he going to go in an orthodox short leg position? Yeah. Short square.
There's 2 going in at the moment, Bish. You mentioned 100% attack mode. We've got 1 in front of square, and then Temba Bavuma just around the corner as well. So they're definitely going to test him with a short one.
I can't help having a giggle. You played a lot with Robin Peterson, so did I. There's no ways he wants to field that short leg. He's definitely calling Dean Elgar at Gully, saying, listen, Dean, this is your job, this is not me.
Okay, well, educate me if you would, HD Ackerman. Which fielder in the history of the game has said, skipper, I want to go to short leg?
The key is when you go there for the first time, you've got to do a terrible job so that you never get asked again.
Been there, done that. Changing the field, short leg has moved to short backward square. Just a little bit on Jermaine Blackwood. Last year he scored, I think, 300s in very close proximity. Young batsman, exciting batsman. Scored 100 in the final of the first class tournament again, as well as a visiting A team, I think, as well. Then got into a test match against New Zealand debut this year and scored a half century on test debut, missed the next test match, scored a half century against Bangladesh. However, has had some low scores in between that, guys, and so this is a great opportunity for us to learn more about Jermaine Blackwood.
can't think of anything better as a young batsman to be going up against the best attack in the world, though, Bish, because you come away from the series having scored a couple of decent scores at an early stage of your career, and that surely can only give you a boost. You've been up against the best in the world. You know more or less what to face. Yes, you're going to face different style of bowlers, maybe spinners in India, and that's going to present a different challenge. But in terms of facing the best seam bowling attack, you know, you're not going to get better than this, so it's a great opportunity for the young man.
Bounce 162 for 4. Shivnarine Chandapal still there. The Rock, Blackwood new to the crease in the commentary box. Kepler Wessels, Mike Hazeman, Robin Jackman.
Thank you, Ian Bishop. Right, interesting times now. What have we got? How much time left in the day's play? Plenty. 48 overs to go. Long day today. Steyn is slowly starting to find some really nice rhythm by the looks of things, and also some extra pace. Now this is something that he likes to do. Start off a little bit slower than I thought he would this morning. What we saw over the last little while in Sri Lanka. We saw him bowling very briskly first up in Sri Lanka. And he's just building up, and he takes great pride in the fact that when it's getting hard work, when it's getting hot, when the ball's getting a bit soft, that he can still come charging in and bowl quite quickly towards the end.
Good opportunity as well from South Africa's point of view to try and pick up a couple more wickets, or maybe one more before the tea break, and this will be a good session.
"13 runs scored in the last half hour. The loss of Marlon Samuels as well, so it's a pretty intense period at the moment. That's kept a little bit low, that one.
So that pressure Mike Hazeman is talking about by restricting the run rate builds up and leads to wickets, and that's what South Africa do so well.
Let's have a look at this bounce. After pitches, hitting quite low on the bat. Would have expected, I guess, another 4 or 5 inches up on the bat than that, but well smothered, if you like, by Blackwood. First sign, really, I think, of anything starting to keep a little bit low. It's allowed to do that in test matches. Pitches do deteriorate as they go on over the 5 days. Nice shot. And Philander's chasing.
Full delivery. Nothing wrong with Dale Steyn's thinking. Just trying to get it up there and swing it away and entice the drive. He did that.
Just over the halfway mark in this test match, so there's still so much to go, so much to unfold. See a couple more balls just starting to misbehave a little bit. That's going to get the batsman thinking, and maybe the bowling side might get a little bit fortunate with something to misbehave as a fraction. Certainly been far more consistent this pitch than what we saw against Australia in March, when Mitchell Johnson was devastating with his 12 wickets for 128. Righto, boys, I've got an amazing stat for you, Jackers. Are you ready? How many years have you been commentating?
did my first broadcast on radio in Rhodesia as it was then in 1978.
This is going to blow you
So
away.
I can't do the sums.
This is going to blow you away, this stat. Keith Lane's been digging, Kepler. This is the first time in Test history. Now we're talking, this is Test number 2,150. First time in Test history, the batsmen 1, 2, 3 and 4 have been dismissed between 30 and 35. How's that, boys?
Well, I knew that.
Nice drive. What a fine shot that is. Not a great deal of flourish about it. Not a big back left, but just forcing through the line of the ball for 4.
It's a magnificent shot, actually. A couple of deliveries before. Dalstein also got it up there. That time, Blackwood didn't hit it as well, but this was a beautiful stroke. Full face of the bat. Excellent timing and good weight transfer through the shot.
Again, the ball not bouncing that high. That's just below the real middle of the bat, but good enough for race away for 4.
Oh, that's a bit quicker.
Going back to that stat, it's really quite a remarkable one, and of course, I have to call you over. 169 for 4. There it is. Braithwaite 34, Brathwaite I should say. Smith 35, Johnson 31, Samuels 33.
What if Chandimal gets in the 30s, just past, and doesn't quite get past 35?
There's the evidence, 34, 35, 31, 33. Where I was going just before the break was, what if Chandimal gets out in the 30s? And Blackwood maybe.
And Ramden.
And maybe Ramden.
Roach can bat.
It's an incredible stat, that. And the first time in the history of the game. It's remarkable.
So Vernon Philander's back, best of the South African bowlers so far today.
This is going to be a nice little tussle again. I saw a tweet actually a little bit earlier, boys, and they said if Chandimal plays for another 5 or so years, his stats and his stance, his back might be facing towards the bowler.
Well, the way he's going, he could easily play for another couple of years. He's doing so well. His consistency is phenomenal.
I said it earlier, and I'm going to say it again, and I'm sure Eddie, our director, will line up with the pictures here, but the stance is so remarkable. It's as if Aleem Dar, the umpire at square leg, is going to bowl to him.
If you look at it closely, though, by the time the bowler gets into his delivery strike, he turns side on. He doesn't get into a bad position.
Let's have a look. There it is. So he's actually his feet are facing towards the square leg umpire. Just needs to turn his head around. Now there's a nice look. Come on, Aleem. Bowl him an off spinner while he's not looking at you. It's a 90-degree turn. It's amazing.
Peter Willey of England used to have a very open stance. Kenny Barrington, going further back, also had what they called a two-eyed stance. Not that anybody stands there with one eye. Oh, well caught. Beautifully caught. And more reward for the perfect length that Philander has bowled.
Beautifully bowled. Vernon Philander loves bowling to left-handers. This one was in exactly the right spot. Chandimal had to play at it. The ball went across him and then moved away off the seam as well. And a good catch by Alvaro Peterson.
He's got really good hands, Alvaro Peterson. That is absolutely perfect. 2 hands at it, fingers underneath it, and that's reward for Vernon Philander. He has been superb today. Metronomic as usual. And they'll be very happy to see the end of Shivnarine Chandapur not between 30 and 35, but he goes for 21, 169 for 5.
West Indian top order, they've all got starts. That's something that they'll look at. They'll be a little bit disappointed. There's been 4 scores in the 30s we talked about, and Chandapur got a start as well.
It's time for the skipper to arrive. Dinesh Ramdan did a very good job, I thought, yesterday when he was running the troops all the time. We picked him up often through the stump microphones, encouraging as much as he possibly could when it was getting really tough. Well, right now it's getting tough. 169 for 5, average of under 30 in his 62 test matches, 4 centuries. And we've got a lot of play left in today. I'll remind you again, after this over, there's still 46 overs remaining if we go that far. Weather's certainly playing its role right now. Philander again.
Well, this wicket's made this session a very good one for the home team. At the length, perfect length. Got to play at it. Well, he'll look at it now and say he might have been able to leave it alone, but because it was full, he's dragged into the stroke. And the 3rd wicket of the session, I guess Kepler, as a captain, you try and plan sessions as best as possible. If you can get 3 wickets in each session, you bowl the side out in a day virtually, so they'll be very happy so far.
They will be. Also, the fact that they've really curbed the runs.
Really good stuff. It's another wicket maiden from Vernon Philander, 169 for 5. Now, this is going to be quite interesting going further into this innings for the West Indies. Roach has got a bad ankle, we know that. So is he going to bat next? We're not sure. Jerome Taylor, Suleiman Ben's got a bad shoulder. I spoke to him this morning. I asked him. He said it's not great. And Sheldon Cottrell bowled quite a few overs. So it's interesting to see what happens now with that batting order for the West Indies.
So Abbott's back. 12 overs for him so far, and the 1 wicket.
So Vernon Philander, 13 overs now, 6 maidens in those 13 overs, picked up 3 wickets for 23. Here's the 3 that he's picked up. That was the one that was given out first up. That was safely taken by Hashim Amla, and now another very good catch in the slip sustained by Roy Peterson. That's a new slips cordon as well. But if we have a look at the Hawkeye, Robin, that's impressive.
It's fantastic. That's to right-handers, obviously. And that's to left. Perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Hello. It was more than just an interesting shot. An interesting bit of fielding.
Not sure where he was hoping to hit that, actually. Another look at the fielding as well. I'm hoping the intention was to go straight back over the bowler or mid-off's head.
But why would you be wanting to even try that?
Exactly. 170 for 5. Got to make sure you dig deep here. Almost timber. Normally a brilliant fieldsman. Saw the funny side.
didn't have an option.
Interesting field placing, bottom of screen. Chipped just over mid-on. Morne Morkel's at long off. Had he been at mid-on, he might have been a chance.
Well, Blackwood making his intentions clear. This was much more convincing. This was a good shot. It's a full delivery again. Previous one he miscued completely, but this one played perfectly.
Sweet timing.
Shimano tends to employ the odd interesting field placing. There's nothing wrong with that if he's got some method to it. And look where Morne Morkel is. Bottom of screen there, bottom left of screen.
It's very straight too, isn't he? Apart from the fact that he's dropped back and the way that this lad's looking to hit the ball, he's also very straight.
Robbie Peterson is quite short in the covers also, just moving another square now on the offside.
Hashim Amla's got to be very watchful of the over rate. South Africa weren't very good this morning. 2.5 hour session. They only got through 32. Supposed to do 30 in 2 hours. Just for the 2 wickets. They've only bowled 21 in this session so far.
So that's the end of the 53rd over, 175 for 5.
Certainly jogging around in between, but it's just how long the over takes to be bowled. I don't see enough urgency from the bowlers to get back.
4 quick bowlers as well, takes long, no spinner.
Those in grey have been dismissed. They're the ones to come and still batting. Ramsden and Blackwood. Kemo Roach, we're not sure if he's in at 8. Jerome Taylor at 9. Flander again. Solid shot. Skipper's got himself off the mark. Square on the offside. Timbers herring after it.
I'm a little concerned that I'm going to get on one of my hobby horses when Kemo Roach comes in, because he's done ligaments in his ankle. He won't be allowed a runner. Ridiculous.
Well, it's worth a bit of a discussion, I think, Jackers. Let's get into that a little bit, because I do tend to agree with you, because ligament damage in ankles, and although they do say it's not all that bad, but still ligament damage in the ankles, or it's bad enough to go to a scan. Mind you, these days at the drop of a hat, people zip off for a scan. But the problem is, you've got to, I mean, how do you prove that the injury, if it is a internal injury, is that severe that he should actually have a runner?
Because he walked off the field as the only bloke who looked like getting any wickets, and South Africa got 542.
But also, there have been some players in the past who have, how can I carefully word this, pretended to have an injury whilst batting, who aren't perhaps the quickest between the wickets and maybe tiring and maybe getting some cramp and therefore getting a runner and taking some sort of advantage.
It all started, didn't it, really, with Graham Smith getting cramp and Strauss not allowing him a runner. There's no, I don't think there's a batsman of any kind who would choose to have a runner and therefore make up something, because runners get in the way, they confuse everybody. This has to come down on this quite quickly. Just nips back at him a little bit and just gets an inside edge on it.
What about a doctor's note like the old days, so you miss a day from school?
Well, there's so many judges at every test ground these days. There are 4 umpires, there's a match referee. You know, surely between them all they can go, listen, I think in this occasion this guys should have a runner.
Bring in one of the 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 medical staff for each team.
Anyway, I'm all right for the moment because he's not in yet. Wait till he gets in.
Maybe it'll surprise you, Jackis, and here up and down. And you won't have to worry about the runner.
Yes, but then Jackis will be saying, why wasn't he bowling? Solid again from Philander, 178 for 5. It was all going very well for the West Indies until Devon Smith was the first to depart with 72 on the board. Then suddenly Brathwaite, I think he, who knows, maybe a lapse in concentration. It was a loose shot. He went next. Johnson played a loose shot, caught in the covers. Samuels dragged one on now. He went the 4th down, and Shivran Chanapur was the last. South Africa will be ecstatic that Samuels didn't get going past the 30 mark. 33 he got, and Shivran Chanapur only 21. That's a good grouping for those two, because they were the big danger players. So far in the session, 22 overs and 1 ball now. 68 runs scored with 3 wickets taken by South Africa.
So they're bowling at 12 overs to the hour, which is not on. It's just not on.
I mean, even without a spinner, that's not the way to go.
Nice drive. That's beautifully played. Worked away by Rand, and that's going to go for 4.
So there's 44 overs to bowl. We're not going to get them in. Probably lose at the end of the day's play, maybe about 10.
I wonder why this over rate is such an issue for South Africa. One day, as it's always touch and go, and I've said this a few times. World Cup around the corner. The last thing you want is the captain suspended for a major game in the World Cup because the over rate's slow. Nice drive again. This time it's the Giraffe who's going to have to chase this one. Big Morne Morkel was always going to hit the turf, and he does nicely. Just 2 runs.
Well, it's hard work for the bowlers because they haven't played a test match for so long, so they've been out there for a bit now. They also haven't played a lot since, or some of them haven't played at all since that Australian trip recently where they played those one-day internationals. So today will be a testing time for them, getting back into the rhythm of test cricket.
Scrambling from Steyn. Yeah, it's often a job that falls in the hands of the keeper. He's the one that's got to make sure that things are hustling between overs. I know there's been a few teams in years gone by where they've had some issues with the over rate, and there's been a simple rule in their top teams. A simple rule that's been put in place that when the keeper jogs through at the end of an over and he's set to go, then everyone else has got to be ready to go. So he sets the tempo. I think at times South Africa have just been a little bit too sluggish. So A.B. de Villiers, who scored a magnificent 150, has got another job to do, as well as keep, I should say.
Just watch now the ball and at what stage it gets to the bowler's hand. Bowler's walking back, not overly quickly. The ball is still at slip. Now it goes to gully, and it'll go to extra cover. He's at the top of his run now. If he had the ball in his hand now, he could turn around and run in. No, he's ready, but he hasn't got the ball. Happens every single ball, every single bowler.
Imagine what's going to happen, Jack, is if the over 8 slow and Kemo Roach doesn't have a runner when he's struggling. 184 for 5.
I'll just go home. See, that's great. You know, running between the wicket, running between overs is fine. Being in a position. But now, where's the ball? Bowler hasn't got it. No, he's got it. So this over will start, or should, if the batsman will now play ball. Make sure they're ready.
So this time it's not the bowler or the captain's fault, because the batsman, Blackwood, has decided to take guard, so he's slowing things down now, but they were actually ready reasonably quickly this time. Vernon Philander's trying to creep in. He's a couple of paces. Blackwood's going to hold up now.
Well, he's trying to make it the last over before tea. That's what the strategy will be. There's 3 minutes to go.
One of the problems that South Africa have in the one-day game is that they do run between overs and get into position and are ready to go in the one-day game, but when they're ready to go, suddenly A.B. de Villiers decides to often make a field change as everyone's about to start in the next over, so that slows things down.
Well, this is interesting, this shot, because Blackwood's just taking his time because he makes it the last over before the tea break, and then he just has a massive waft outside off stump.
Again, persisting with that interesting field placing of Morne Morkel. Heads that time, and that's a beautiful catch. Alvaro Peterson again. He has taken an absolute blinder this time. What a fine grab. Although the batsman is going absolutely nowhere at this stage.
Well, it's a terrific effort. We'll just have to wait and see if this carried.
He didn't budge. His partner came down and had a chat. The umpires are definitely getting upstairs. They won't be sure. That's what normally happens. So Paul Rifle is going to be in the game again. South Africans were spontaneous in their reactions. As a box ticked. Now let's go down to the business end.
It all looked very good in real time to me. Just to make some ground to his left, dives across, because it's not going to carry, certainly to first slip. Straight in. Straight in. No problem. Not in my view anyway.
The question is, were those fingers underneath the ball? I think he's caught this, but the more times we look at it, we're going to ask a few questions. Are those fingers underneath the ball? There. It's a great effort, both hands. I'm with you, Robin. I think that's okay.
Looks that way. Terrific effort by Alvaro Peterson, moving to his left. Not easy to catch the ball that low down, moving forward and left.
This is nice with the zoomer. Is there any contact with the grass? That's what we've got to look for. Fingers are underneath it there, and I think it is underneath this. This is not the easiest call for Paul Rifle once you see this, but I think it's a good catch.
He's got both hands underneath it as far as I can see. Tell you what, it'd definitely be the last over before tea, one way or the other. That looks good to me.
Well, position of the fingers, let's have a look. Are they underneath, or is the ball sort of in between them? Tough call for the third umpire. That looks good there, but then
that's the next
does that
frame.
touch the ground?
This is one of those catches where I think if you're a South African supporter, you're saying that's out. If you're a West Indies supporter, you're saying, well, I'm not too sure about that. That might have hit the turf in between the fingers, and the fingers weren't quite underneath it. So it's one of these situations that once you send it upstairs, Blackwood was going nowhere. He didn't move 1 inch when he saw this happen. So Paul Rifle is asking for as many frames as possible so we can have a good look at this. Obviously when we do zoom it, it does become a little bit blurred as well. But that's the one, is the evidence of the ball hitting the grass there without the fingers totally underneath it. That's what Paul Rifle's going to try and come up with here. I guess the other thing is how much doubt is there? What do you still think, Robin? Are you still going with doubt?
I'm still pretty happy. But as you say, once it goes upstairs, and the more you look at it, and the more you think, well, maybe the ball has just touched the grass. Maybe. Well, it looks really good. Look at that from the back there. It's got 2 hands around the ball. That's the thing that's got me going.
It looks better from that angle, but yeah, I've got to make a decision. Taking a while, it's not an easy one.
It's a crucial wicket, this one. Blackwood is reasonably settled for a dozen runs, and we're just before tea, so the West Indies would hate to lose Blackwood in these sort of circumstances. Is there enough doubt to give this not out? That's what Paul Rifle's got to be asking himself, I guess. The longer we go, the more doubt I think that the television umpire is considering. And I suppose the more blurred the lines get. Right, let's have a look and see what the decision is. Paul Rifle is now going to Billy Barden. Is it going to be given not out because there's doubts? It's out. It has been given out, so South Africa will be delighted picking up that just before the break. I'm not sure that Blackwood's going to be all that ecstatic about it. The more we saw, the more we thought there might be too much doubt to actually give it. But anyway, he has been given. The West Indies will feel a little bit disappointed, I would imagine. South Africa, of course, will be happy.
Well, the initial effort was a terrific one. It was a good delivery again. Had to play at it, close to off stump. Bounced nicely. And then Alvira Peterson moving very well. Going forward and going to his left.
Interesting where that ended up. Initially, I think it went into his left hand and it ended up on his right hand. So there certainly was a little bit of bobbling going on around there. But anyway, that's the second very good catch that he's taken in the last 2 dismissals. Blackwood departs for a dozen, and now the West Indies 184 for 6. Tea has been called, by the way, as well, so that is tea at day 3. There's no doubt that the South African change room is going to be the more buoyant. They picked up 4 wickets in that session. Just over 23 overs. Run rate was just a fraction over the 3, so that's good sterling work from the home side, Robin.
It is, and great bowling from Vernon Philander. 14 overs and 2 balls, 6 maidens, 4 for 28. Is that 26? 4 for 26, correction. And he's shown where you must bowl on this pitch. We've managed to be able to show that to you through our technology and that sort of thing. He's just bowled an immaculate length and line. Just a decent opening partnership of 72, and it went a little. They lost their first wicket, then 44 between Samuels and Johnson. 45 between Samuels and Chanderpaul, and now most of them out and into the tail.
So there's a look at the South Africa bowlers. As Robin said, Philander brilliant, 4 for 26. That's magnificent. Abbott's picked up 1. He's done his bit. Morkel as well has picked up 1. 13 overs. Steyn, strange. He hasn't picked up a wicket at this stage, but I'm surprised if he gets really fired after the break because there's so many overs left in the day and they want to get these 4 wickets over as quickly as they possibly can. So there's the bat summary at the moment. South Africa batting first and batting well. Amla, de Villiers, Van Saal, terrific. West Indies are in a little bit of trouble because they are 368 runs behind at the moment. The skipper's still there, but there's not too much after that. So it's going to be hard graft for the West Indies when we come back after tea. So tea it is on day 3. We'll take a break. When we come back, discussion with Pommy and Mbangwa.
Session by session then, day number 3. Session 1, 32 overs, 110 runs, a couple of wickets, and they'd have been happy with those couple of wickets because the partnership that started things off between the openers. Then session 2 has been more productive, just 74 runs. I say just 74 because I'm comparing to that first one. Of course, the first one was a bit longer because we're looking to make up time. However, it's wickets, 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 and that's what South Africa would have set out to do, looking to improve things from what happened in session 1. A couple of gentlemen, as you saw alongside, it's H.D. Ackerman and Sean Pollock. And I'll start with you, Sean. You were talking about balls hitting the stumps, balls pitched further up. Compare session 1 and session 2, and are you happier with what you've seen?
I'm definitely happy with session 2. I think the bowling's been much better. The lengths have been better, and the person who's pitched in the fullest deliveries has been Vernon Philander, and he's picked up the wickets. I think there's been some superb slip catching, some low, difficult slip catches that have been taken, so they've backed up their bowlers, but there's no doubt that the bowlers are starting to settle into that test length, and they're getting better and better.
Okay, HD, your thoughts generally on the way that the West Indies have played? And we saw the start of the day, I was talking about the way the openers went then. It looked like they were prepared to dig in, but one wicket, then a next one, and it seems as if it's kind of clusters falling.
Well, we know that there's ability within the West Indies side. There's plenty of that. It was the question marks were going to be around, were they willing to dig in and show some grit and determination? And I think, to be fair, we've seen that from virtually everyone. And so, yes, South Africa are well on top, but they've shown that they're prepared to scrap. There was one particular dismissal that I was impressed with in this last session, and that was the dismissal of Marlon Samuels. And the reason why I say it is that it was the plan A was not bringing through a wicket for South Africa. There was a partnership developing between Chanderpaul and Samuels, and there was a clear decision from both captain and bowler to try something different. Morkel came around the wicket. There were some fielding changes, which many might look on television and think, oh, those are negative. There's a third man in place. There's men on the boundary. But they were all there in catching positions. That's the wicket there, Marlon Samuels. And yes, he ended up chopping it on, but it certainly was a plan, and it ended up working. And it's great when those plans work out.
Not so much that ball that gets the wicket, isn't it? It's very much everything around it, and I like that you try and bring it out and try and point it out.
Yeah, so often, people look and you see a delivery and it just nips away and it finds the seam, but you don't know what goes on in the thinking. And, Hashim Amla and Morne Morkel would have had a discussion. It took a little bit of time to get the field right. I mean, Temba Bavuma, the 12th man, he was unsure about where to go, and eventually Hashim virtually shepherded him all the way there to say, I want you on the boundary. We saw that when Virender Sehwag actually played here. Yes. That third man becomes a catching position for Morne Morkel against attacking players. Samuels is an attacking player. If he tries to cut up, there's a man there. If he wants to hook, 2 men back, and there was a man around the corner catching if he fends it off his shoulder. So I thought it was a really good bit of cricket from South Africa.
Now look at the summary there, 552 for 5 plays, 184 for 6. It's looking a long, long way away, 353, Sean.
It is, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens in this next session, and if South Africa do make inroads. It's a bit of a long tail for the West Indies. If they bowl them out, if the bottom are close to the close of play, will they have a nice rest overnight and then come back out and see if they can knock them over again, or will they have another hit? Because you've got 2 of your batters who are not looking so comfortable at the moment. Faf du Plessis at home, struggling with a stomach issue, and you've got Quinton de Kock who's got an ankle issue. So the batting might be a little bit thin. I know we've saw guys make gluttons of themselves in the first innings, but always nice to have those guys fresh, ready to go.
Okay, let's talk about Vernon Philander. He's got 4 for. He's not quite had the 2014 that's been kind of like what's happened prior. Turned up on the scene, burst on, and wickets for fun. This year has been a bit leaner. But here, I think it was you who said, because he's shorter than all the others and perhaps a bit slower as well, he'll be ideal because his length will be a little bit fuller. He's been good, hasn't he?
He has. I mean, Vernon's strength's definitely bowling in South Africa. I mean, the wickets suit him, and he's got great skills. He lands it on a good length and gets the ball to wobble both ways. Where sometimes he gets a bit of shape, but in general it's off the seam. And he puts teams under pressure, but he's a quality performer, and there's no doubt that if you've got a bit of a technique that's been found wanting, he'll execute beautifully in order to put that technique under pressure, and he's done it again today.
He makes you play so much. When you walk to the wicket as a new batsman, you think, well, I'll just leave a few here and maybe get the pace and the bounce of the surface, and I'll find my feet here before I try and expand on my stroke play. But he's at you all the time. You very seldom see a batsman leave Vernon alone.
Okay.
I think Malcolm Marshall, when he used to work with me, used to say, listen, if it's not going according to plan, if you aren't picking up wickets, give nothing away. And Vernon doesn't give anything away. And then all of a sudden he picks up 2 or 3, and he's got 4 for 26. Whereas other bowlers might try different things, and next thing they've gone for 50 runs, he picks up 2 wickets, he's gone for 2 for 50. Vernon, you know what you get from him. You can always find him as dependable, and when you throw him the ball, you can set a decent field and put people under pressure.
Yeah, 1.84, 1.81, I think is what he's going at today. Yeah, before we talk about what goes on in the final session of play for today, long day because of that final session yesterday being rained out, let's just have a touch on Australia and India. HD, were you up early?
I wouldn't say up early to watch the first ball being bowled, Pom. I was probably just going to bed. But I was
up. Been out, have we?
It's different time zones, you should know that. No, I did get to see the back end, and I think where India lost their way a little bit was at the back end, where Mitchell Johnson played brilliantly with Stephen Smith, who, I mean, you and I have spoken about it. It's just amazing. He just keeps getting runs. You watch him play and you think, can we consider him a great player? Yes, he's got a long way to go to become a great player, but he just churns out runs and runs. But then the tail wagged. Mitchell Starc got some runs, Josh Hazlewood got some runs, Nathan Lyon got some runs. Otherwise, India might have had a little bit of a lead. In the end, they have the lead, Australia.
It's one of those irritating bowling sessions, Sean, with the tail wagging as much as it does.
It is, and even Mitchell Johnson, I mean, he's shown himself to be a decent person when it comes in the bottom order there. I mean, he's come close to getting to 100 a couple of times. So not only does he bring the aggression in the bowling department, but he can get some lower order runs, and that's always so valuable, so terrible as a bowler when you have to deal with these guys who stick around.
But I think we've got someone who can do that in South Africa, in Vernon Philander. The only problem is, and I look at the rest of our batsmen, is that I know they all like to bat Mornay, Dale, and if it's Imran Tahir or whoever it may be in the side, is Carl Abbott now here, is that they seem, Mitchell Starc, Josh Hazlewood, Nathan Lyon, they hang around long enough for that number 8 to be able to make an impression, and that's what we'd like to see our South African tail do, to allow Vernon to average more than the 27 that he already does.
Okay, would you take the follow-on? Would enforce it, as it were?
Yeah, I would love to do it. I think they should. I think they can put the West Indies under pressure straight away again, but we'll have to wait and see what Hashim Amla thinks.
Yeah, it's going to depend on how many overs have been bowled, but certainly I would enforce the follow-on, particularly with 2 batsmen not on the ground.
Okay, let's see how it goes in the final session on day 3.
back here at Supersport Park, South Africa having declared on 552 for 5. The West Indies now 184 for 6. They had 72 put on for the opening partnership. But since then, there's been a lot of in and out. Next wicket fell at 73, then 170, 162, 169, 184. And they're still trailing by 368. Let's have a look at the wickets that fell. The first to go was Devon Smith, and adjudicated that there was an inside edge after review or on review. The original decision of not out was overturned. Then Craig Brathwaite fell 1 run later. Good delivery from Vernon Philander, getting the ball up to the bat and nicking it to Hashim Amla. Leon Johnson just after lunch drove one to cover. He'll be very disappointed with that method of dismissal. Then Marlon Samuels, who stuck around for quite some time, got one that didn't angle away from him and didn't give him the room that he was looking for to guide it square at the wicket. Shivnarine Chanderpaul got a good one, good low catch again, and Philander in the wickets again. Another good catch in the slip cordon. And then Jermaine Blackwood on what proved to be the stroke of tea. Gave Philander his 4th wicket in the innings. Good delivery. Top class delivery.
Catch wasn't too bad either. Had to go low to his left. Ball was dying on him. Just managed to get his fingers under the ball.
Jerome Taylor is the new batsman. 150 in one Test match 100 scored against New Zealand a few years back in Dunedin, and he has a difficult job on his hands. Only 2 deliveries in that over, so Philander has 4 deliveries to complete it. Once the decision of out was given and the catch was confirmed, tee was taken. On the cusp of another 5-wicket haul, Vernon Philander.
We did say that Vernon Philander would be the man to really create problems on this pitch because of the length at which he bowls. This is his 4th wicket. Peterson again, the substitute fielder, taking the catch. That's his 2nd catch today now, Peterson.
Just those last 2 deliveries for me, the deliveries that dismiss Brathwaite and Blackwood, to me, are the ideal deliveries from Philander, the ideal length and the line. These last 2 deliveries just back of a length, not just his stock deliveries. But I really feel the Blackwood and Brathwaite deliveries are the ones that when he's most effective, just drawing the batsman forward. Lovely shot. Good length, not a bad length. Pushed down the ground by Taylor. They take 3. 187 for 6.
Roach slated on the board as the next man in. One would doubt that you'll see him at all in the rest of this game, though, whether batting or bowling. I suppose if there was ever a case of him having to go out to try and save the follow-on or save the game in the second innings, he would walk out with his pads on. Not too sure under these circumstances whether it's worth it.
Mokel has changed ends. And they're down to fine leg. Yeah, I want to go back to those dismissals again, and generally when he bowls this sort of length, gets that movement, draws the batsman forward. It's a good snatch by Hashim Amla. And then the one that gets rid of Jermaine Blackwood. For me, that's when Philander's at his best, and that's when he's in that good length area. I think that is, and even a little closer, maybe just to the front of that, he can up there. Sometimes he pulls his length back into the blue area, just to the edge of the blue area, and it just allows the batsman enough time to negotiate any movement that's there. He's a good bowler. Hello, Pommy.
Hello, Bish. Mikey. Long flight of stairs.
Either that or you're getting older and you take longer to come down.
Yeah, introduce something with what you're talking about, Mike. And I was wondering, looking at the 2014 statistics of Vernon Philander, thinking about lengths and bowled. Well played too, just left it on length. Yeah, so talking lengths and bowling in different formats. There was a time not too long ago, this is the previous ball, just jags back, and it's being left on length. It's back of a length, and Morne Morkel's got it to bounce consistently and generally gets it to bounce, so a good leaf by the West Indies skipper. He wasn't in the one-day side, and generally they felt that he'd be a test bowler, and so he didn't have to adjust a great deal in terms of lengths. He settled in and he turned up on the test match scene and put it on a tickie. 2011, 24 wickets in 3 matches. 2012, productive particularly. 2013, 38 at 18, and then 14 wickets in 7 matches in 2014, and comfortably a year least productive. And I reckon it's the adjustment. It's bowling one-day lengths for a long time and then not quite making the adjustment when he comes back to test match cricket. And you've got to throw into that as well that you go and play in Sri Lanka. It's a little bit different to playing in South Africa.
Well, the game these days is all about adjusting and adjusting quickly. I made mention of the fact yesterday, I think it was, that tours no longer are what they used to be. So whenever you go to a country, you've got to adjust quickly. You no longer have 3, 4, 5 warm-up games and 3, 4 weeks of cricket before the first test.
.191 for 6. Steyn, Philander, Abbott and Morkel. 4 fast bowlers picked for this test match. Preferred not to go with a spinner. And so calling on Dean Elgar to bowl his left arm spin. Bowls at first class level, bowls in limited overs games certainly. In test matches has bowled as well. He's got 3 wickets.
I'm a little surprised at this move. I don't know what informs it, because Philander got a wicket in his last over. It proved to be 2 balls before tea.
Oh, Bora, great start.
And on the cusp of 4.
What's the
He's on 4 wickets with a 5-wicket haul, so must be a reason for it. It's a little surprising.
Catch it! Boys!
Shouts of catch it. Stian van Zyl, he's standing at cover. He's looking at backward point. The ball's gone past his right hand.
Yeah, it seems as if the sighting isn't very good when you're at cover, looking towards the grandstand. He's looking for the ball. He's looking to his left because he saw a cut shot being played. So he's looking for the ball down that point, and the ball passed to his right.
Moisian, goeie side boy. Not too close, huh?
He's on your left. Furthest to the left. He's standing at cover. Stian van Zyl.
Catch, Ashley. Good, Dean.
Doesn't turn it a great deal. Dean Elgar.
Oh.
Yeah, it is an interesting call, and Bish, I'm with you. I'm not entirely sure why he's come into the attack. There's who was not picked for this test match, going with 4 fast bowlers. In the air and straight in. I guess that's why he's bowling. He's got a wicket. Oh, what a change.
Not too sure Ramdin is quite happy to walk back to the pavilion here. He should be walking in the other direction. Wonder what he's going to be telling the rest of the team. That was a pretty ordinary stroke. Van Zyl eventually saw it. I'm still not sure he saw it when it was halfway on his way to him. And then he saw it, but he didn't have to move. That helped. It's a pretty soft dismissal. You hear that expression all the time, but that top of the list of soft dismissals. 193 for 7.
Well, the change has certainly worked. Vernon Philander might have a word in the ear of the captain and say, okay, job done by the change man. Can I please have the ball back? Hasn't got a fire for this year yet. They'll want to fix that. Certainly has the opportunity with 3 more to get. Suleiman Ben walks out to the middle. Their score of 42. He's at the non-strikers though. Here's Morkel. In the air, gone! Straight back to the bowler. It's 2 and 2.
Just falling apart, but it's a difficult length to try to push and drive. Morkel is already a very tall man, and to try to hit this on the up, it hits the splice of the bat, so you're not going to find much opportunity in playing that shot against that length. Jerome Taylor goes for 4. It's 193 for 8.
Sheldon Cottrell walks out to the middle in just his second test match. Just 2 more wickets to get then for the South Africans. Comfortable in the end. It comes off slowly. Amorne Morkel, and he steadies himself. I say 2 more wickets to get. It might just be 1 because Roach might not be able to bat. Oh, hello. Good afternoon. Welcome to Supersport Park.
Well, we have seen this on so many occasions in recent years with the West Indies. They flatter to deceive in the batting lineup. Lots of times they get reasonable starts, or you see a good partnership at some stage in the innings, and then there's a huge collapse.
And this is one of those. 162 for 3. Swing of the arms, it's wide of off stump, and it's just having a go at it. Didn't quite catch it though. It's off the bottom of the bat, so a couple of runs. Yeah, I keep thinking about Vernon Philander, and better go back to that wicket off the skipper. Full, not as full as he thought though. And it's a comfortable catch. I say comfortable, I tell you what. He stands there, he's about to go back, then he's got to go forward, then he looks to make sure. Nicely bowled. Stian van Zyl, we were talking about him having the ball go to his right when he was busy looking left a couple of deliveries before. And there was a signal from the captain. Have a look at his reaction. He stands there, he's about to go left, then he kind of thinks, ooh, do I go right, do I go forward? And it goes straight to him. This is what the skipper says when he gets there. He says, listen, you got to take your sunnies off. That's probably why you're not seeing it quite well enough. He's taken them off. And in your first hit smash, I think you don't want to be arguing at all with the skipper because you want a second. Here's the misjudgment. He's looking for a cut, he's looking left, look at that, and the ball's gone off to the right. Has no idea where that's gone. Thank goodness this one went straight to him. Phew. Oh, that's hit him. 195 for 8.
Really good move by Hashim Amla. I still don't know what influenced the move. I'm still trying to work it out. If I've been Vernon Philander and in 4. They're thinking ahead. Is there any thinking ahead as to what will happen when the West Indies are bowled out? Could 357 behind, possibly the last spear at the crease.
195 for 8, and perhaps the final wicket in the current pair, because Kemar Roach has injured his ankle and he kind of been hobbling about. Certainly was hobbling at the start of the day, and you'd expect if his ankle is injured, you don't want to put him through trying to bat out there if you need him for the rest of the tour. And Bish, whether there's a next innings or not, I think if you're Vernon Philander and you're on 4 for 29, you want to carry on bowling.
Nice shot from Suleiman Ben. It's gone all the way. That's not an easy shot to play, to hit. The left arm spinner inside out, over, wide, long off. 200 comes up for the West Indies.
He's a tall man, so he has a long reach. easy when the ball is that length for him to just use that long leverage of his to hit it over the top, inside out.
Yes and no. A bit of a squeal there from maybe De Villiers as the ball comes through. It's just a normal seam. Comes through too quickly. Sounded like there's an edge there. Is that dropped? Yep, it is. And he said it was too quick for me. De Villiers.
Oh. Good change, boys.
201 for 8. Yeah, it was definitely an edge. In and out. Five, 5-2 for 5. South Africa in a really good position, ahead by a long, long way. Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna have a look in there and see if we can see Kemar Roach. Despondent dressing room, that's for sure. Might well be preparing to have another go. Pull him! Morne Morkel gets number 3.
Well, it seems as if this captain is quite happy to share the wickets around. Not too sure Vernon Philander is happy with just taking 4. But others have gotten the opportunity to bowl at the lower order, and they have made sure that they have taken advantage of it. I haven't seen this too often from Morne Morkel, but I suppose when you're bowling against a lower order, you can certainly well afford to pitch the ball a lot fuller than you're accustomed to. No problems with the front foot. He gets close sometimes, but absolutely no problems with that. Fuller length, stumps hit. That's what you do to the lower order batsmen. Bowl straight. You miss, I hit. As we suspected, 9 wickets down, and the West Indies are out. Not all out, but out. Because Roach has decided, or they have decided, that Roach will not be batting. Just then wonder how come the thought process was that he might be able to bowl yesterday and he can't even bat today, a day later. Well, well.
Yeah, watching them all walk off, and the South Africans, bit of a chat as well as they go. And Bish, you offered it up a little while ago when Elgar comes into the attack. I think Amla already had his mind on the follow-on and wanting Vernon Philander, having bowled just a couple of overs, to be ready and okay for bowling a second time. So there's the West Indies card, 201. They are for 9, but they're out because Kemar Roach is not going to bat. Absent and injured.
Yeah, Pammy, I think what will disappoint the West Indies there is when you look at the top 5, let's say the top 5, 34, 35, 31, 33, 21, and not kicking on in these conditions. It looked promising, and I mentioned it myself, but it's disappointing that they haven't quite kicked on any one of that top 5.
Yeah, 162 for 3, and then 201 all out. So it says a lot of hard work done up at the top, but then just falling away big time.
disappointing capitulation there. As a look at the fall of wickets. Fourth, 2:30 to 4 o'clock to 5 to 4, which is a little while ago. Yeah, not much resistance. The bowling, Dale Steyn, wicketless. It's not often that would happen, and he'll want to make amends and ensure that he doesn't go through the test match without wickets. Have to share the load around those 4 fast bowlers. Have to do it all again. It's about getting 20 wickets. In this case, it'll be 18 wickets. And so they'll be happy with that. It's a couple less with Roach injured. Good work by Vernon Philander for his forfer. Good also from Morne Morkel. The summary then, after the first innings. 552 for 5 declared. South Africa, 208 to Amla. De Villiers, 152. And Van Sale with 101. 201 to the West Indies. 4 for 29 for Philander, 3 for 55 for Morne Morkel. Windies, 351 behind.
Welcome back to Supersport Park. We have some news for you that South Africa have asked the West Indies to follow on. That's why all out for 201, 9 down. Roach not batting, so it was all closed up for the West Indies. And Philander picking up 4 for 29. He bowled superbly. Morne Morkel wrapping things up pretty quickly at the end, 3 for 55. But South Africa batting first, 552 for 5 declared. Plenty of runs in that top order, and also the debutant getting a century. And it's been all South Africa so far in this test match, and we've still got plenty of time to go in day 3. We think we're going to have around about 27, 28 overs left in the day's play. But just to confirm again, with the West Indies 351 runs behind, Hashim Amla has asked them to follow on. So this is going to be very interesting. And of course, that's obviously the last thing I guess the West Indies would like to do. But anyway, Sean Pollock is downstairs in the middle. He's going to give us some news about the track.
Yes, Hayes, just to say the West Indies have decided to use the small roller, which is a little bit of a surprise. You thought maybe they'd go with the big heavy one to try and flatten things out. As far as the surface goes, well, not much has really changed. The grass covering, there's no real new divots. Yes, the cracks have opened up a small deal, but if you think the fact that the West Indies got off to a good start, 72 without loss, and then they've lost their last 10 or 9 wickets for 140, shows you that the fact that also some of the top order got in, it's a bit of a surprise. I don't think it's that bad a surface. I think South Africa's lengths were much better after the lunch break. As far as footholds go, Dean Elgar might have to play a part later on in this test match. In the second innings, no real footholds to talk of. So there's not really much that's changed in the surface. The only thing we are worried about is some dark clouds that are building up over the pavilion end, and the wind starting to blow them in. So will we have a shortened period? We'll have to wait and see. This is similar to the period that the West Indies were going to have yesterday evening, and it was called off because of the rain. But I think South Africa will maybe set themselves a target of trying to pick up 3 of this top order. If they can get 3 before the close of the play, I think they'll be pretty happy.
Okay, Sean, thanks very much for that. So that's quite interesting. The track is still pretty good, and I think Sean summed it up by saying the South Africans certainly bowled much better than the West Indies. They got in the right areas. There was pressure from Philander right at the start. This is the first one to go down. Smith caught behind after was sent upstairs. There goes Vernon saying send it upstairs. And he was adjudicated to be on his way. He wasn't very happy with it, but that was the start of some wickets to go down.
Next up we have Brathwaite. Vernon Philander in that corridor of uncertainty where he always is and always probing away. Great low catch by Hashim Amla at first look.
As we go through these dismissals, just have a look at the soft dismissals. That was one. I think you can safely say Brathwaite was one. Johnson soon after was another. Just bunting that straight to the man in the covers. So keep a count of those soft dismissals as we go through.
Next up, Marlon Samuels. Morne Morkel with the change of angle around the wicket, too close to the body to steer down to third man, and he chops onto his stumps. Marlon Samuels, just a bit of nip back to him.
Good catch this one by Alvaro Peterson. Vernon Philander again on the money. A bit of a grimace there from Vernon in the follow through. Just a bit of movement, just enough. But good catching the slips is important at Supersport Park.
Vernon Philander in that same area again, and another sharp catch. A long time to decide whether that is carried to Alvaro Peterson, but a good low catch diving to his left.
And you might have noticed that grimace again from Vernon Philander with that. That was also sent upstairs, and in the end it was given. This was a soft one, the captain. Straight to Steven van Zyl in the covers.
Too many soft dismissals, and the West Indies they'll be hurting from them. Morne Morkel, good catch in the follow through. Not easy to take those catches, following through and the ball coming back at you quickly. A great catch from Morne Morkel in his follow through.
So these aren't the guys that are supposed to make the runs at the tail. They found it quite difficult. Cottrell got one just to move away a fraction, and it certainly disturbed the furniture. So it was all falling apart quite dramatically for the West Indies at this stage as they lost their last 6 wickets for some 39 runs. So that's how much of a procession it was. So look at the card. In the 30s for the top 4. 20 for Chanderpaul, just a dozen for Blackwood. Ramden 14, and then it just dropped considerably. But Kimo Roach, with that bad ankle of his, absent, hurt, and did not bat. So we're presuming that South Africa are only going to need to get 9 wickets in the second innings.
West Indies were very disappointed, especially after a promising opening partnership of 72 up before losing their first wicket. And then we saw another one going down quickly, 73 for 2, and then not really being able to resurrect the innings and construct another good partnership. And Mike Heisman mentioned all those soft dismissals that we've seen before. They'll be extremely disappointed about them.
It's something we certainly have seen before as well. with wickets going in clusters, a bit of a start, and then suddenly wickets falling pretty quickly one after the other. There's a look at the partnerships. 72 first up, 44 for Samuels and Johnson, and Samuels and Chanderpaul 45, but then nothing really to write home about after that. So here's a look at what the work was from Vernon Philander. This is the start, actually, when things began for the West Indies, and I thought they played pretty well, these two guys.
Nice and compact they were, these opening batsmen, the first two. Just letting the ball come to them and playing the ball under the eye. We see those strokes there, nice and under the eye, waiting for the ball to come, and a very good opening partnership.
Seemed nicely organised. There was a good understanding running between the wickets most of the time. A little bit of a skid and a stumble there. But the West Indies will be hoping, of course, that they can put 70 odd on the board again, and they'll be hoping that won't be given out if it happens. But this is when things started to go south.
Very impressive from Vernon Philander after his first spell, Mike, where he was slightly short of length, and to be able to just adjust into his second spell and find that length, I thought was very impressive from him to make that adjustment so quickly.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I think if we reflect, those who've been with us as we look at the bowling figures, those who've been with us throughout this broadcast, this first of 3 test matches, we focused quite a bit on the West Indies bowling and the areas that they were bowling to the South African batsmen, and they were all over the shop at times. There's a bit of a scattergun effect. But the South Africans, particularly Vernon Philander, has just been simply magnificent, and that's why he's got those figures of 4 for 29. And nice to see Morne Morkel come into the picture at the end and pick up some sticks to wrap up the first innings. Dean Elgar, just a couple of overs, picked up the 1 wicket as well, so he'll be talking a lot about that, I would imagine. Old Dean, he's a great character.
He'll be enjoying that wicket. Us bowlers love to have a lot of fun about our wickets that we've taken.
Here's a look at some evidence from Hawkeye about the lengths we're talking about. This is South Africa's seamers lengths in the morning session. Most of that was Vernon Philander getting in the right spots. And that was the slight adjustment they made after lunch. Good intelligent stuff. You're not going to see much of a change from that either, I'm sure, for what we think is some 27, 28 overs. So much time left in this test match. The weather's looking okay today. We go through to 6 o'clock local time. Then with a bit of luck, we've got a couple of full days coming up. There's Vernon. We're steering another 5-wicket haul in the face.
Just have a look at Vernon Philander. Just only a little bit of concern. He picks up the wicket and he runs through, and then all of a sudden he just a slight grimace. That wasn't too bad on that first wicket. But when he picked up the second wicket, the one was off the right-hander, you'll see his reaction. He gets it through, goes through. There's a bit more of a grimace. I don't know if he's maybe suffering with cramp. Cramp is quite a thing for the fast bowlers at this ground. The underfoot is very soft, and when you start to make holes of where you run delivery after delivery, and your calves start to wear a touch, so he might be suffering from a little bit of cramp. It'll be interesting to see if he does take the new ball and how much he bowls in the second session.
Now, just to update the cut-off time today, it's 6 minutes past 6 o'clock. So that gives us, let's call it 1 hour 55 from now. Brathwaite. He wasn't that long, or it wasn't that long ago when he was out there again, so he's going to be facing the music. And this might be a situation that's right up Dale Stein's alley. He might really enjoy this little challenge. Devon Smith is there as well. He got runs in the war game and looked pretty organised. He was tested with a short ball.
As you're talking about Dale Steyn, he does not like to not get wickets, so he'll be really motivated to make this new ball in the second innings work for him. Age 31, phenomenal performer, so often the spearhead for South Africa. How's those for stats?
Let's have a look. Sorry, Sean, let's have a look and see how he starts. It's got past Morne Morkel. And they decide to come back for the third, so that's good running from the West Indies. How tough is this, Sean, for the guys to get out there again and start bowling?
It's more of a mental battle. I mean, they didn't bowl that many overs in that first inning, so that's not going to be too taxing on the body. But all of a sudden thinking, I've got to now pick up another 10 wickets before I can have a full rest. It's more of a mental thing. Big effort by the giraffe there.
Is that in slow motion or not?
Hayes.
Sorry,
Stop
sorry,
it.
Mornay.
Stop it.
I apologise. I was pleased the way he bowled at the end, Mornay. Good stuff. Another drive, this time to the covers.
Also seen with Dale Steyn over the years, he does like to have lots of overs under his belt. He bowls better, he performs better when he's in good rhythm, and he's been current and playing in matches, so he might take a bit of a while. Wasn't at his best, he still bowled some decent deliveries in that first innings, 0 for 53, but I wouldn't be surprised if he really turns it on for us here second innings.
He loves his ground.
You put a new ball into these guys' hands, and talking about Dale Steyn, Mornay Morkel, Vernon Philander, and the West Indies had a good start in their first innings, getting a partnership of 71. But when you put a brand new Kookaburra in the hands of these 4 seam bowlers, more times than not they will strike. It was a little bit of a surprise, and the West Indies played well to their credit in the first innings, but just to illustrate about those wickets, soft wickets that they gave away. Just to make the point about the soft dismissals, and now all of a sudden you got the brand new ball again. You might just get a good ball now where you gave your wicket away softly in the afternoon, and then you find yourself under pressure, maybe come out of the game with 50 runs, which adds up to an average of 25, and you can walk away from a disappointing test match. But it's the soft dismissals, mate. Put yourself under pressure.
Yeah, you would think that was quite a bit of the focal point of the chat they would have had before they came out again, to make sure they don't give their wickets away. It's the first test of 3. You go down in the first, it's tough. That's what they did so well in the first innings. These openers leaving early.
There's so often talk in the dressing rooms, and teams are doing game plans about is there something wrong with Dale Steyn? Didn't seem too comfortable after that last delivery. There's the fall of wickets. There was nothing for a while, 72 until the first wicket fell, and then there was a bit of a rush. It happened pretty quickly.
I think Steyn's in trouble here, Sean.
Hashim Amla has got the teapot out.
He pulled up the previous delivery, and after that one he pulled up again, and now he's stretching. Here comes the skipper.
Yeah, good move by the captain. You want to know exactly what's going on. You don't want to sit in the slips and wait to find out. You don't want to do any more damage.
It's not a good sign with Vernon Philander grimacing as well on a couple of occasions during his spell earlier, and now Steyn stretching, looking like maybe the cramp that you mentioned a few minutes ago, Sean.
Doesn't look comfortable. He's going to take his hat and he's going to head for the side. So Mornay Morkel, he's grabbed that new ball. He's going to have a go, and there's going to be a change of angle too. It looks like he's going to come around straight away. I think that's a good decision. Go and get it sorted first. Make sure that there's nothing too serious before you come back and bowl, because there's plenty of overs still to be bowled.
Brandon Jackson, the physiotherapist, is going to be exhausted. He's been looking after Quinton de Kock. There he is, grimacing as he turned around, looking after Francois Duplessis.
Brandon Jackson's not scared of hard work. He's done at least 10 comrades, which requires a lot of hard work. And he's got iron fists. Good hands that work miracles. So he'll get Dale Steyn back at some stage.
They certainly haven't been playing that much cricket of late, these South Africans, so it's certainly not something through wear and tear, you'd imagine. So here we go, Mornay Morkel now. Beautiful delivery. It's not a bad thing actually for Mornay Morkel to get into this attack straight away. He'd be on a little bit of a high after picking up some wickets towards the end. That's the end of the first over, 3 for none.
Good presentation of the seam. Good bounce from Mornay Morkel. So after the first over, 3 on the board. Vernon Philander will open the bowling. We did, as we mentioned earlier, see a few grimaces from him. But I think he'll maybe have had a little bit of treatment, been stretched nicely, trying to make him nice and loose again. Just limbering up. It's the breeze that's operating. It was bringing those dark clouds in closer towards the stadium. Wonderful performance in the first innings. What can Vernon do for a second time round? That's not an official delivery. It's just jogging up to make sure the umpire's standing in just the right spot. ...119 wickets, just over 21. 9 5-wicket hauls. And 210 in a match. Quality.
Straight on to that length that we know he loves to bowl, Vernon Philander, always in and around off stump, where he was applying loads and loads of pressure earlier in the first innings of the West Indies, and if he maintains that area, he'll be looking to pick up at least 1 or 2 this evening.
Just having a look at the field placings. Slips have come up a little bit, which is an indication that's going to happen from time to time. We just saw a couple of deliveries late in the first innings of the West Indies, of balls keeping it a little bit low. Here's the work that Vernon Philander did to pick up his wickets. Some good catching with the new cordon. I guess it's quite possible it might be just a, well, the plan might have been for just a short little spell for Vernon Philander with 4 quicks available, but not the case anymore.
I hope Vernon just missed his run up there, because Hashim Amla's heart might have skipped a beat. Didn't want another seamer pulling up short.
Dean Ogle will say, give me a ball, skipper. I'll take him on.
Yes, Keane actually spoke to him this morning and said after day 1, when you saw Suleiman Ben getting the ball to turn like that, did you come in on Tuesday and think about working on your bowling at the morning warm-up? He said he's dead keen to have a few overs.
One of those players, Grathwaite, who doesn't bother too much about cleaning the face of his bat. Likes to have all those red cherries all over the place, Sean.
We discussed it earlier. It's the fact that it's probably been around for a while, although Ian Bishop added that he's got a lot of runs this year, so that might be just this year's bat, and the fact that he's just been chalking a lot of Kookaburras up.
Yeah, before this test was averaging 90, 2014.
Philander, meanwhile, has been straight on to his length and that good line just on and just outside off stump. And that's where you got Brathwaite in the first innings, and he'll be asking those questions again.
I always think his seam position, Sean, is just so reminiscent of yours in the old days, just wobbling enough. You were never one that was adamant to make sure it was dead straight.
I was, I just couldn't do it.
Oh, okay.
No, I think always when I see Vernon, the slow-mos of Vernon's wrist action and his seam coming down, the best seam position he gets it into when the seam's going straight up. There you go. You don't want him to be shaping the ball. He's so good at landing on a good length. And if it just nips off that perfect length, the batsman's going to be in trouble, either LBW or finds the outside edge. You don't want him swinging it early from the hand. Straight and then movement. 3 without loss.
Certainly have enjoyed themselves, the crowd that have come in today at Supersport Park. The weather is apparently pretty good for tomorrow too, and that being a Saturday, we expect a few more to come in. Morkel again over the top of the slips, just gliding that one off the face of the bat for 4. That's nicely played.
Short and wide, and when you're facing a big tall fast bowler like Morne Morkel and he bowls one short and wide outside off stump. There's no danger in that shot really, just helping it over the top of the slip cordon. Kepler Vessel mentioned him before at lunchtime, facing the big 4-prong fast bowlers, that's a strong area when you're facing somebody as tall as Morne Morkel.
You've got to look for a space where you can attack and put some pressure on him. That's one of the areas.
Direct hit might be interesting here. Temba, there's a direct hit. Hit Billy Bowden as well. It's off the stumps. Hit Bowden. Will have knocked him off his line. He's going to have to send that upstairs. Paul Rifle is going to have a look now. The South Africans are not leaping around. They're not totally confident this is out, but direct hits are always worth looking at, particularly when Billy's involved.
Now he's going to know about this one in the morning. Billy Bowden shattered into his leg, so he's going to have a nice bruise. Have a look at it. Is it going to be close? Is it going to be close? He's made his ground. But a good effort by Bavuma. So that's not out for the batsman. But, Billy Bowden was nearly knocked out with the ricochet. Here's the decision pending. Specsavers will tell you, not out.
Temba Bavuma, the one who pounced on that. Specsavers having a look. It'll be not out. Let's have a look at that again. Let's focus importantly on Billy Bowden here. Temba swoops, direct hit off the stumps. Look out, Billy, look out. Nice carry that time. The other thing about this second innings in the West Indies, there's absolutely no point in just looking for survival, really. Trail by 343 at the moment. They might as well look to play their natural game. Often when you're a batsman and you stay as positive as you possibly can, it works in your favour.
Absolutely, and they don't want to miss out on opportunities like that. Brathwaite would be disappointed short and wide again from Morkel, this time to the right-hander, the previous one earlier in the over to the left-hander. Might just take a little while to adjust his line, but absolutely right, Mike. You want to, as we saw in the first innings of South African innings, A.B. de Villiers and Hashim Amla taking the attack back to the bowlers and putting the pressure back onto them.
It's also about, we were talking earlier about the mental adjustment you have to make as a bowling unit. And all of a sudden you're out there and the realization after 2 or 3 overs that it's going to be hard work again. There's 10 wickets to get. It sometimes takes 5 or 6 overs and then you start to realize I'm not going to sit out here feeling sorry for myself about the fact that I've got to pick up another 10 test wickets. You've got to get this job done. And then the mindset changes and the intensity changes, because at the moment it just looks like they're going through their paces. The intensity doesn't seem anywhere near what it was later in the first innings.
Just sliding leg side a little bit. End of the over, 8 for none.
Mooi glippen.
Just over an hour and a half to go of play today. South Africa all over the West Indies at this stage, asked them to follow on. West Indies still plenty behind, but they do have presumably 10 wickets in hand. It may well be 9. We don't quite know how mobile Kemar Roach is. Philander again now. Loves bowling to left-handers. Around about 30%, just under 30% of his wickets that he's picked up so far. Of the total of 119 test wickets have been left-handers. That's a good return.
Because of that seam presentation that Sean was alluding to earlier, Mike, and with Vernon quite accurate with his line generally, if it just going to nibble either way, in or out, he's always in and around the danger area.
Now they've gone up for the catch here, and up goes the finger as well. Now, we do have DRS. The batsman's going nowhere at this stage. Vernon Philander is celebrating. Smith is going down to Brathwaite to have a bit of a chat with him. And they have decided to go upstairs.
Strange referral, this one. Two noises, unless he obviously feels that he might have hit his pad and not the ball, but there are definitely two sounds. And the umpire giving it out straight away, Alim Dar. So, as a batsman, generally you would know if you hit the ball, if there's two noises. So, it does seem a strange referral, unless he's hit his pad on this one.
This will tell us. Certainly two noises.
For me, it looks like it's sliding down leg side, so I don't think the LB is an option. There you go. There's yes, there is. There's a noise, and it goes onto the pads, and then it loops up to gully. Good ground made to take the catch. So definitely two noises. So that should be an inside edge, and I think the decision will be upheld.
It was pretty spontaneous from the South Africans. Thin inside edge, it looks like to me. But it was quite interesting that he had to walk down and speak to his partner. Let's have a look there. It looks like a connection with the bat on the ball there. Then it's going to go onto the pad and balloon up. Those spikes are telling us that there are two noises there. One thin one hard one there, and then also onto the pad soon afterwards. So I think that is going to be upheld. Again, it's Paul Rifle who's having a close look at this one.
Didn't have much to do for the first 2 days, and then all of a sudden he's been right in the action on this third day. I don't think we need to check whether it has carried. I think it carried comfortably, the catch. Just waiting to see.
So it was given out by umpire Alim Dar. He's now having the communication from Paul Rifle. Let's have a look and see what it is. South Africa will be delighted if they pick up an early one here.
Just from the batsman's point of view, you see Alim Dar raise his finger there. From a batsman's point of view, sometimes you can clip your pad and not quite be sure whether you nick the ball as well as you play your stroke. And it seemed a strange referral from Devon Smith then, but great yards made there by Temba Bavuma, and West Indies 8 for 1. Vernon Philander striking again.
So that's a great start. It really is by South Africa. They will know there's lots of overs to go, lots of time to go to make some serious inroads. Smith for 5, 8 for 1. So Leon Johnson is back in the middle again. Just playing his second test match. Got some runs against Bangladesh and St. Lucia in his first test match. He's playing in his second now, and Vernon Philander has already struck, and he's got 5 now in this test. And he just keeps it in that area all the time. To the right and left-handed batsman, he's going to find that these West Indians are going to be under some serious pressure.
Dismissal again. 2 sounds. Onto the pad. Pavuma moves well. Takes the catch. South Africans go up. was the staff of the PL once that made contact with the pad. They were waiting for the catch to be taken, and then they went up in unison, sliding down the leg side. Another good delivery from Philander, shaping back. And straight away, the finger went up, and he signalled, that's out for catch.
That's a good leave. He was going to play that at one stage and then decided the last minute just to allow it to go through to AB de Villiers. See, they've got to be concentrating hard here now, the West Indies. They can't afford to lose 2 or 3 tonight.
He's onto his line and then straight away going Vernon Philander here in the second innings. And we mentioned and we spoke about Sean and the way he used to bowl, a similar line and length. But with Vernon being, what, 5'9", Sean, compared to yourself?
I don't know what he is, but I'm just under 6'3".
Started at 6'6".
Test cricket will do that to you.
Vernon being a lot shorter anyway than Sean, and somebody like Glenn McGrath who used to bowl a similar line and length. As a batsman, you felt sometimes that you could leave a lot of balls on length going over the top of the stumps, but with Vernon being shorter and always being in that area as a batsman, you always feel like you have to play the ball and you can't leave as many as you would like to leave. And as a new ball bowler, that's exactly what you want. You want batsmen to play more balls than they would like to leave.
That, to me, is the big difference in this test. The way that the South Africans have probed all the time, the West Indies didn't. Thought about leaving that, I think, at one stage as well. Really good stuff from Vernon Philander. It's another wicket maiden from him. 8 for 1. Morkel cracked away, back on a square on the offside. That's gone for 4. Anything that's short and wide from these bowlers, the West Indies batsmen are going to look to try and get after them as best they possibly can. Time for Ashwell, Sean and myself to take a breather. In the commentary box now, it's going to be Robin Jackman, H.D. Ackerman and Pommy Mbangwa.
Thanks, Hayes. An apology there from Morne Morkel to the skippos at first slip, saying that's a bad one. Sorry about that. I'll get back. Devon Smith. That's what happened in the first innings. Snicko. RTS real time Snicko. Went upstairs, chit-chat for a long time, and was given out. Then this one, given out straight away for the catch. It says you nicked it onto your pad. Went upstairs as well. Little check with Snicko. And Vernon Philander both times. Better length, fuller from Morkel. Early breakthrough with the follow-on enforced. Philander pulled out of the attack whilst he was going after tea. There were 6 or 7 down. The West Indies were having a bit of fun, enjoying their day. Morne Morkel decided he was just going to save him for now.
Sent back, wisely so. Well, there's a little bit of news that's come from the South African dressing room, and that is that Dale Steyn came off, precautionary really, with a tight right groin. So it's not a hamstring, and probably the wise decision from Hashim Amla to stride across to his fast bowler and say, get off the park, get it sorted.
Yeah, and it's not such a huge thing this time round because number 1 off Dean Elgar, but 2 because he'd picked 4 fast bowlers, so he still has 3 at his disposal. groins. Oh, not good. Nicely worked. Happy to collect a couple.
He bowled an extra ball from Dale, so it's very confusing.
Philander fields this and he doesn't go down so well.
Oh, one's okay-ish. Two's a bit of a problem. A rather big problem. 15 for 1.
Again, Vernon Philander. Let's hope that there's nothing too serious to him.
Good work with bat in hand. South Africa having been asked to bat first on day 1 by Dinesh Ramdin. Double for Hashim Amla, 150 for De Villiers, and Stian van Zyl is not on that card. 100 on debut, then bowled them out, 201. Philander 4 for 29. And now West Indies 15 for 1. You have to see out the day. At the very least, I'd say one more wicket, only one more wicket. If they're to put pressure on this South African bowling attack.
Well, there was a term that I thought had been made redundant, and that was follow on. I didn't know that they did it in cricket anymore.
Some decent rhythm is Vernon Philander. Showed it in the first innings. It's continuing on. Good point you bring up, HD, about not following on, as the case has been for some time. Many sides reluctant. They'll bat again and look to pile on a few more. That's in the air, but away from De Villiers, who's quick, scampers, dives, sprawls, and then throws it all in just about one motion.
Been a funny old game from points of view of injuries and sicknesses and that sort of thing. I only mention it because of course it's De Villiers with the gloves on and not Quinton de Kock, who went over on his ankle in training this morning. And Roach walked off on day 1 with ankle ligaments. Well done, nicely taken, awkward that, obviously bouncing for the second time. Faf du Plessis with the stomach ailment that nobody seems to have actually diagnosed accurately just yet. Now staying off with a suspected, or at least a tender groin, so falling over. It's the first test.
Just as well as this test though, Jack, as imagine if it was after the PE one. There's only a couple of days turnaround. At least they've got 6 or so days between now and the next test. That one would be a mess.
That would be headaches for the captain.
And if you're an incumbent and you get injured, you'll be reluctant to miss the next game because debutants are getting man of the matches left, right and centre. Dane, Pete in Harare. Well, 100 for Stian van Zyl. Kyle Abbott here at this ground, man of the match.
bowled. Go back a bit further. Marsh and De Lange. Also 7 for
Faf du Plessis.
Yeah, correct. Faf du Plessis. Over to Australia as you've gone there as well. Hazelwood. Matches here. 54 wickets, productive ground. Leading wicket takers in matches here at Supersport Park, and Mackay Ntini is atop of that list. Dale Steyn just below. Of course, they'd have bowled together. 10 matches, 54 wickets at Supersport Park. 8 matches, 42 for Dale Steyn. Think about the times they overlap, and ooh.
The interesting thing about that is add up all their runs scored, and I'm telling you now, they don't match the amount of runs scored the man in 3rd place leading wicket takers, Jacques Kallis. Wickets and runs for the great man.
Oh, there he is. Mackay Ntini. No quieter these days, Mackay. Bubbly character. Loud character. Happy fella.
Are you suggesting that his personality has changed since when he was a player?
I was saying no quieter.
No, correct.
So still the same. Still just as happy.
On the wicket.
I was just thinking, as Morkel bowled that last ball, it wasn't a bad one, just across the left hand. I was just thinking, I wonder how long it'll be before he goes round the wicket. So he's effective to left-handers round the wicket. It didn't take long.
Might get an earful on his way back because it's just run straight down the wicket then. No, doesn't. Umpire Billy Bowden decides he's having a chat with Kyle Abbott.
See where he goes. No, we're not going to see. I think he stumbled a little bit. I don't think it was the normal follow through.
Yeah, there's not exactly some spinner licking his lips at the rough he's creating.
So you're not going to see the batsman protest too much.
This is why the South African over rate is so slow. Ready to bowl, haven't got the ball in his hand. I was talking about it earlier. They're bowling 12 an hour. It's ludicrous. Part of the reason is, just watch here now, is that it's the end of the over. Pity. 18 for 1.
Day 1, 3 wickets. Day 2, 2 wickets. Day 3 so far, 10 wickets. Vernon Filland off the park, up the stairs. Hope he's all right.
So does Hashim. It's interesting, that 10 wickets. That's the average number of wickets to fall on day 3 at this ground in Test cricket.
Yes, you are asking who's that. So are we. We'll find out. Oh dear. Very lucky. Young Johnson. That seemed to stay down just a little bit. Perhaps a misjudgment in length and should have been forward. But it certainly looked with the naked eye like it didn't quite bounce enough.
It didn't bounce. So if one of those substitute, and this is a serious question, shows you how little I know. Does the scoreboard say court sub and then put the name in brackets? Do they, or is it court sub number 1, sub number? I mean, there's 4 of them on the ground.
It just says court sub.
I think they're going to have to change it on this occasion. I think the name in brackets is a good idea. I think I've seen that somewhere.
Oh, he's looking straight. That'll go for 4. Just tucked away off the pads. It's off the stumps as well, actually. Yep, there's another sub. We've sent Rui onto it. He'll let us know who they are. It's only an inside edge as well. I thought it was off the face. It wasn't quite, was it?
And the best decision that Morne Morkel makes all day is he doesn't dive to stop it. He just lets it run away for 4. Otherwise, Alan Donald is on next.
So now you'll understand why we have no idea who sub is today or who's the subs are. They turn up because they've had to call in reinforcements, the Proteas side, and it's meet Alan Donald, meet Greg King. Hello guys, how are you doing? Yes, shirts on, here they'll bibs, sit down. Now they're on the park.
It means AD's back in there with a bib on.
22 for 1. Earlier in the day, I reckon this was forward thinking from one of our camera guys. Adrian decided that he was going to take some catches because he might be called on. He discovered, though, that the cricket ball's a little bit sore. Hazy congratulating him. Oh, it's his blow buller. Goodness gracious. There he is. Good to see you on the camera rather than out there. You might be called on, though.
I should have used him. At least they would have known his name. The difficult thing here is that the franchise team that plays at this ground, the Titans, and the franchise team that plays just down the road at the Wanderers, the Lions, they're both involved in cricket matches, domestic cricket matches at the moment in South Africa. So these young men are not professional cricketers.
Yeah, they'll be from clubs or a club close by that plays in the area here in Centurion. Stian van Zyl to get a ball. Well, he swings it.
I was going to say, he's just meatloaf me.
More nervous bowling than he was batting.
It's a terrifying experiences for a top order batsman. The bloke comes on in and normally bowl and lobs it outside that off stump. You want to have a good drive at it. You don't want to drive it to slip though.
Skipper would have said, Stian, fancy your mediums here, just turn up, get it to the keeper, bowl to the gloves. Do you reckon you're okay? And I said, yes, Skip, you need me, I'm here. Well, he needs him to get through some because he's got two of his bowlers off. He's got Vernon Philander in the change room and Dale Steyn in the change room. So Morne Morkel and Kyle Abbott need some relief. The ball's still new, it's 8 overs old, and he needs someone to bowl some seam up. And don't discount it. He'll get one. He just might.
Beautiful presentation of the seam. Look at that. Little in swinger. Ripper.
At least he's brave enough to hold it with a seam upright, Jackers. I'm sure there's many a debutant who's run up across seam and try to get through his first over. You're so right, though, for a top-order batsman, because it's right in the forefront of your mind. You're thinking to yourself, you know, yes, there are runs to be made here. He's going to bowl me bad balls, but for the first time, you're thinking, I don't want to get out to him. Oh. 24 for 1.
Good call, Way. Very good call, Way. Good piece of fielding. Robert Peterson.
I was saying in conversation last night that I thought it was ridiculous that Robin Peterson didn't go back to Newlands and bowl some overs because he's going to play in the next 2 Test matches, and that Bavuma should go down and play for the Lions and get some cricket. It's a good job they didn't.
Oh, edged, top edged and gone for 4 over the keeper.
It's got enough height on it, only just. Nothing wrong with the timing of the jump from de Villiers, but it was all just way too high. But it is a talking point. It is worth a discussion, the Peterson issue.
No.
You're almost bound to play in the next 2 test matches, especially now there are no seamers standing up. But almost bound to play in PE and in Durban. And I just don't see the point of him sitting here for 5 days when he could be bowling 20 overs in the innings in a 4-day game. Am I on my own with that, or would you like to comment?
Just trying to figure out where I'd be and not be influenced by what's just gone on in that there are a few off the field. I would think that you'd want at least one of them to stay in order to field, because that can happen, and quite often does happen, that you need somebody to go onto the field and do some fielding, and just as cover. Two of them, maybe not. So how to then choose which one goes off? And I suppose what you're saying here is not a normal scenario in picking a 4-prong attack, so you know that the next man in line who's most likely to play in year 11 is Peterson, and he should go and get some game time, and that's fair enough. I can't argue with that.
I'll add to that in that I can sort of understand this. I mean, they've let Kagiso Rabada go and play for the Lions, which is fantastic. But if in the next test match, Bavuma doesn't play, they should let him go now. Because you don't want to have a situation where your next man in line plays no cricket for a month. So he should go and someone else comes and replaces him as the 12th. End of the 10th, 28 for 1.
Let's look at the squad. Bavuma, Rabada, Peterson. And the men not playing, and Rabada has been released to go and get some cricket. Stian van Zyl continues, looking to get through some overs. Yeah, it didn't start so well in the previous over, and perhaps a little bit nervous, threw a couple very wide. But seems to have found his range. Time for a change in voice. Kepler Wessels, Ian Bishop and Mikey Holder.
Thanks, Pommy. It's a good opportunity for Craig Brathwaite to bat through high number of overs to the end of the day's play.
Batted pretty well this morning in that first innings. Concentrated well, his shot selection was good. Got the West Indian innings off to a good start.
Not great pace on the ball from Van Zyl. So he has to try to force and put power in the ball, and in doing so, he's punched it on the up.
He's bowling a better line now, Stian van Zyl. When he first started, he was just too wide outside off stumped, and he's back, so that'll be a relief for Hashim Amla.
$28 for 1.
Let's go, man. Still 3 down. 3 down, guys. That was back on. 3 down. Three down, guys, three down.
One of the things that sort of was interesting for me watching the day's play as I go back to the start of play, West Indies 28 for 1 following on. West Indies finished that first session at 110 for 2, I think, and I think a lot of us felt that South Africa's bowling wasn't quite spot on. And for me, Kepler, you know, just the talk was about going back in at lunchtime, which always happens with teams, and Alan Donald putting his bowlers to sit down and saying, fellas, we went wrong in that first session. We could have been better. It wasn't bad. We could have been better by doing such and such. And for me, the great improvement came when particularly someone like a Philander, who was probably better in the morning than anyone else, pitched the ball up further. And I think generally South Africa's seamers pitched the ball up further after the lunch and interval.
Yes, there was a period as well where they really dried the runs up and bowled the length that you're suggesting and bowled it very well, and that pressure eventually created opportunities and led to wickets.
Abbott was very pleased with umpire Alim Dar after that last delivery. It was called a wide. So Alim Dar signaled that was one for the over as well.
Hawkeye is very good at indicating these things and showing what transpired in the morning session. Majority of the deliveries there at the highest point of that mountain conglomeration, and then you translated that into the afternoon session, and you can see how the length shifted closer towards the batsman, and that's where I thought Philander was even better in the afternoon than he was in the morning in particular. A lot of the bowlers shifted. Morning Morkel was 77% short of a good length. I think he shifted his percentage slightly into a good length. Philander was the best. He was 40 odd, and he moved further towards the batsman and got guys coming forward and nicking them off. Good adjustments shown.
He bowled pretty well at the tail as well later on, Morning Morkel. Good aggressive stuff. So Johnson just has to be a little bit careful that he doesn't go across to the offside too much, so that his weight falls over and then the LBW comes into play, particularly with Abbott, who can swing the ball back into the left-hander. The tendency as a left-hander is to try and cover off stump, but if you commit too early and if you go across too far, then you become susceptible to that LBW dismissal.
Should be a couple of runs for Leon Johnson. 31 for 1. has gone a little bit gloomier than it was an hour ago.
The West Indian batsmen have every incentive in the world to try and spend a long time at the crease here in this their second innings. Apart from the fact that it would help them individually, they should have seen that the South African fast bowlers have been struggling a bit, whether it's just cramp or tightness of a particular muscle in the body. The more work that they are made to do certainly won't help. And of course, there are 2 test matches to come after this one, so they have got to be forward thinking in that regard as well. Give them some work to do, spend some time at the crease, get some runs, build your confidence, and also make sure that the South African fast bowlers do even more work.
Trying to take the game into day 5 would be a good goal and a good incentive at the moment. I suppose also, I mean, both of you played a lot of cricket around the world, and coming back from inactivity, I think that's what we're seeing from a South African point of view now, that they haven't played a test match for a while, and they also haven't really played since that one-day tour of Australia, which is about 3.5 weeks ago. So I think fatigue an issue. Don't know if you found that after a layoff.
Depends on how long the layoff is. Sometimes when you have done a lot of work and you get 3 weeks, 4 weeks off, continues to be wide. When you get those 3-4 weeks off, it depends on what you do in those 3-4 weeks. If you have been doing a lot of cricket, playing a lot of cricket, I don't think you really need to be going into the nets in those 3-4 weeks. Do a bit of running, do whatever it takes to keep you fit. You might even do some other form of sport. Maiden over, and you think you could have heard that at home. Billy Bowden says it's time for a drink.
Well, the West Indies innings started with the dismissal of Devon Smith by review. Earlier in the day, Craig Brathwaite then fell to Vernon Philander. In case you missed any of the action, Leon Johnson fell just after lunch, driving to cover.
Marlon Samuel seemed as if he was going to be spending a bit of time at the crease, but then he tried to cut one that was too close, and the other really top-class batsman for the West Indies, Chandra Paul, didn't last much longer either. That was a good catch. Hung around for a while, but the umpire eventually gave him out. That was a bit soft though, the captain being dismissed by Elgar. That wasn't too difficult a dismissal either. And then the last one, bowled. 9 wickets went down in the first innings. Kemar Roach not electing to bat.
Morkel back into the attack.
And then there was 1 wicket that fell in the second innings. Vernon Philander's bowled well all day. And that was adjudged caught. Inside edge onto the pad. So that's Temba Bavuma.
Which means 31 for 1, and West Indies still trailing by 320, dismissed for 201 in their first innings. A good opening partnership, a very, very solid opening partnership, half-century partnership by Devon Smith and Craig Brathwaite earlier, and it made the innings look a promising one, and as it happens all too often, fell away in a collapse.
Yes, the problem was that the top order batted well, but they just couldn't convert a start. And against a good attack, if you get a start and you get an opportunity, it is so important that you try and maximize that opportunity.
Especially on a surface like this. We know that the ball is doing a bit, so if you get in and get a good one early in your innings, you can always be dismissed. But after you have gotten into the 20s, 30s, and spend a bit of time at the crease, you should carry on.
Good delivery, good pace, and a little bit gloomy. Lights have come on here at Super Sport Park. But it's another thing that, building on that conversation, Mikey, it's a pitch that, as you rightly said, is just always offering something. When the sun comes out, the space between offering that little something is a little bit longer. And that's one of the things we've talked about in the Caribbean, getting pitches that are firmer, that are truer, but offer a little something. There's a guy in St. Lucia who does a lot of grounds now and monitors the grounds, called Kent Craft, and I think he's a brilliant groundsman. I think he's now overseeing pitches in the Caribbean. He produces some pitches that I think are brilliant, that I'd like to see mirrored throughout the region, with a little bit of pace in it, sideways movement, and still good for batting. And I think when guys translate their efforts from slow, low pitches, it takes a huge period of adjustment to come and play on these pitches against this attack.
No, that's for sure. From a batting point of view, it's difficult to adjust from a slow, low surface to somewhere where you've got steep bounce and pace.
31 for 1. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether we do get the remaining 21 overs served up in the day, because the light has faded over the last half an hour or so.
I think even if the light was to stay quite good, the rate at which they have been bowling these overs, they won't get them in. Pretty pedestrian. First innings, the over rate was 12.1, 12 overs and 1 ball per hour. This is second innings, fractionally better. 12 overs and 5 balls per hour.
It's the first run Craig Brathwaite has scored for 46 minutes. Not that periods of calm bother him that much. He doesn't mind spending long periods at the crease. That won't impact on his concentration one bit.
Yes, one leg.
I think on the contrary for Leon Johnson, I spoke about the fact that in 53 first-class games he has 2 first-class lunches and 20-odd 50s. His concentration is something that he has to continue working on, because he gets to a period, and particularly when you come up to test level against a number 1 team, you work harder for your runs. You spend a lot more time on a lower score than you would in first-class cricket. So let's say in first-class cricket he gives it away when he gets to 55, 60. He might score those off 90 deliveries or something like that. Here, he has to ensure that if he goes scoreless for a period of time, his concentration doesn't wander and he gives it away, as has been the habit. As was the habit that we saw after lunch.
Yeah, perhaps what will help him if he looks to rotate the strike a little bit more. There is a left-right hand combination at the crease, so that'll help. When you get yourself into trouble is if you're looking for the boundary ball after you've been tied down for a while. So if you can rotate it, keeps the momentum going, takes pressure off you, takes pressure off your partner.
.32 for 1. Mikey, we talked a lot about, and Kepler, we talked a lot about first-class cricket and the standard that needs to be there in order to prepare players. I'd love to hear your guys' experience of first-class cricket in your respective regions back in the day. How competitive, how difficult, how tough.
I played my first-class game in 1973. Just a young man then, 19 years old, and I played from 73 right through until 1989. Misjudgment, I don't think he really picked up the length of that. Markley's even thinking about the possibility of an LBW dismissal. Don't think so though. It would have gone over the top, but apart from that, it hit the glove, not the body. And normally, that is not out LBW. In my 16 years of first-class cricket in the Caribbean, I can't remember at any time going into a game and thinking, oh, this will be over in 2.5, 3 days. Just wide of the man at backward point. Boundary. That takes him past 1,000 test runs as well, Craig Brathwaite. Well wide of the man at point. I can't remember too many scores of 500 either during those entire 16 years. And I was talking to a friend of mine in New York before I headed out here, talking about scores in first-class cricket in the Caribbean. Because the scores in the Caribbean right now are pretty low. And everyone is saying, well, it never was high. Yes, but the reason why it wasn't very high in those 70s, 80s, early 90s periods was because there were so many fantastic bowlers around. You weren't going to get too many high scores. So even though you had Haynes and Greenwich opening the batting for Barbados, you had Croft in Guyana, you had Bishop and Tony Gray in Trinidad, you had Patterson, Walsh and a fellow called Holding in Jamaica, a little bit past his prime at that stage. You had the Benjamins, the Ambrose in Antigua playing for the Leeward Islands. So there were bowlers there to prevent teams from getting 500 runs. You don't see those bowlers in West Indies cricket at the moment. Got it past again, but not totally past. Bit of a hand on the ball, preventing it from going to the boundary. So you would hope that without an abundance of fast bowlers around and bowlers around the Caribbean now that you could get into almost any test team playing, that the scores would go up. That's not really happening.
Yes, the Sheffield Shield competition in Australia when I played for Queensland was very strong. Test players played in between test matches. Sometimes some of those state games were tougher than, with respect to some of the countries, more difficult to get runs in the state games than the test matches, so it's good. Stronger the domestic system, the better the team, the closer the gap. 16 overs gone, 38 for 1.
It's an interesting perspective, and I asked it for another reason as well. In that one of the discussions that we often have, I'm involved in amongst my group in the Caribbean, is often said, if the standard is not as high as you want it to be, and this is my own personal view, and you guys, I know you're not afraid to contradict, you've never have been. And there have been some arguments to have additional teams in the first class system, and my argument is I'm not in favor of that, because I don't think that exposing more players to, I don't want mediocrity to be too harsh, but exposing more people to mediocrity doesn't necessarily make the thing better or cipher out better players. I think condensation, in fact, is the better way, where you have less teams with more of the good players playing, best players playing against each other, will then bring the best out of those guys that are playing, as opposed to just exposing a whole heap of players willy-nilly against weak attacks or weak batting. I think the best must play against the best. If it means condensing the structure, that is what I feel is the right way.
I totally agree with you, Bish. I don't see the point in having 20 teams and then watering down the talent amongst those 20 teams. I made mention of Alex Ferguson earlier on, talking about the Barclays Premier League football. That is why they have the Barclays Premier League, and then you have the First Division. That Premier League was designed to put the very best at the top, so that you had the very best playing together, which would improve the standard of football. The similar situation with any sport. Cricket, you have got to have the very best. I think even in England, they are now grasping that fact with all these county teams and so many poor county teams. It's not helping the development of cricket in England, because you have a lot of poor cricketers who are playing first-class cricket.
Particularly now as well, where test players and international players hardly ever play. So that waters down the system as well. So you've got to try and keep it as strong and as competitive as you can. Nicely played, strongly driven. Loose delivery, half volley, and well put away by Johnson.
This should give him a bit of confidence. Nice fluent drive.
I talked about his average being in the 30s, but when I compartmentalize what he's done in first-class cricket, his last 2 or 3 years have been so much better. It's just that Leon Johnson's body of work, his total body of work, it's not a fair reflection of that ability. 42 for 1.
I'll give you another example of having the best playing together. A lot of people did not like the idea of World Series cricket when Kerry Packer started World Series cricket. But when you had 50 of the best cricketers in the world all playing against each other, you had no easy games. It was tough, but you either swam or sank. If you swam, you came out a better cricketer. Otherwise, you just fall by the wayside.
Good running. Yes, that World Series. I only played the second year of World Series cricket, and I must admit that other than playing against the West Indies, the main team, when they were so strong, that was by far and away the toughest and best cricket, and brought out the best in you, because there was no easy option, no easy runs, no easy wickets, and very competitive. A lot of pride at stake as well, even though at that time it was a breakaway group, I guess, but thoroughly enjoyable as well.
It's probably one of the things I like about this young guy in that he started maybe too early. Okay, let's put that aside. But when you find that sort of talent, you try to push them, manage them, but push them a little bit so that they're always testing themselves up a little above their age group, because they're better than most of their own age. I must say, I've told this story a few times, but I must say, when I played my first class season in 1987, I played against a Guyana team led by Roger Harper, and a Barbadian team that included Desmond Haynes and Gordon Greenidge. And after the second game against Barbados, I think Gordon Greenidge scored a double hundred. I decided cricket was too hard. I was not playing it again. That was too difficult for me to get a wicket. I must have gotten about 3 wickets in the entire 2 games of the tournament. But I think that is what stretched me at the time, and what stretches a lot of players to move from one level to another level, takes you out of your comfort zone, in my view. And you sink or swim. I had a few floaters.
Did you bowl a few bounces at those two, Bish?
Yeah, I can tell you that I think Gordon Greenidge hit me so far out of Kensington Oval. If there was a cruise ship that normally parks next to the bay there, it would have been in danger of being hit.
Good delivery. And if you had one of these new modern bats,
you're pushing it back. And I've already embarrassed myself in front of millions of viewers. That's enough.
Another batsman ducking and turning his head. I don't think that's the best thing to do. Seemed to keep his eyes on it for a fair time, but I still do not believe in just taking your eyes off the ball.
This will be good for his development as well, coming up against this sort of aggression and pace and these sorts of pitches. So much to be gained from a good performance with the bat here for the West Indies. So much, if they can do it. Well done by A.B. de Villiers. Always a live wire.
so agile, A.B. de Villiers. Excellent fielder when he's not keeping. Good behind the stumps as well.
Fit, extremely fit. That interview that was done with A.B. de Villiers and Dale Steyn. Steyn said A.B. de Villiers was running up and down those steps from the dressing room to the field as if they weren't there.
Oh! 43 for 1. Still well in front, South Africa ahead by 308. Dale Steyn back on the field. We hope that he's fit anyway. To tell you more, profoundness will come out of Sean Pollock, Mike Hazeman and H.D. Ackerman.
Thanks, Bish. What do we got? 30 minutes to go if the light holds. That's going to be the question. I've seen the umpires just taking a couple of glances towards the heavens. Doesn't look too bad at the moment, but it does tend to close in pretty quickly at this time of the day.
One thing we can assure you of is it's definitely raining somewhere in the Pretoria, Johannesburg area. Those clouds.
So the application from these two has been pretty good. Partnership of 35, 93 balls now. Cut-off time is 6 minutes past 6 p.m. tonight. Stretching of that one, he's just getting a little bit of, I'm not going to call it swing, bit of curve maybe, Sean.
Could use the word drift.
It's a little harsh.
Oh, it's a decent presentation of the seam, and there's a little bit of movement away from the right-handed batsman. Just drifting away with the action. It's a rugby ball. Always going to find a rugby ball in Pretoria.
That's a question for you actually, Sean. Who are the out-and-out swing bowlers playing international cricket these days? If you look in years gone by, the likes of, say, Bob Massey, for one.
I think the best at his skill would have to be Jimmy Anderson from England.
Yes.
Great ability to shape it away and in at will.
Got away, that's back at a square on the offside for 4. Temba diving as fast as he possibly can to his left, but couldn't stop that.
Only 115 kilometers per hour, so you need to be nice and straight. Stian van Zyl. His width. It's played well by Brathwaite. Steers it behind square. This is the area where he's been scoring runs today. Anything wide, he's been quite severe on. Waits for a little bit of width. That's where it comes into his own. He's got a nice compact technique. If you give him width, he'll go after you.
47 for 1. So 19 overs gone, 47 for 1 at the moment. Oh, there's my Audi performance tracker. I wore that for most of the day today. What did I go? Oh no, just under 2 hours. It felt like most of the day.
That's not an average speed, Hazy, isn't it? That's top speed, isn't it?
And of an hour and 42 minutes, you only moved for 20.
I had to go to the middle actually at one stage, so that's, you know, that's quite considerable distance down there.
Sure. That must be when you got up to 101.
Coming back up the stairs.
That's actually quite impressive. 101 only.
Full shot. He's got that away in front of square. Nice shot. Well controlled by Johnson. He's going to pick up a boundary.
Yeah, well executed. Banged in short by Morné Morkel. Johnson was equal to the task. Rolled the wrists. Kept in full control. In front of square.
We're having a conversation, HD, about the genuine out-and-out swing bowlers in international cricket these days. We were describing Stian van Zyl as someone who, in fact, Sean said he's someone who's got a bit of drift. That's all he said. So we came up with Jimmy Anderson.
Career best of 5 for 32, Stian van Zyl.
Must have drifted nicely that day.
Really? Who was that against?
Well, he's only making his debut here, so it wasn't a test match.
I'd like to find out how those dismissals were taken. That's pretty brisk. Nice and aggressive start from Morné Morkel around the wicket. Nuwan Kulasekara, there's another one, Sean.
Yeah, very good swing bowler.
I bet that team hasn't recovered.
A couple of hit wickets, maybe.
Might have been when they're looking for a declaration.
There's an edge, and it's taken in the end. What a good catch that is. Alvaro Peterson has taken some beauties today. Second grab, it looked like it was going to get away from him, but no, he stuck out the mitts, and there it was.
Full of length there from Morne Morkel. Brathwaite didn't get very far forward in the crease. His weight was back, and he had a drive at it, found the outside edge. It was a good recovery from Peterson. There we see full length, just drifting away a touch. Hits his hands hard, and he has the composure just to get the other hand down in time. Grabs it close to the ground. Another good catch in the slips. And South Africa will be really excited. Hashim Amla, they've got their second wicket. Morne Morkel has struck. Brathwaite has to go for 20 from 54 deliveries.
Marlon Samuels. He certainly stuck around for some time in the first innings. We also questioned his approach, actually, by looking to hang on the back foot as much as he possibly could to Vernon Philander. Morne Morkel picked up the last 2 wickets and picked up 3 in total in the first innings. And then with Dale Steyn going off, he had to start proceedings for South Africa pretty much today, which I'm sure in the second innings, which I think he would have enjoyed. So Morne Morkel's just picked up his first wicket in the second innings. His 4th for the day brings Marlon Samuels to the crease. I wonder what the strategy is going to be this time. There was no doubt they were looking to bowl nice and full and fairly straight to Marlon Samuels, and often trapped him on the crease. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a couple of short deliveries first up to try and push him back. Leg slip in position as well, 3 slips and a gully, and then Morne Morkel trying to follow up with the 3-card trick.
Well, I'll tell you what, it was a very fine catch by Alvaro Peterson, because it flies to him at second slip. But I want you to be Hashim Amla, his awareness. He's looking to take the rebound, but realizes that Peterson is going to grab it with one hand.
He must have thought that was just going to be out of the fingertips at one stage, Alvaro Peterson. There we go, there's one of those short ones. Looked to bail into that pretty early. Let's have a look how quickly this all happened. Really is a fine grab. So a change of angle now. He's bowled that one short delivery to Marlon Samuels, who went under it pretty briskly. Now Morne Morkel's decided to attack from around the wicket. Nice and full. Quick single, Samuels are looking for it. Timber swoops, but no, both of the batsmen are safely through. Samuels retains the strike. Good stuff from Morkel, 53 for 2. So Shivran Chandapur will be in that change room. Interesting to see if he's got the pads on. He wouldn't have the pads on actually at this stage, with still some 20 minutes to go. And who's going to be that night watchman in that bunch? Let's just get into that West Indies change room if we can and just see who has got the pads on at the moment. There we go, Shivran Chandapur right at the back there, in the seat that he was occupying earlier today before he strode out to bat.
Desperate to move those feet, Marlon Samuels. There was no movement at all from that left foot in the first innings. Granted, he didn't have to face up to Stian van Zyl. You would think that he would be happier getting forward to this fella.
I think the West Indies might reflect on today and be quite disappointed with the way things have gone. There would have been quite a bit of anticipation, trepidation maybe as well, coming up against the South African pace attack in conditions in South Africa, knowing that the ball's going to bounce around quite a bit like it did here last Test match in March, South Africa versus Australia, when it wasn't variable all the time, but it just seemed to be crucial wickets that either kept low occasionally or took off. And I remember Faf du Plessis was the victim on 2 occasions actually to Mitchell Johnson, and Johnson was brilliant. So they would have seen that footage and they would have come here expecting the track to be a little bit the same. That was a different wicket. They've decided to use track number 4 for this Test match, and it's a good batting track. Yes, it did a little bit when the new ball was there on day 1, was more seam than anything else, but they'll be really, well, they should be very disappointed with the way things have unfolded today, because there hasn't been any great venom. There's been some lazy shots, there's been some soft dismissals, and they've got a long way to go now in this Test to claw back. Still trail by 298.
Yeah, there was a 70 without loss in the first innings, and then collapsed to just over 205. I think of the top 6 all got a start, got 20 or above. So they got themselves in and then got themselves out.
Everyone said that the new ball, what it always is, the new ball is a threat.
What's happening?
And that was looked after. It was looked after really well by the front 2. So there's another disappointment for them, is that no one in that middle period, particularly Samuels and Chandapur, took advantage of when the ball was old.
A little bit straight to that time. To be expected, those tactics every now and then to Samuels. 21 overs gone. 54 for 2. Brathwaite and Smith have gone. Johnson and Samuels are the 2 at the crease at the moment. Shivran Chandapur to come next. Dean Elgar, who's been introduced into the attack now. Morné Morkel's done a very good job. Just wonder if Dean Elgar's also been introduced, because it's starting to get a little bit darker out there. I don't think the batsman will have too much to worry about in respect to pace with Elgar and also Stian van Zyl.
Come on, Dini.
He'll certainly be prepared to give the ball some air
Yes, no daily.
when he finds a bit of rhythm.
Mooi, gaat af van.
That was quicker than Stian van Zyl. Here's the first innings wicket. Soft. That's what you were alluding to, Hayes.
It's a captain. There we go. He's tossing that one up, and it's spun away a fraction from Samuels.
Oh, hey, buddy. Boys.
Never a bad idea to throw the ball up outside off stump into the foot marks. That's where you get some turn from. Where the surface has not really been utilised is straight at the stumps. No turn from there.
Hold on, Dean.
I'm finding it quite interesting look at the way that Marlon Samuels has batted today, because he clearly is someone in form. He just got a double 100. And I think he retired, if I'm not mistaken. So you would think he'd be feeling really comfortable. He looked very insecure and unsure, if you like, about his footwork in the first innings.
Yes. Aye, man.
It's a good shot, though. That's gone through extra cover, and that's 4 runs. So maybe he's going to decide to be a bit more aggressive in this second innings and play more of a natural game.
Yeah, it was a great shot. Got some protection back square of the wicket on the offside. I think that's the arm ball, just sliding into the stumps. Also got protection back at long off. The man on the drive is Hashim Amla. They would love him just to chip it airborne to him, but the placement's been superb from Samuels. There you can see it. Left of Hashim Amla, way to the boundary.
Yes, boys.
And this time it's cut off. Everyone moved a little bit squarer. Worked out well. 60 for 2.
Dale Steyn not completing his first over. The diagnosis is that he's got a tight groin. Let's hope not too serious. Morkel's been good again, so has Philander, just the 3 overs. But with the light fading, Captain Hashim Amla has decided that it's Dean Elgar and Stian van Zyl who's going to do the bulk of the work.
Waiting. Boys.
He's had a go at that, and he's got a thick outside edge. There's no one in that third man region, so he's picked up a boundary. That would have been the last thing they needed, the West Indies. A thrash outside the off stump to someone like Van Zyl, and a catch taken in the slips.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Has he looked at that over the top?
You're correct. A little bit of room up to the bat, and after being very patient, Johnson was going to decide to take the attack to Van Zyl.
For 32, Hazy, let me remind you. 5 for 32. Look at this beauty.
Just the change-up of the seam angle, shaping it away from the left-hander.
Don't really think you can get out to this, boys, I've got to be honest.
You get out to Kepler?
Other way around.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies.
Thank you.
Still a valid point. How did anyone get out to you?
That is a valid point, yes.
Were you a declaration bowler?
Let's get back to the game, Polly. End of the over, 4 from that one, 64 for 2.
Enlighten the viewers, what did you bowl?
I actually bowled off spin, Sean. Not particularly well. At one stage I had the worst career figures in first class cricket.
And then you got Kepler out.
1 for 525 in a career span.
As you like to say, 1 for 500,000.
Correct.
Montini.
So it's been a tough day today for the West Indies. Trail by 287 runs now.
Oh, yes.
Of course, they would hate to get out to the likes of Dean Elgar or Funsal late on day 3. What do we got now? About 11 minutes to go on day 3 at Supersport Park.
Down there, yes, boys. Good, Dean.
Stein has been back on the park for some time. He hasn't been back into the attack. No doubt he'll be looking to go again in the morning. Hopefully that groin is sorted out, a bit of treatment after the day's play.
Oh!
Of course, they do have 2 other seamers at the moment, Morne Morkel and Carl Abbott. We're not sure about Vernon Philander. He left the park. There's a couple of concerns. Throw in Quinton de Kock and also Faf du Plessis. 4 concerns with the South Africans.
Oh!
It's almost come back onto the off stump. Clamped down under the last minute.
Yeah, this is the arm ball from Dean Elgar. There's a little bit of swing, just a little bit, or drift. Back in, goes straight on. He wants you to try and cut that. Nearly.
So one of those bowlers who doesn't really go over the top of the stumps. Tends to slide it in nice and low, almost a little bit like Sanath Jayasuriya used to do.
Down.
Good shot. Around the wicket to the left-hander, full in length and a good cover drive. I mean straight drive, should I say. And you see it given air by Dean Elgar. Gets to the pitch and just punches it straight down the ground.
$69 for 2. Gee, they would drift by a long way, the West Indies, after being rolled out for 201 in that first innings. West Indies now 69 for 2, so therefore will think that's pretty much ideal. The West Indies still 282 adrift. Funsal again. .112 k's per hour that time.
Might have an interesting drive back to Johannesburg, gentlemen. Might have to go through those clouds and see what they produce.
It's gone past, hasn't it, Hazy? The weather?
Yeah, I think that has actually. I think we're okay, Sean. That's gone behind the scoreboard. And the drive back to our hotel in Johannesburg is straight down the motorway. I think we're going to miss it all. That's what I said yesterday, and then it teamed down for about 3 hours. So just a reminder again, we're going to 6 minutes past 6 p.m. tonight. It's been a long day. Long session this morning, 2.5 hours.
So the position that the West Indies find themselves in, 69 for 2, I mentioned in the previous commentary stint that sides are reluctant to enforce the follow-on nowadays. You still, South Africa made the right decision. The lead was was big enough, and Amla no alternative?
Yeah, I think it was the right decision for sure. And if they come back tomorrow and Stain's good to go, and Vernon Finland has also recovered maybe from a little bit of cramp, they'll be in a real strong position. I doubt Roach will come out and bat, so you could basically say 69 for 3. Just just 7 wickets required.
Got away that one, just back with a square on the offside. Sweeper's not going to get there, so there's another boundary. Samuels has certainly made up his mind to be more aggressive in this innings.
Yeah, width and full from Stian van Zyl. Shaping away, and Samuels gets a good stride in this time. Comfortable against the pace of Stian van Zyl, just 113 kilometers per hour. Extends the arms nicely, nice and square.
And a good stride in.
That's the end now of the 25th over, 73 for 2.
Robber.
11 wickets today. Certainly not too many wickets in the first couple of days of play in this Test match at Supersport Park. Got 11 for 274 at the stage. Over rate's been slow. We're going to miss out on some overs, which is far from ideal.
Eita.
Just found a little spot there, Dean Ilger. Certainly intent on giving the ball as much air as possible, try and find some of those foot marks. These batsmen have still got to stay positive. The last thing they want to do is get out of this sort of bowling. And if you become nice and tentative, that's when things can go a little bit haywire.
Catch it! Yes, Dean.
It's turned out to be a really good wicket. That's a ball that sits in the South African change room. The ticks will signify that that session belonged to South Africa. When they have a session that they feel is even, they just put, there we go, the horizontal line, and if there's a cross, that belongs to the opposition. So South Africa winning 5 of the sessions, which is the reason why the West Indies are 278 behind.
Steyn pouncing on that one. Lost 38 overs yesterday. There's rain written in the last session on day 2. But we certainly played fast forward cricket today with all the wickets going down. After a good start, it's got to be said, by the West Indies, and suddenly the stick started to go.
Yes, Dean.
End of the over, 74 for 2.
Well, it looked as though the umpires were going to take the players off for bad light, but AB de Villiers was quick to make mention that Stiaan van Zyl was still going to be bowling, and so it's decided that, yep, one more over. Black skies over the scoreboard. There is certainly rain around the ground, but as of yet it's just a bad light. So one more over to survive for the West Indians. 74 for 2 they are. Johnson not out 31, Samuels is not out 13. The surface has been a good one, hasn't it, Paul? I mean, there's been something in it for the seamers, and if you look how Suleiman Ben bowled, something in for the spinners, and we've seen runs as well. Good cricket wicket?
I think it has been. Every once in a while at Supersport Park, we see a surface that you get the odd one that bounces excessively and the odd one that keeps low and doesn't carry through to the keeper. We haven't seen much of that at all. De Villiers got himself to the stumps now, trying to get the batsman to go deep in his crease. But I think it has. It's allowed the batsmen to play their shots, and when they've got in, they've been able to accumulate runs if there's been bad balls bowled to them. I spoke to AB de Villiers this morning. He was saying, in general, it would be a little bit slower than what he's come to expect here at Supersport Park.
Oh no!
Being a man who plays his domestic cricket here, he's had a lot of experience of batting out in the middle.
Yeah, that might also be because of his dismissal. Ball just sticking in the wicket. We saw Alga get one as well. There's been another one caught at cover. The name escapes me. But it hasn't been the easiest surface to drive straight down the ground. We have seen the odd one, but not a great deal. And normally on test pitches here in South Africa, where the ball comes onto the bat very quickly, you just time it straight back past the bowler, and a number of runs is scored between mid-on and mid-off.
A little bit of width. He's cut it square. Vuma gives chase. He's quick over the ground, so he'll cut it off and make sure there's just 2. I think Hashim Amla will be happy. At 70 without loss in the first innings, the West Indians. You might have thought it might be a long day. Well, they managed to bowl them out and got them to follow on, and they now sit at 76 for 2. So it's been a decent day for the Proteas.
Oh, beautiful bowling sticks.
Well, that's it. Umpire Billy Bowden removes the bails, and time is called. The West Indies 76 for 2 at the close of play of day 3. They still trail South Africa by 275 runs after South Africa enforced the follow-on.
Crowd that is gathered will be happy with the Proteas' performance. And I think the Proteas will be happy that they can go into the change room and come back tomorrow. There's a couple of their bowlers who got a few niggles. Vernon Philander struggling with a little bit of cramp. Bowled just 3 overs and picked up a wicket. Took him out of the attack. So they can all have a well-earned rest and then come and do the business again tomorrow morning. In general, I think he'd be happy. He's had to mix up his bowling attack with all the niggles and injuries that have been on the go, and some part-timers have had to do quite a bit of work. But there's today play. 87 overs, 277 runs, and more importantly for South Africa, 11 wickets.
The way things are looking around the ground, there probably will be a thunder shower of some sort, and so tomorrow morning might be a nice time to bowl here at Supersport Park. There might still be a little bit of moisture as the covers make their way onto the ground in preparation. Brathwaite, the man gone for 20, well caught by Alviro Peterson off the bowling of Morkel. And Devon Smith was caught by Bavuma, the substitute fielder, the bowling of the impressive Vernon Philander to 5. So the not-out batsman Johnson and Samuels find themselves 76 for 2.
These are the partnerships. Early breakthrough for South Africa, just the 8 runs. And then Brathwaite and Johnson got together. Decent partnership of 44. And now Samuels and Johnson continue, and will continue tomorrow on 24. That's the contributions to the 76. The bowling figures: Dale Steyn, just 5 deliveries in the second innings, and then he pulled up with a tight groin. Morne Morkel was the one who had to do most of the workload. He picked up 1 wicket, caught in the slips for a wonderful catch by Peterson. Philander, 3 impressive overs, 3 maidens, and picked up a wicket, and then started to suffer from cramps, so they took him out of the attack to make sure there was no permanent damage. Abbott, 3 overs, and then, as we mentioned earlier, the part-time of Van Zyl, 10 overs, and Dean Elgar, 3 overs of left-arm spin.
South Africa 52 for 5 after being inserted by the West Indies when they won the toss. The West Indies 201 all out. Philander 4 for 29, Morkel 3 for 55, Smith 35, Brathwaite 34. There were starts for a number of the West Indies batsmen. South Africa decided to enforce the follow-on, and at the close of play on day 3, the West Indies are 76 for 2, still 275 runs behind. Let's go downstairs now to Michael Haseman.
Thanks, boys. I've got the South African team manager alongside me, and also medical doctor Doc Musaji, who's going to give us an update as to the state of the walking wound in the South African side. Before we get to that, what a good day from South Africa.
Yeah, it has been. I mean, it's a relatively good track to bat on, and for our bowlers who haven't played Test cricket for close on 6 months, it's been a great performance.
Okay, let's get into the nitty-gritty, where you've been so busy today. I'm sure I'm looking after the guys. Chronologically, Faf du Plessis, what's the update there?
Yeah, Faf went to the hospital this morning. He experienced some abdominal pain last night with a bit of fever. Initially, we thought it might be appendicitis, but fortunately, the tests at the moment are inconclusive, so we're treating it as a viral infection. But we monitor him overnight, and if need be, we'll have to repeat the scan tomorrow morning and the bloods.
Okay, so that was this morning. Then you thought that was all that was going to happen, but then Quinton de Kock turned his ankle. Let's just confirm, he turned his ankle when he was doing some shuttle runs.
Yeah, it was during the warm-up this morning, pre-match or pre-play. He rolled over his left ankle. Clinically, we've diagnosed him as having a grade 1 ankle ligaments sprain. However, we're waiting for the feedback from the MRI scan results, and we'll treat him overnight, and we'll make a further call tomorrow morning.
Okay, so grade 1 is reasonably severe, and that might impact maybe the next test?
Grade 1s generally, with our experienced physiotherapists working overtime, can recover in 5 to 7 days. But we thought we'd do the scan just to get an accurate assessment. But clinically, we're comfortable that he should be fine for the second test, but we will just make sure.
Okay, we saw Dale Steyn go off for some time, but has been back on for some time, which is good news.
Yeah, both Dale and Vernon experienced some tightness. Dale in his right groin and Vernon in his right hamstring. I mean, understandably, the guys that bowled a team out in 60 overs, each have bowled about 15 overs themselves or each. So we do know that these kind of things happen. So it was more as a precaution that they came off. They were in the ice bath, they were on the physio's treatment bed. And again, they'll get treatment overnight, and I'm sure they'll be fine come tomorrow morning.
And just when Brandon Jackson, the physiotherapist who's done a sterling job with the South African side, just when he thought he was going to have an easy couple of days this morning.
Yeah, it usually goes like that. For a couple of days you'll get nothing, a couple of series you'll get nothing, and then on one day you can have 3 or 4 guys going down.
Well, we certainly know they're in good hands with yourself and also Brandon.
Thank you very much.
Okay, terrific. Thanks for your time, Ryder. That's Doc Musaji giving us the update on what's going on with the team at the moment, and more news in the morning to find out exactly what the scans are going to say again tomorrow. Let's keep our fingers crossed from a South African perspective that things are going to be okay. Okay, we're going to take a break now. When we come back, we'll be joining Pommy Mbangwa in the studio.
Welcome back to Supersport Park. Another day done. And this is how things stand at the end of day number 3. South Africa 552 for 5 declared. Good work done by Amla, De Villiers and also Stian van Zyl. Roach with a couple of wickets before getting injured, and Ben with a couple of wickets as well. The West Indies, well, turned up on day 3 and started off pretty well. In the end, first innings 201 and the second innings 76 for 2. They're still some way behind, 275 runs behind. It's a mountain to climb. Kepler Wessels, Michael Olding here as well. But Kepler, your thoughts on number one, having to try and bat such a long time in this game for the West Indies, considering this is test 1 and there's confidence to try and take into 2 and 3?
Well, I think at least if West Indies can take the game into day 5 and occupy the crease for a long time, that'll be good on 2 counts. From a confidence point of view, it'll be good for them. Also, it'll keep the South African bowlers, who took a little restraint this afternoon, in the field for longer periods, make them bowl more overs, and that might have an impact as the series goes on. I was quite impressed with the way West Indies started this morning. I thought they applied themselves well with that opening partnership, and their top order got starts. It's just a pity that none of them went on and got a big score, converted that, or established a partnership that made it even tougher for South Africa and kept them out there longer. But initially I thought they played well, they tried hard.
I've done this purposely to ask you about the West Indies and ask you, Mikey, about the way that the South Africans bowled today and the way they went about their work.
I'm not too sure they started off all that well. I think although we showed some pitch maps, the comparison between the West Indies bowlers in the first 10 overs and the South African bowlers in their first 10 overs, their grouping was a lot better. But at the same time, the length, in my opinion, wasn't quite right. And I think what we saw afterwards when they came back for the second session, when you don't have to move your length a great deal in us. Sometimes a foot makes a great difference, because we spoke about the fact, Pommy, that when you're not swinging the ball, you need a little bit of time between where the ball pitches and where it gets to the batsman, a bit of movement to find that outside edge. Well, what the South Africans were doing, they were pitching that shot that the batsmen were playing back, and they were able to see whatever movement there was. They could leave it or they could play it quite comfortably off the back foot. Second session, they came back, pitch it up a little bit further. Batsmen had less time to see what was going on, and of course then you can influence some mistakes. I think the first wicket, as you all know, I don't agree that he was out, but at the same time after that, batsmen had no excuses. They all got starts. When you get starts on pitches like this, you should be able to carry on. This is a pretty good pitch, as we have said throughout. There's something there for everyone, the batsmen, bowlers, and if you're a spin bowler. But if you get in, you can get runs. And too many batsmen got starts and didn't carry on.
Talk a little bit about the captaincy of Hashim Amla, Kepler, and the way that he rotated as well. So I was interested particularly, and I'm sure many were, and were on commentary I think it was you, Mikey, when we were thinking, oh, what's going on? He's got 4, he's not going to bowl him for a 5th, and I think they were just 7 down at the time.
Yeah. I think one of the problems was the overrate today. I think that makes it difficult for Hashim Amla. When the overrate is slow, then clarity of thinking becomes more of a problem, because as the day goes on, suddenly he realizes, well, we've got to speed up, we've got to move, and then you can't take your time and think perhaps the way you should. Initially, I don't think it was too bad. We've got to remember it's early days in his captaincy career. He played a mammoth innings, did that well, and then coming out straight away and taking over the reins is still early on in the piece. I think he'll be fine. I think long term he'll be fine. He will come under more pressure when South Africa play against stronger sides who bat for longer periods and who make them work harder. And then I guess that'll be the time when we'll be able to sit back and really reflect on his captaincy and assess it. But I think the early signs are good. I mean, he's pretty calm, he's an experienced guy, and he'll just get better as time goes on.
Your thoughts, Mikey?
I think when we were on commentary, I think we missed a couple of telltale signs. Yeah. We saw a bit of grimacing. And although he had taken 4 wickets, Hashim Amla wants to make sure that this guy can last. Philander is somebody that is a fantastic bowler. He wants to make sure that he can last throughout the entire series. Yeah. So once he was grimacing a bit, he wanted to make sure, okay, let's check it out properly to see exactly what the situation is. It could be a slight tear, it could be just be stiffness. Let's check it out. But I am also one of the people that I don't think a captain should be determining who bowls by over rate. When West Indies play, they used to say we bowl slow overs, 12 and a half, 13 overs an hour. the games didn't last very long. And test matches these days some of them hardly go into the 5th day. I'm not too sure about this emphasis on 15 overs an hour. I do hear people walking home from cricket in the evening and say, oh, that over rate was so slow. They talk about whether the cricket was good or not. So I do think over rate should be influencing captains as to who bowls. Can you imagine you have 4 fast bowlers in your team? You are doing well with your 4 fast bowlers, but it might have been a little bit slow and you think, hey, I've got to bring on a couple of spinners now, but you have to catch up on some overs. That's not test cricket. And this overrate thing, I think, it's too much emphasis on it. The captains have to, because they don't want to be fined, they don't want to miss games, but correct. I think the authorities need to take a second look.
Okay, don't want to relax it too much though and let people just
no,
go away
it won't get ridiculous. The umpires are there to make sure that there's some sort of tempo. And the umpires have the authority to say to the captains or the players, gentlemen, let's move on a little bit. But this emphasis on overrate and being fined and suspended, I think they're going a little bit too far. You don't want to be changing your bowlers depending on overrate.
Yeah, when you talk telltale signs as well, though, they might have been the issue of the second innings, of already thinking follow on. So need Vernon Philander to bowl, and we don't know at that stage whether he thought Dale Steyn was okay or not okay. But he needed him to start up, and he started up okay.
Yeah, well, that's what I say. You know, once he started to grimace a little bit and wasn't absolutely sure, pull him out of the attack and make sure that he's fine.
Kepler, second innings, it's always hard work, and Mikey will attest to that, to get 20 wickets, and it seemed the South Africans were... well, obviously harder to get 20. They'll be happy it's 18. And I'm just thinking that with the 4-prong attack, deciding to go with the 4 fast bowlers, that's where the game is at the moment. Do you reckon they missed a spinner? Elgar did all right, he got a wicket, but do you reckon when it comes to tomorrow, if there are a few partnerships, they would like to have had one?
Well, I think in hindsight probably, because I think had Robin Peterson played, he would have turned the ball. We saw some spin on day one and he could have kept the one end going and rotated the 3 quicks at the other end. But initially when the game started, I think we were all unanimous and we thought, look, 4 pace bowlers, that's the way to go. The pitch is going to be quicker than it was. It's going to do a bit more. But make no mistake, I mean, I think the bowlers took strain today. They haven't played Test cricket for 6 months, and that was evident today. I think they're tired, which is understandable. I think tonight, after they've been in the ice bars and they've done all this stuff,
good luck to them.
After they've been in the ice bars and they've done all the stuff that they've done, I think tomorrow morning they'll probably be fresh and they'll be ready to go again.
9:30 start once again. Another long one, Mike, and I want your thoughts on a spinner or no spinner.
I'm not too fussed about picking 4 fast bowlers. You know, I went through a decade of playing with 4 fast bowlers, with the occasional batsman bowling some off spin, with Richards or Larry Gomes bowling some off spin. If you have 4 fast bowlers that are effective and getting the job done, I have no problem with it.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, right. All that's left from Supersport Park is the Ram delivery of the day. Here it is.
The Ram delivery of the day. Proudly delivered to you by Ram Hand-to-Hand Couriers.
And that's what you're talking about. You cannot just fend at those balls outside the off stump. He goes.
Good catch by Hashim Amla.
It's a sharp catch, but he takes it so nonchalantly. I mean, it's low and to his right ankle. Got it.
The Ram delivery of the day. Proudly delivered to you by Ram Hand-to-Hand Couriers.
Australia and India, they continue. Day number 4 in their second test match, 1:45 a.m. over in Brisbane. You can wake up and watch that, and you can have a whole day of cricket watching on a Supersport 2. If you've missed all the cricket, you can get highlights. You can get them on the Supersport app. You can also get them on supersport.com. So go there, catch the wickets. There'll be packages made up for you, so you don't have to sit through the whole day. I'm sure you don't have the time to sit through the whole day because it's nighttime now, but you can catch a whole lot. Thank you to Mikey, thank you to Kepler as well, and thank you for watching. We hope you join us tomorrow. From Supersport Park, it's good night. That on day 3.
good shot. That is a beautiful shot. That is so well played. Bernard Philander likes that one. Maybe the village has done the work behind. Wow. It's now been given out.
Golden round the wicket, and Morne Morkel has forced Samuels to chop on.
Oh, well caught. And more reward for the perfect length that Philander has bowled.
In the air, gone! Bowling! Morne Morkel gets number 3.
What was like facing Philander? I know you only played a few balls against him,
In the first innings, it was, I wouldn't say it was difficult because the ball was a bit older and he wasn't moving it that much, but he was very steady. I only faced a couple of balls, as you said, but he was very steady on a good line and length. Not really. I just think he's an experienced bowler, obviously, and he's a world-class bowler, and he just knows the areas to bowl.
Yeah, and what did you make of the television officials today? Those 2 contentious decisions.
Contentious. Well, obviously I'm new to international cricket, new to all of this, Snicko and all that, but I know that the umpire's decision are final, whether it be the standing umpire, the third umpire, so that's the way the game goes.
When the South Africans were kind of falling apart at the seams there physically, when they had so many players off the field, did you feel that there was any concern from them that it was going wrong? Were they handling the situation well, or were they struggling to understand?
It would be difficult for me to say how the South Africans were feeling. Obviously, they had their 2 best bowlers off the park, so obviously that would have been a major concern for them.
Do you think the pitch has changed much from yesterday, the day before, to today?
Yeah, I think it's changed a little bit, especially from I think that's the northern end. The ball is keeping a bit low, so it has changed a bit. I mean, it's flattened out, but the cracks have opened up a bit, and it's playing different.